That was the picture.
I was sledding. So Chess, anything from you?
Hey, thank you everyone for coming. Glad you're here. Some of you didn't have to work like that, so we're glad you're here anyway. Before we started, we opened up our board retreat this afternoon. We want to take a second, talk to them on the silence call by Coach Bill Flag. So if you'll please join us, we'll get into all the exciting stuff we already showed. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and I call the order of 26th board retreat.
Yeah, we are ready. Okay. All right, first off, as Mr. Daniel said, welcome to everybody. It's when we scheduled this for February 3rd, we had no idea of what the last week and a half would bring. And so I added one little thing this morning after talking to Jeremy that I thought we could update everybody on where we are just with winter weather, and then we'll jump in. Got a lot of exciting things. I think ideally this would be more workshopish, so feel free to jump in. I will ask, if you interrupt me, that's fine. Just jump in whenever. Probably there'll be some natural pause points in the presentation we're going to share with you today. So just let them kind of get to a stopping point, and then be happy to take any questions. I think a good mix of thought, dialogue, and then some insight and feedback from y'all for us on things we can work on to get better. So really excited about the work, and I want to celebrate the work that our team has done. I share this quite frequently. I think you'll see today that we've got the very best team, and really excited. Tracy and Andy are out getting buses ready. Andy's out checking schools and everything. So we thought that was more important than being at the retreat. But they're always available if you have any questions and we'd like to talk to them. So let's go through our winter storm update. Our county, if you look from about Oxford, Mississippi, up into about Bowling Green, a little bit over. It's just been catastrophic damage. I was talking to a retired NES lineman that lives in Suffolk County, and he said it's the worst he's seen in terms of trees down. I know my brother-in-law lives out close to Grand White Pike, and it looks like an absolute war zone there. So Greg said he'd been in parks full of still ice everywhere. So let me update y'all a little bit on winter storm update. Trees, there are trees down everywhere across the county. It's sad how many trees are down. And, schools are no different than anywhere else. We have trees that are down on probably just about every one of our campuses. We had maintenance guys out all day yesterday, all day today, picking up tree limbs, picking up branches. Some of the bigger ones, all the ones that are potentially harmful have been removed. And it'll take a while to get cleanup done on campuses, but we are aware of it. We have a crew of men and women that do this for us. Typically, we don't put them out in bulk until mowing season, but they'll probably get started a little sooner with all the cleanup that we'll have. Electricity, all electricity's been restored to schools. Some parking lot poles were damaged by falling trees. Those poles have been temporarily repaired, and just like with everything else, it'll come back in. I know talking to some NES folks, they had, at the end of last week, they had over 500 broken poles. And there will still continue to be some broken poles as this stuff thaws out of trees and more trees come down. So hopefully we're through the worst of it with power outages, but there will still be some sporadic ones, and we still have some. We had a transformer blow up in Westmoreland last night that knocked out power most of Bethpage and Westmoreland. We had one similarly in Gillisville on Saturday night. Got covered a lot of Gillisville. Yeah, ma'am.
So all trees that's been cut, I'm assuming all trees that were also potentially dangerous, like no limbs left in the sky, no.
Yeah, right, yeah. And then HVAC, Beach High School had 2 tube bundles. They froze on the cooling towers. Heat has been restored and we're pricing the 2 bundles to hopefully have them replaced before cooling is needed. This will potentially be an insurance claim because those are very expensive. Right now what we've done is we've rerouted them so they'll still heat, but for us to have air conditioning in that part of Beach High School, we'll have to replace those tubes. So they're in the process of getting pricing on that. A few other schools had minor issues, but they've been repaired by maintenance. Water intrusion, any water intrusion from snow and ice has been cleaned up. Beach Annex Gymnasium the roof suffered extensive damage. The roof's been temporarily repaired and they put a bid out today for a new roof. But the process of getting the bid going started today. That happened, the lease happened yesterday at Beach High School Annex over at the gym. I know a lot of you saw video from Station Camp High School. That was not a roof leak per se, it was more of an ice dam, like slush and everything got into the gutter system and it pushed it back in. I know everybody's seen water dams out there, they're bad, and that's basically what a version of that happened at Station Camp. The good thing about a high school is it's pretty much tile floors and ceiling tiles. So you get the water up, you replace the ceiling tiles, we're in good shape there. And then awnings. I know you'll find this hard to imagine. We had a young person doing some donuts in the parking lot of Station Camp Elementary. He took out the awning. His mother very graciously contacted Sumner County Schools and got her insurance company in touch. And so we're in the process. It's been temporarily repaired, and we're waiting on a repair bid to replace the awning. Thankfully they did. We had pretty good video. Good thing about school campuses, it's going to be really hard to do something on a school campus anymore and not have video of it. But they did almost immediately come in and take responsibility. Cafeteria, I'd like to correct, I know there was some stuff on the hip pages last night on Facebook about schools serving bad food whenever the kids come back so we can save money. That is 110% not true. Our cafeteria staff has spent all day yesterday when we came back and all day today going through everything, checking it. Most of our freezers and units have backup power. The ones that don't weren't out long enough. We did have 3 schools with spoilage. We had Jack Anderson Elementary, Liberty Creek Elementary, and Portland East. Roughly around $6,000 each of food that was thrown away. Milk is always based on expiration date, so we lost a lot of milk. But that happens anytime we have an extended time out of school that's unexpected. So we will not be serving bad food tomorrow. That is a social media myth, and it does, the bad thing is our cafeteria folks work really hard, and it's sad because it was all over some of the hit pages last night. So if you see that, just let them know our cafeteria staff's working really hard to go through, make sure everything's great and up to par for our kids. All right, I know everybody, the big question on all this is what about tomorrow?
You said they weren't going to serve the bill tomorrow. I assume they're going back tomorrow.
Not so fast, my friend.
Oh.
I know, I've been operating all day under the assumption we're going to go back tomorrow. We had bus drivers out running routes earlier today. They found icy spots. They connected to Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis was like, we've already salted them. We've done everything that we can do. We scraped them. We've salted them. This is what it is. It's areas that are low by creeks with shade. And, we were at Jeremy, I went to lunch today. We were at the restaurants in Gallatin. And wherever it had been scraped, there were big old piles of ice that even in this driving rain still aren't melting. It looks like a Zamboni ran over a lot of our roads in Sumner County. So our plan is to go back Thursday, 100%. We're going to have one more day. Hopefully this rain and another day of melting temperatures or above freezing temperatures will help. But Jeremy is about to release the torpedo and let everybody know that we're not coming.
Doing it as you speak.
Yes, school board members, 110% blame it on me. What's that? Yeah. Yeah.
We're all gonna get phone calls here in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna start right now.
So,
We keep it in choices.
my apologies, but it's just, when you think about the number of drivers between the ages of 16 to 18, they don't do real well on a sunny day. Driving on icy days still is not good. And then, going back to our bus safety, we want to be really good there. And just, there's still, we've done a great job clearing sidewalks and parking lots, but there's still spots. Dr. Wood sent me some pictures from Portland earlier at 2 o'clock today. There's been extensive work at Portland High School here for basketball games and stuff, and there's still icy spots everywhere in the parking lot. So, better part of Valor is way today. So language that you will know that's going to go out in the video that we're releasing. TDOE has let us be aware that if we run out of snow days, we can apply for a waiver. They will grant the waiver. So this will not affect, the main question we're going to get is, do I need to change my spring break trip? No. Do I need to delay my end of the school year trip? No. We're not anticipating any change to the schedule. So we will apply for a waiver. It should be granted. But you can't apply for that waiver until you've exhausted your days. Looking at the long-term forecast right now, for whatever that's worth, it doesn't look like there's much of a chance the next couple of weeks. And then we're almost into March. Hopefully this will be it for winter weather. I know most of the time everybody pulls for snow, but ice is a totally different beast, and I think we're all ready to climb out and move on from this one. Do y'all have any questions about winter weather? We learned a lot about the difference between ice, sleet, freezing rain, snow, the damage that it has on. This is the worst one. I think I lived in Atlanta in the late 90s, and we had one that was worse than the 94 storm here. It's very comparable, except that you think people don't know how to handle winter weather here. Atlanta's they look like the Walking Dead on the interstate. People just left their cars out there walking. We were without power for about a week. So, all right. I want to jump into next. I think I've shared with you before that one of the things we did. I do a retreat with my cabinet in the summer each year, and 2 years ago we started some work with Patrick Lencioni. Several of you got to come here. Patrick Lencioni, when he spoke to our leadership team back in June. But we started actually the year before working through the book The Advantage that talks about how do you really build organizational health. Right? Lots of organizations out there are smart. Not as many organizations are healthy, and long-term healthy organizations always outperform just smart. I would like to think that we're smart and healthy, but you can always get better. You can always get smarter. You can always get healthier. Healthy teams always get smarter. Smarter teams don't always continue to produce. And so we've seen really productive work. And I really want to take some time to showcase that work. I do want to set it up real quickly, and then I want you to hear primarily from our teams. So just for what we did, we set this as the vision for the district from my cabinet. My cabinet includes our executive directors and chiefs. Let's do this first row right here. And so we asked the question, why do we exist? We exist to develop better people to make a better world. Right? It goes beyond primarily focused on students, but it goes beyond. We want everybody that works for us or is part of Sumner County Schools to be a better person. And that requires development and a commitment to grow and learn. How do we behave? We ask ourselves, what are our core values? Not aspirationally, but what do we see demonstrated in the best people in our organization? And we sat around and we named people. And we said, what traits do those people have? What values do they have? And so we came up with grit, bought into the mission, growth mindset, and humble or humility. That our best people are deeply humble. They realize that they come to work every day to learn. They are bought into our mission, which is to develop better people to make a better world, and to educate and prepare all Sumner County students for their future, for their first and future career. I think you'll see that in the grit, right? Because I don't know if you've experienced this, but life quite frequently throws you curveballs, and you do get knocked down. And I think one of the things that's the biggest challenge in the school system today is teaching kids and giving them the opportunity to fail safely and learn from it. But I think as a culture, my generation of parents did not meet the call to teach our kids that it's okay to fail. We tried to protect them, right? I think it's because most of us that are Gen X, we grew up, what they said, from 1984 to 1990. Our parents didn't know where we were. We wanted the world to be a little safer for our kids. And now we've got to find that happy medium. of giving kids the opportunity to fail but to learn from. All right, so a thematic goal is what's the most important work we can do right now? This is kind of what we're going to focus on today. So back in the summer, we talked about how we wanted One Sumner to become our consistent culture across the county. Our defining objectives, one of the measures that we're going to look at, what are the steps that we're going to take to ensure that that happens? High-performing and healthy teams, embedding our core values across the district, define, measure, and celebrate our strategic anchors, and then principal clarity aligns with One Sumner core values. Last year, our thematic goal was principal role clarity, right? If you look at the research on principals, it all says this: principals are really, really important to the long-term success of schools and school systems. The number, really the number one driving factor for success of a student is a teacher, but the scale and impact of a principal, because the number of teachers that they supervise and lead, is much broader when you multiply it out, right? Now, that's what the research says. When you ask what makes principals successful, there's really not a lot of consistent research answers. We began to work, because this is one of the things that we do in Sumner County as part of our innovation, is to ask questions and not just accept the status quo. It's one thing to say principals are important. They are deeply, deeply important, very important, essential to our function. But we need to really dig in and understand why they're important, how we can better support them, and to help provide clarity, right? Because the guidance that I was given when I became a principal was I got called into the office and I was told, don't screw it up and stay off the news. Which is encouraging. I stayed off the news. Ask Ann, she'll tell you about how much I screwed up. She fixed most of it after I left. But it's a wide swath, but then it's a tremendous amount of responsibility. I have learned so much from 2018 when I came to the central office. I have zero desire to go back and be a principal. I'd love to be a principal on Friday night, right before Christmas. I don't have a desire to be a principal day in, day out, every day. It's one of the hardest jobs you can do. I will be so much better because I've learned so much, and I wish we could have had some of that insight. And so that's one of the things that our teams are working on, is how do we identify the role, how do we clarify it so principals know what our expectations are, and then how do we come alongside and provide more support. We'll have a presentation in just a moment on that. Our standard operating objectives, this is the work we need to do every day, and some of this will tie in with some of the defining objectives. Having consistent, regular one-to-one meetings. Just like everybody else, we get really busy, and one of the things that tends to happen is you tend to drop your one-to-one meetings where you're meeting individually with the people that you lead. It's really important to consistently have those. Identifying processes that cause friction. I know you will find this hard to imagine, but when you have an organization as large as ours with so many different departments, and you have a whole lot of hard-charging people, right? Occasionally there's friction. After 8 years, I'd like to announce, since she's gone to the bathroom, that Amanda has finally learned to accept that I'm generally right. And so our friction has dropped to almost nothing. That's actually not true. But being intentional about identifying those practices that cause friction and addressing them, right? Sometimes it's just two people or two groups with great ideas, and we just sit down and work through and make decisions. Sometimes it's just something that we've done for a long, long time that we don't have to do anymore. So working through the process of doing that helps our overall organization. Connecting and building relationships across departments. Sumner County Schools, if you talk to people that come here from larger districts, it's amazing. One of the things they'll tell you is how it's really like a small district in a really big organization. Because we're typically first names, we know each other, but we've also had a lot of change. And so we need to be really intentional to make sure those that are newer to our team are welcomed in and received, just like those of us that have been around for a while. And then implement a playbook on each team. This is a playbook. And so making sure that each team across the central office has that, with the idea of eventually rolling this out to schools. So starting in the center, setting the vision, learning and growing and polishing, and then rolling out to everybody. So starting with almost like a pilot, and then rolling out to everybody as we get smarter and healthier and faster. So I want to run through quickly our teams. We identified 2 ways to think about our teams. Our cabinet, the people that sit with me every week at the level of working across all the departments. And then what we are calling next level leaders. Now when you look at the names of our next level leaders, you can look at those and know that they are some of the best leaders in the state of Tennessee and the country. Right, I would put them up against everybody. They are ones that are in kind of like director, supervisor level roles, just underneath my cabinet. And so what we wanted to do was work intentionally to do the work in our rally cry, our thematic goal, but then to also give people from different parts of the central office opportunities to work together. So we had someone from the academics team and someone from the operations side of the school system. Student support operations side. We tried to balance all of those together. So if you look at strategic anchors, we had Katie, Andy, and Tracy, along with, as our next level leaders, Adam Cripps and Kelly Flood. Team members, Melanie Webster, Julie Silver, Kara Lewis, Phyllis Nash, Rhonda Jernigan, Mary Beth Allen. I'm so excited about this process because it's created so many dotted line connections across the central office. Because it's one thing to bump into somebody in the hall or see them at the Christmas party. It's another thing to work on a team together. And I would like, as y'all are sharing some of the things that you learned from working together. One of the things I can tell you that's been my biggest takeaway is how many of them have come up and said, wow, we've got some great people across our team. Core values, Chris Brown, Craig Ott, Trevor Glover, Jeremy Johnson. Our next level leaders, Eric Bowman and Jerica Mayo. If you look at the group on the cabinet, Eric and Jerica had a tremendous challenge. I just combined y'all, Erica. Had a tremendous challenge just with their cabinet level support. Then we had Katrina, which helped a lot with controlling everybody. Darren, Mariah, Jamie, Anna, and Cole. Broad cross-section of the central office on each of our teams. And each brought so much to the table. High-performing and healthy teams. Chris and Jeremy, and then Ann Miller and Chris Harrison, and then Julie Daniel, Meg, Sean, Neil, Donnie, and Kim. Principal role clarity, we got Lisa and Frankie, and then Sabrina and Jordan, which you'll hear from in just a second. And the team, because this was a year-old team, and now we move more into implementation, the team's going to change a lot, and it involves a lot of principals, assistant principals, things like that that participate in the rollout of this team. So I'm going to now hand off to Sabrina and Jordan, and Lisa and Frankie, and let them come share their finding, or just give a brief, like a 10-minute or so, and then we'll decide, like, if you have questions at the end of that, let's try to keep it to a couple minutes so we can get through all the presentations, and then if we have any wrap-up questions.
Like a summer high school, we're promoting that to t-shirts.
I want that
Hello, how are y'all? Good to see you all. All right, so as Dr. Lunsford mentioned, I'm Sabrina McClure. This is Jordan McMillan. And then you all know Frankie and Lisa, although I wish they were doing that, but I'm sure they're going to cheer us on from back there. Also, you'll see that Dr. Miller and Mr. Cripps are up here. They've really joined our core team in year 2, and so we want to make sure that they get recognition that they're heavily involved in the process now. So last week at the board meeting, I took you on a little field trip to an elementary school. You all know that we only get one field trip a year, so we're not going on another one tonight, right? But I do want to make reference to the suitcase. We talked about instructional coaches packing up all their resources and going on their day. And so we kind of wanted to start there with principal role clarity. You might be thinking, what is principal role clarity? And we'll get there, but I think it's more important to start with why principal role clarity. And I want you to notice these principals or admins. What do you notice? What do you see in this picture?
And they're covering a variety of things.
They look confused, right?
Exhausted.
Yeah, it's a heavy load to carry. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Who knows, right? Depends on what it is. And it looks like they're going to drop some of these balls potentially. Like, that's a lot to carry. They need bigger bags, I think.
It's a heavy load.
It's a heavy load. It's a heavy load. So when we talk about principal role clarity, why is it important? Dr. Langford mentioned a few things in the playbook. He mentioned that one Sumner and all getting on the same page. In principal role clarity, why is it so important? When I became a principal a long time ago, Dr. Langford's right. Nobody gives you a playbook. Nobody really tells you what to focus on. You just do what you think is right and hope you don't make one of these or do it wrong, right? And in a building, sometimes buildings are high performing and everything's rolling along and you can just take what's going and continue that process. Sometimes that's not the case and you need really a guide of where do I focus? What's most important? So through this work, 3 things that, as a district that we want to communicate across any project is clarity, common language, and alignment. And through principal role clarity were 3 focus areas. Like what should principals be doing? What are our 3 focus areas? When we support principals, where are we going to support them? We can't possibly support all of the things, right? So where do we focus? And then common language. When we talk about principal leadership, I mean, how do they lead? What does it mean to be an instructional leader? We got together, which you'll see in a minute, with a whole group of people, and we asked, what is instructional leadership? And what do you think they said? How many people in the room, if there were 40 people, do you think had the same answer of what is an instructional leader? 0 is the answer. No one can name, we always say we want instructional leaders, but what does that mean? And so one of the reasons of principal role clarity, the why, is to come up with what are the models for an instructional leader? What does that actually mean? And then alignment. So across every building, we have so many different buildings in our district, right? Middle school, elementary, virtual, high school. We want some sort of alignment. We want to make sure that there's commonalities and that we're checking on those 3 focus areas. And we'll go over that in a minute. But the outcome of those things should be leadership support. We want to support our leaders well. Teacher support and student success. So this is why principal role clarity. I want to take you through stages of the work. Dr. Langford also mentioned Working Genius, and Dr. Miller, when they present, she has more information on Working Genius. But as you know, there are 3 phases of Working Genius. And I want to give you we want to give you just a brief glance of what's happening in principal role clarity in the past 2 years. So the first stage is ideation, the second stage is activation, and then implementation. And you'll see the timelines down here. So we started this work last year. So ideation really is wondering and vision. It's about getting in a room together and just coming up with all the ideas. Really around what is an instructional leader. So the first thing that happened is there was a core committee. Lisa, Frankie, Jordan, and myself. Dr. Langford was involved. And then we said, okay, we need a committee of school leaders. But if we're going to talk about school leadership, people should be in the room that do the work every day. So we involved principals, assistant principals, instructional coaches, and then many people from our district staff. And so we got in a room often, and we really just tried to solve the problem. What is an instructional leader? How do we support leadership across the district? We surveyed 180 people. We surveyed all of our principals, all of our assistant principals, all of our instructional coaches, all of our teacher leaders, and 180 people took this survey. And from that, we were able to develop a couple of things. The first one you have on your table, which is portrait of a leader. When we sit in on interviews, people will say, what are you looking for? When our answer was, we want an instructional leader. Well, what does that mean? And so through this process and the work of the 40 people on the team and 180 people that took the survey and a lot of research, we developed characteristics of a leader in Sumner County. So we won't go through these that you have on there. And so everything that we're doing, this is what we're looking for in our leaders, whether it's a principal, an assistant principal, somebody in the district office, someone in finance, like these things are important across the board. This is what we think a Sumner County leader should look like. And then from that work, 3 models of leadership developed. We have several formal principals in this room, and we all led our buildings in very different ways. Like the way I led was different than the way Dr. Bowman led, or Mr. Chris, or Dr. Miller. We all have a very different style, but what emerged is three leadership styles. The first one was driver. It's really like boots on the ground. You're doing the work. You're involved in coaching. You're involved in planning. You're involved in high quality materials. You're doing the work with your teachers and with your groups. And then capacity builder. You're really building capacity in those around you, your assistant principals, to do the work. Sometimes you're involved in coaching, but you're not. It's a little bit higher oversight. And then the last type is like a 30,000 view, and we see a lot of high school principals in this model a lot because they're running pretty much small communities in their communities. The next stage of the work is activation. So what happened in this phase is we met with instruction partners in a small group, which we talked about, to go over the survey results, and then really what supports do we need to support each type of leader? What does that look like? Three focus areas emerge. So if we go back to clarity and common language, as a district, our three focus areas are high quality materials, coaching and feedback, and collaborative planning. Also, we introduced this at the principals meeting. They're the ones doing the work, right? So they need to know what this looks like. We also gave them a self-assessment. Where do you think you are? Do you think that you're a driver, a capacity builder? Which level of leader are you? And then we sent out a school interest form. We let them know that we were going to do a pilot of this work and who's interested in doing this work alongside us. Really was about how do we support our leaders more efficiently, which turns into how we support students. And we didn't want to mandate he was doing that work, but he's really interested in getting involved.
Do most get involved?
No. But that's good.
Okay.
Because to pilot this at 50 schools would have been impossible.
Okay.
Right? And so I think we had 11 or 12 schools that said that they were interested, and from that we picked 6. Because it had to be doable for us as well. And so our 6 schools, now we're in implementation phase. So this is, like we did ideation, activation, and now we're implementing this at our 6 schools. Our pilot schools are Station Camp Elementary, Millersville Elementary, Knox Dawes, Westmoreland Middle School, White House High School, and Petersonville High School. And they all said they want to be involved. We thought it was important to have a mix of different leadership styles, and we want to make sure we have Title I schools, we have affluent schools. We want to make sure that this model, when we roll it out, everyone works and that we know how to support every school leader regardless of demographics, regardless of what type of leader you are. And so this year we've been working with these 6 schools. Here's kind of our year 2 timeline. So the first, we had a pilot kickoff on October 17th where instruction partners came in and was really just dug a little bit deeper into what is principal role clarity, what can you expect this year, what does support look like, what does coaching look like. And then in October we launched our partnerships, and so instruction partners, they did coaching conversations with each of these 6 principals. We did school visits where our team of instruction partners went in, and we were looking for high quality materials. This first time we decided, let's not focus on all 3 things at one time. This is a pilot, let's take it slow, let's learn. And so our first school visit, we really just looked at what was going on with high quality materials in those schools. Now we have a mid-year summit, which is coming up February 25th, and in that one we'll talk to the principals, the assistant principals, and the coaches, and the focus is collaborative planning minutes. And so the work from February to the end of the year will be around collaborative planning. In March, when we go to school visits to visit those 6 schools, that's what we'll be looking for, is what happens in collaborative planning here. So what's next? Well, you know it's a pilot, and so we're really just learning, right? Principals will have monthly coaching conversations with instruction partners, and then eventually our team will take those over. Our district-wide meeting is coming up, spring school visits, and then we're going to continue to assess and refine our practices and our support for principals. What are our anticipated outcomes? Well, we want to know, are these models effective? What are the effective practices and principles? We want to have instructional improvements. Where do we need to get better? What does that look like in school? How do we improve student outcomes? We want to have consistent teacher support and collaboration, improve coaching and feedback, enhance district support. You all know that there are only so many of us, and there's a lot of work to do in schools, and it's hard work, and we want to support the most found our characteristics of summer county leader, and we're coming back to those things and strengthening in those areas. And then eventually we want to scale this to all schools. And so what else are intended outcomes? We don't know yet, because we're still in the pilot. These are the things that we anticipate as outcomes in our community.
Question.
Sure.
I would be curious, there's things that are student focused, and then there's ancillary things that they have to deal with that take away from their time to do these things. I would like to see what they feel like are things that could be taken off of their plate that they typically have to deal with.
Yep, that's a good point. And so each of these, I didn't go into it because we had a little bit of time, but with each of these models, somebody different is doing the work. And so there's an action plan template. So we went in the first time and we were looking at high quality materials. If you're a driver, you're really doing a lot of that work yourself. But if you're not, that's okay. Somebody else is doing that. So it's really about action plan and naming who's responsible for this, because we know principals have a lot on their plate. Is it their assistant principal? Is it their instructional coach? Is it someone from our district team that can come walk alongside and help do that work? So there's an action step depending on which model of leader you are that kind of names and kind of streamlines that, because you're right, but there's a lot going on. Does that help kind of answer? And yes, like we always are looking for like how can we lessen the load for principals and school leaders for all of the entire. Thank you for
What
pointing that
tool
out.
do you use to assess their leadership?
They
The
did-
driver, the,
Sure. So Instruction Partners developed a survey and they self-assessed, so they took it and it really kind of helped them identify. What was funny though, some of them said, oh, I'm a driver, we call them a model 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
So they would say, oh, I'm a model 1, but when we got into their building city to work with them, we're like, aren't you really a model 1? Like,
And sometimes at strategic planning, they had to rate themselves on these 3 areas, like from a 1 to 10, and so they would have they said one thing, but rated themselves either really high or really low. So we're like, hey, do these marry each other? Let's talk through that. And they're like, oh my gosh, like it's really powerful.
so interesting.
and I think sometimes people think, oh, I should be a level 1 like a driver, but like realistically, we're not all the same.
But that's
We're
okay.
all drastically different, right? So how is a district being supported regardless of the model you're in?
Sabrina, I think it's also really important to say that there were a couple of models, although they were rare out of the group, that emerged, that the group decided this is not a model we want to support, because it wasn't necessarily a model that we felt like would probably be in line with our core values. And so they really did a lot of work on, making sure we really figured out the models that really represented core values, and that's what we did put on resources.
So as you work in it and the feedback you got, you just narrowed it down to what it is that you felt like, and I like 3s. I think doing it in the 3s, you don't get too many more different.
And the majority fit in one of those buckets. like
Yeah.
that.
The 3 focus areas were identified through the work. We didn't make those up. The people we talked with identified
came
that
to
that's
the
what
top.
they need. Yes.
This is awesome.
And so as
So good.
as a former principal, it would have been so helpful to have this to kind of guide your work and how to
Absolutely.
prioritize what's going on in your building and make sure that you have checkpoints. We did make focus areas for our building because we do think that's important. We can't do everything at one time. And so this kind of gives us that common language across the district to name, okay, these are the 3 areas that are most important right now. These are the areas that we actively support and learn more about because they make impact on students.
And that's the bottom line.
That's the bottom line.
What were some of the most surprising pieces of feedback you got? That maybe you thought you were doing well, that you're like, wow, maybe we aren't.
So this really wasn't about what we are or are not doing as a district, but really what are we doing as a principal and how can we support that? When we did our second round, or when we did our first school visit, we got feedback from the college schools on that. And it really was, there was some feedback around how we thought we were clear in expressing what this college was going to be and what they were going to get. And some principals were like, hey, this isn't what I thought I was getting. And so that was surprising because you're like, man, I thought I was really clear about that. And we saw a discrepancy between elementary and middle school. They're like, yeah, they understood what it was, and high school was a little bit different. So that was surprising. But as we do this, we'll continue to gather feedback so we can get better. But the beginning of this really was about what are you doing in your building and how do you see it. Anything you would add to that, Lynn?
Anything I'll add on, say twice.
And really am. Yeah, down.
Oh, down.
Okay. Good to know. Okay, so I've been sitting over here letting these ladies really take the forefront because what you don't know about me is I'm more operations side. So I was fortunate to be included in this process, not as an educator. I come strictly from an operations mindset, a business mindset. And when we went into, like Dr. Lakeford mentioned, looking at who's going to make the most impact, where do we need to start, and they identified principals. Obviously, huge place to start, biggest impact across the district. So I got to sit in on all of this and help watch these decisions get made and the data reveal what it revealed. So to use that and then to then take it now, I'm on the team, but I am moving in a different direction because this work is not just for the purpose of principals. Sumner County, biggest employer in the county. So we have a lot of employees that are not just educators, but you've got what we call, on the operations side, you've got classified employees and your certified employees. So your principals, these are your certified employees. It's where we wanted to start. It's the pilot program that they're still working on day to day that I can't talk about myself. I can't go and coach a principal on what to do. I might be better at the high schoolers to talk about small business operations, maybe how to run a budget, but I can't necessarily do the coaching on the education side. But what we're looking at doing is taking that work and then after the piloting, moving that into, and again, Dr. Lakeford mentioned, all these cross-departmental and really looking at leadership from a district level. So taking this to other departments. So that is our next step in the process, is to not only take it on the instruction side, but to pull it into the business side as well, the operations side, and start looking at the department in a back office setting. We want to reimagine a little bit of those practices though, because if you say high quality materials, in fact, that was one of the jokes, is a lot of the vernacular that they use, I'm going, guys, I don't understand what this means. You're going to have to break that down for me. So kind of redefining those to make it make sense for those that are not on the education side, but still for the purpose of aligning us and keeping that clarity consistent across the district. We want to also create sustainable strategic growth and development of employees. One thing that we've all agreed and not been shy about talking about is we have lacked in developing our classified employees. Those employees who are here for 20, 30, 40 years. I worked in retirement the last couple of years, and I can tell you we've got people who've been here more in their life than they have been. So those people also deserve to have educational opportunities and growth in the district. So calling our high quality materials, we would call those resources. So if you meet with the department, I'm going to pick on IT because they've got several back here. If I was working with the IT department, I might say, hey, what resources are you looking at? What vendors are you using? Are you getting the most efficient use of your software? Are you spending your budget wisely? There are resources that we would go through to look at in a leadership capacity of things that you could try to improve in your department. And then collaborative planning, how are you cross-departmentally communicating? Are you talking to the departments where you see issues? Or are you just trying to solve it without having a meeting? Are you trying to just, in an IT frame, look at it and not talk to the people who are actually in it and see if you guys can talk together and figure out a better solution? How collaborative are you being? Coaching and feedback, you could name it that, so we could keep it the same because that actually did make sense to me. We called it, just your emotional intelligence and development, how to conflict resolution. I can tell you that's the biggest thing in any business. Yes. How do you talk to somebody when you don't agree? I can't imagine y'all ever had to deal with that. But how do you have productive conversations in a conflict resolution, good, efficient conversation? So that's something we would want to see in our back office as well. So just our key concepts are continuing to work around our core values. We are going to use SLC to continue that education and our Lencioni's work with Working Genius and really pushing that out departmentally as well. We want to focus on strengthening our accountability in our own departments. Our teachers, our schools, our educators are held accountable. I know their stuff gets coded into the TNDOE. I mean, they're getting a lot of stuff put in. What are we doing on the other side to make sure we're holding our people accountable and watching them strategically grow as well? We want to create more opportunities for our classified staff. So we want to look at those outsourcing opportunities, things we can do inside to do better. We want to start looking at those things as well. So that is the official end of our presentation.
Yeah, Let me just, real quick, I want to say, Craig, to your point, I think one of the things, the need for clarity is so that we can start to have those conversations. I can tell you, like, I felt like the whole time I was a principal, my job was to make sure everything happened at White House High School. And I would have loved for someone to come in and say, hey, you're probably kind of a driver. I don't know, would that be fair? I drove to a point and then I jumped out of the car at the detail part. So that's probably the fairest way to say it. I turned the wheel over to him when we got to the details. But,
You haven't done the assessment.
yeah, oh yeah. Oh, not on the principal.
Okay.
No,
I think every.
but I wish somebody would have told me that I didn't have to do everything, because a lot of days I ended up doing nowhere near what I could have done because I didn't feel empowered to say,
Delegate.
that's not what I need to hand this off, or to have somebody come in and coach me and say, hey, pick 2 things that you're going to hand off to somebody and tell me who you're good. Next time I come, I want you to tell me who you're going to hand that off to. One of the things is, one of my big goals over the next 3 years is to completely eliminate the difference between classified and certified leaders. Right? You're just a leader. And you'll see today, by the end, you won't be able to tell the difference of who's certified and who's classified, because it's a false line. We have exceptional people across the board. And, I think it's like, if you look, and what I love about our teams is we're getting not just more cross-departmental in our meetings, but in our actual jobs. Because Jordan practices humility a lot by saying, I don't know anything about this structure. It's not true. Sorry, one question back. But she's moved from being in benefits retirement to a vital part in our Teach Summit, helping coordinate all that. So you see, she's made that jump, and that's because we're really emphasizing that you're not limited by where you start in our organization. So I'm really excited about that. The other thing I want to say before if y'all have any more questions is IT is crushing it in the Lencioni work. It was so fun because the first day that we were doing this, when you had to be vulnerable and talk about emotional IQ and all that kind of stuff, Chris was like, my guys could have busted rocks all day and been less tired. But they stayed until the bitter end. And the work that they have done as a team is really, really impressive. Their meetings are totally different. Their leadership is totally different. And it's really exciting to see the work. Y'all have any questions?
You guys are talking a lot about what I would then call succession planning. Are you doing actual
What's that saying?
succession planning or nine boxing?
Yeah, I think that, y'all jump in. I think that every organization struggles to think about who comes next. And I think it's a little bit of that. It's also, I think, cross-training so that we're all familiar. I would say probably where we are now is how are we able to get together and have conversations across departments and understand each other's strengths. I think if you look, like every department has high-quality materials. Every department collaborates. Every department deals with conflict resolution.
It is really hard though, as a building level principal, to take on a building where somebody was a different type of leader because the employees are expecting that, but sometimes you need something different. Like when I left Wiseman, I think they were pretty tired of me after 9 years, right? Like somebody else brought something different, and I think that's okay. We need different leaders, and no one's gonna do it the same way, but it needs to work for employees sometimes, so that is a good,
For the operations side, that is a piece. I mean, we kept it quick today, but to talk about the development and then to identify the next level leaders, who's going to be next, who can be trained to do the next thing. I know in finance in the last few years, Amanda would have to correct county, the CCFO program, there have been several who've gone through these very specific educational opportunities so that they can take on that next thing. So I know on the operations side, that is a piece of the plan, is to look at who can you assign and who wants to move up. I mean, who wants to stay and grow.
Let me go to Lisa real quick.
I think one of the things that I found really interesting and a conversation that I thought was kind of a healthy debate when we first got all the principals together was the way they would identify the kind of principal they should be, but they were a different principal depending on the state of their school. So if they took over a building that maybe had a different type of leader, they might have had to be more in the ground level work. They might have become a different type of leader 5 years in when they had built capacity in their staff and they had gotten things to a place where they wanted. So it was interesting to hear leaders talk about how they were one type of leader, maybe in a certain setting, and then became another type of leader. So I just thought that was fascinating. They also, and one of the things they also I thought was interesting is they said, you know, we just get this building, and I'm thinking somebody needs to tell me where the boiler room is. You know, like somebody needs to tell me what to do in the boiler room. And I'm like, it's so, they're responsible for so much that it's like the big things and the little things, you know, all at once. So I just thought those were some interesting things, but I thought the different types of leaders at different stages was really interesting.
One of the things that we do, it doesn't really have anything to do with personal welfare, but we do a lot of leadership development just in general. We have a class called ALA, which is Aspiring Leadership Academy, and people can apply and they come and learn about leadership skills and traits and characteristics. And so I think that we do a fairly good job of training people who want to go into leadership roles. It's not necessarily about you're going to go to this specific school. I think you can talk to that more.
Yeah, and I think what tradition is we started that on the instructional side, I think about the principals. And I think what's evolved over the last 6 months or so is how do we make that open? You know, because basically we'll just pop in and heard the training about that, and we did a training on emotional intelligence. But if people pop in for all the departments, I want to do that. So now we're looking at how do we open that up more than just, you know, one area. So, yeah, go ahead.
And I want to go back to the leadership stuff where the people that are in place are bringing others in that they go out and recognize that have maybe that driver role and maybe not, but they still have a role somewhere else down on the ladder here that, I mean, you're still doing that. And just since my little short tenure here, the people that have been brought in and done that amazing.
Well, I think even just today, as you hear our different leaders present, we see very different styles.
Yeah.
All the same.
And that's gonna be, it's a conflict, like you said. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be at every school, you don't know.
And I would love to keep this going, but we got more groups, so I'm going to keep it moving. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Excellent. Yeah. Good job.
All right. And so, you know, in the same time, we're going to have Jarek or Erica come up. Dr. Eric Bowman and Jarek are going to come up, and if y'all would take just a moment and after you get set up, but just introduce yourselves because it is good for us to get to know. I should have done that with George and Sabrina. Go ahead and just share a little bit about yourselves.
Erica Mayo, and I'm in the Safe School, Playground Department. In about 6 years, I guess, now-ish. Came in as a prevention specialist on that side and moved really full force into school safety, physical safety of the buildings, and loved every section of all that.
Okay, my name is Eric Bowman. I supervise elementary instruction, so we have 28 elementary schools, and I work with those schools, as well as federal programs. We have 16 schools that receive Title I funding, and that federal funding kind of rolls through me and then out to those schools to do that. Thanks for several of y'all helping with the one and only Ivan. I know some of y'all are trying to get back in schools and reading books for that. That ends right here in the middle of February. Before that, I was at T.W. Hunter as a principal and assistant principal. I also taught 8th grade social studies. I actually graduated from Beach, so I'm very much a Beach campus guy.
Station Camp girl.
There you go. I thought you were.
There we go. To get started, we are the core values team, and you guys will see the core values. Dr. Langford's already pointed them out. We'll talk about grit, bought into the mission, growth mindset, humility quite a bit through this presentation. I'm going to cover some of our team members and what we did, and I'm going to showcase some of the products that actually came out of this team. It ended up being a lot more products than what we had initially anticipated it being. Walk right along. Like you said, we have some of the team leaders that were on cabinet.
Notice they assigned 4 cabinet members to us and no other school. It's
I
like
know.
we needed
I know.
extra chaperones. Everybody else got like 2, and they said, no, give Erica 4. Right?
Boundary here.
They need their help.
Jarek and Erica. Actually, I appreciate our cabinet leaders because they kind of let us roll with it quite a bit. So And then we had some great team members, and we'll go into like their departments here in a little bit. But we were tasked with the goal of finding the core values and put it into each of our work. How do we embed this into what we do every day from the very beginning, from a new hire all the way to someone that's been here for 40 years? Like, what does that look like? So our very first meeting was pretty interesting. Back in July, we got to pick our teams. So I can tell you, me and Eric sat down with the cabinet and we started spitballing names up onto a board of people that we felt encompass these core values. That board was full. Like, the team that
Way bigger than our actual team.
Yes, and like JJ kept saying, no, we have to bring it down. Like, we can't have that many. I'm like, well, we want this person. And like, we're seriously like felt like we were kicking people off the island is what it felt like. But we were passionate, and we had so many people that encompass these types of values, which is pretty impressive.
It felt like grade school kickball team,
It kinda
kinda.
did, yeah.
And I was so glad I was a next level leader, because usually I would be a pick last for the kickball team. But this time I got to do the kicking, so it was really nice.
At least this way they didn't know they were getting picked
Exactly,
on,
yeah. It was
so
no
it's okay.
secret, yeah.
And then we got to meet our team, and that was a different dynamic, having everybody in the same room. And I was so thankful in that moment to be paired with Eric, because he is used to maintaining like 50 plus people or a whole school building, and he can take and like bring Katrina from here all the way back down to here. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful for Eric right now. But it was so neat for me to get to see like how other meetings are ran or how other people lead, and so that was beneficial for me to get to see.
I've managed an 8th grade cafeteria. I can manage Katrina.
Yeah, I was like, that was so impressive.
Magic trick, yeah.
Hey, how many ended up being on your team?
We're going to show you that in just a second. Yeah, we'll have to count it.
We ended up meeting,
Yeah, it's good.
we met a whole lot.
We met a lot.
Me and Eric, our work styles were somewhat similar. We were like, plan it, get it done, let's on to the next, have our next meeting. So we did frame out a whole lot of meetings. As we were going through, so let me jump back to this one. In that September meeting, we had all of our team members come in, and they all started putting down, writing down where they and their roles could put things into like their meeting. You know, you may know what happens with instruction, or I may know what happens with safety, but what about janitorial staff or the transportation? So all those ideas came in spitballing out, and we were able to start breaking them down into buckets. And so we broke it into more of a contextual and a visual team. And each of those teams ended up having 3 different kind of buckets that they worked on. So as you guys see in this visual side, we had CTE, we had information services, communications, and safety. And one team, those were a lot more of our artsy, creative, kind of free thinkers of the group, I feel like. And then you want to talk about your group?
They made me Katrina, right? I love Katrina.
Free thinker.
Yeah. I'm not so much a free thinker. I don't live like outside the box. I'm very much inside the box, and I like boundaries, and I like order, and I like just like, here's the answer, let's move forward.
You like Times New Roman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Times New Roman is the only font I use. Exactly. I still use 2 spaces after a period. King James, I'm fine with him. It's no problem. So our team is a little bit more like straight-laced and here's the products and we get it done. Jericho was way better at the visual piece, which was really cool. We got to see how each of these people really contributed to these things through the visual side and during the contextual side. We'll see that as we go through.
But outside, I also learned that Mariah had a background in interior design.
Yeah.
And that Darren in the back, he referees like all these games all the time. So he works all day and then goes to high school games. So it was just neat to work in different departments that I wouldn't have known to know those people. And then they get to call me. Like Mariah texted me or messaged me this morning. Like, hey, can you speak to a class for my CT? Like, that may have never happened. We didn't have those connections already. So my visual work group, we focused on 3 areas. We consolidated everybody's ideas, and we think these 3 buckets are obtainable for this work group. Unified branding. We felt like if we were gonna show that we're bought into the mission. We want to look like we're bought into the mission. We want to be uniform, one Sumner, a forward approach. Because we started noticing, we had to hire a new person in Safe Schools, and I started looking at some of the information she got from HR. And then I got to look at some of the information she got from benefits. Everything looked different. Nothing was consistent. Nothing looked the same. Here's this, and I was like, if we're gonna be that forefront, we all look like we are the Board of Education. And then we also talked about district communication that was going out, letters that go out. I get asked a lot, like the board letterhead, I would see it come out and it would have Del Phillips' name on it. Like, why are we still using this? Or different school board members are at the bottom, but it had changed so long. A lot of people didn't update it. So we were trying to think of ways to make it more readily available to people as well. And then the culture and recognition piece. We'll talk about that a little bit more too. So unified branding, excited to show you guys. You guys have seen the slide decks that were produced. Dr. Langford's been using them quite a bit. Hasn't officially launched to all of central office. It's okay if you still see some other ones floating around for a bit. But ideally, if a presentation is going to be used in the community or through the board, it would be a uniform slide deck using our specific colors and fonts, logos, and stay within those rows. There too. So this is a sample of what our brand, just a snippet of what the brand kit would look like. The website design helped us quite a bit because they already picked all the colors, they already had all the logos, things like that established, so it was pretty easy for us to put it together. District template, the slide deck is readily accessible on Google Slides, so anybody in our district can click on it and utilize those slides, and they're all kind of locked and set. And then we'll move into business cards and uniform email signatures. Because we've seen a lot of like pictures and quotes and just some different variety. So this way, if an email comes from Board of Education, you're going to know it also will look the same and be consistent. This is also the new letterhead that is designed. That is also already loaded into the Google Docs as a template that we can use as well. Lastly is the culture and recognition piece. We do a great job about awarding teacher of the year, principal of the year, even celebrating our classified staff yearly. We felt like we've done enough. I mean, we look at schools, we want to remember our schools. They do student recognition all the time, publicizing on social media. It's not a big task. It's not costly to recognize somebody or take their job. So we thought this would be a great way to put on our website and to recognize employees that display one of these values. And anybody can nominate. So if I see Eric doing something one day that shows a whole lot of grit, I can go in there, type it in, and then we can pull it and recognize them with either a social media post, it's simple, to a board meeting. We haven't figured all that quite out yet, but just a little pat on the back, okay, I saw you. Goes a long way.
All right, here's my contextual team. So our three things that we really focused on were talent integration. So we're thinking like hiring, onboarding, those things. Professional growth, how are we engaging constantly in this idea of growing and reflecting on our current practice? And then finally, how are we evaluating whether or not people are living and seeing these core values embedded into their culture? So the first link is talent integration. The team developed some sentences and/or questions that you can use no matter where you are, from school level all the way up to district level in all departments, of interview questions that really hit on grit, growth mindset, humility, and bought into the mission. And so you can pull from those. You still have autonomy at those different levels, but pull from those and really think about what questions do I want to ask this candidate, so that we're, from the very beginning when we onboard a new candidate, we're embedding this idea that these values are critical to be successful in Sumner County. The second one is professional growth. So many people across the district level offices have one-to-one conversations with their supervisor. We're trying to think of how do we anchor those conversations into something more consistent. So we've had a lot of conversations about our skill set, whether or not you're good at presentations or you're good at collaboration or things like that. But how do we have employee reflection on how am I showing up with grit every single day? How am I showing up bought into the mission of Sumner County Schools? How am I showing up with humility? So it's an opportunity for supervisors to sit down with their colleagues and have reflections about these things and really set some professional growth goals among those teams. And the last one is how we're evaluating our impact. I do believe in assessing how we're doing constantly. And so the team developed this kind of survey for staff to take across the district. The first one, it hasn't gone out yet, but the first one would kind of give us a baseline to see where are we on these values, and then start to measure whether or not we're making an impact on embedding these core values across the district. So that's really what the confectionery team worked on.
Eric, when you sit across the district, is that for the educator in the classroom?
So, educators in the classroom are already evaluated, for example. So we thought it's best that at the district level, we really model what these things are before we kind of go to the next level.
Okay.
And so, for example, these reflection opportunities, we would share and pitch that we should start these at the district level and have those conversations first. How is Eric Bowman, when I'm working with 28 elementary schools, showing up with grit, bought in the mission, growth mindset, et cetera? How am I reflecting that? How is my team reflecting that before we move on? Now, I would say for this survey, I think it's critical that every person in this district really understands what these core values are. So we would really like to keep kind of a pulse check as far as we're concerned across the district on those things. Yeah, go ahead.
With that one, is there an intention to put a score on the side of that survey result and then track ourselves against how we improve the baseline?
Yeah. So we create that baseline score essentially, and then how are we making progress or not on some of these measures? And as our team continues to evolve and grow, how do we as a team potentially reflect on that, share that communication with the cabinet, and how the cabinet kind of help partner with us on what tweaks we need to make as a district to improve certain things?
Have you defined what you think you would like to see out of the score the first time, so that you gauge off of what you think should be versus what you think?
We've had conversations a lot about that. I'm glad you're touching on that. We've had conversations specifically about these surveys. Should we have people indicate whether or not they're classified or certified and kind of measure the differences that we see there? Should we have people identify if you work for a specific school or a department? So some of that gets tricky because we really want authentic data, we want real data, and we don't want people like artificially changing it. They don't want their principal to look bad, and we don't want to create additional burdens on a school principal. I've stepped out of a school principal role. So those conversations are good and worthy. We haven't made commitments to those things yet, is what I would say. You're seeing this fresh process, right?
You're thinking through all of them.
Yeah, it's in that, what is that, ideation phase?
Yeah, you're right.
Right? Trying to learn the words.
You're doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job. Doing great.
I'm discerning it's tenacity on that thing, so I just like to get it done. Like, talking about it gets, get it done, I like that. I like to get it done. Give me a task, I'll do it. Dig a hole, okay, I can do that, yeah. What else? That's really good feedback, what else? It's not out there, sorry. Maybe more. What else, what are you thinking?
What's your timeline for your process,
What do you think
from
it should be?
beginning to end? I like that you're already thinking about putting the measures in because I think that touch point is
Yeah.
good because you might need to shift
Yeah.
somewhere. So, yeah, I'm just trying to understand. It's a lot of work when I think about surveying.
Because we have these other jobs, which is good
Exactly.
too, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the branding, we're kind of starting with a slow trickle, and you're seeing that come out slowly and surely. We don't want to tell everybody, you got to change your email signature today. People are attached to certain things, and like their email signatures, for example, they're very attached to these things, right? So you got to be careful. But you start to see, I've seen it, obviously, in the cabinet, like they're starting to trickle out there. I'm like, okay, people are getting it. And so sometimes the best change happens by that like contagion effect, you know what I mean? Where people start to, it ripples. There's other things like the survey that I think needs to happen fairly soon so that we can start to get a good baseline before we start measuring progress, things like that.
So you're hopeful to get the survey out before the end of this?
Ideally, because if we can take that survey and then bring it to the SLC, the Summer Leadership Conference, where the leaders are there, and kind of can reflect on where are we right now and where do we want to go, that would be ideal. But that's Eric and Jericho. It's not.
It's probably here.
It's the left brain, right brain of this team. Yeah. Those are good questions. Those are all questions that we've asked and we've had conversations with the cabinet about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, thank you. I just want to celebrate, this is a tremendous amount of work, and some of the things that, just the slide deck, beyond The slide deck is comprehensive. You only see a few slides of it. I'm probably a little bit more like Eric than Jerica on the slides. So I tend to be pretty simple with the ones that I use, but there's so many fantastic slides on there. But what they've also done are some standalone presentations on grit, and then they'll expand into, you'll see the strategic anchors in just a minute, I want to step on their work. But where if you're a principal and you want to do this for your team, you've already got a slide deck built and it's using the same language. Or if we're doing a job training or something like that. And there's already been a lot, one of the things I think you'll see is so much cross-pollination. We got together in December, all of us, just to make sure that we were aligned. And what was cool is how much cross-pollination is already happening. And so we've already seen some of the conversation about core values integrated into principal role clarity. And that's jumped outside of all this process into our hiring process for leaders. And you heard them make mention of that. So really, they've done just a tremendous job. Did any of the cabinet level members from that team have anything they want to add? No good?
I think the products was good, but just getting together a team from different parts, this is office working on something was really powerful. I know we had somebody in technology that was really excited just to be part of a team and just work on something and making those connections and getting those people that traditionally may not work on schools and stuff like that is really powerful.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor. Yeah, thank you.
Eric, did y'all, Jericho?
Jerry.
How many are on your team?
It's like 12.
Yeah.
If we count the cabinet leaders, it's 12.
12
Yeah.
that are brainstorming this and ideation.
Yes.
12?
I have about 4 on visuals that cranked out. They're in the back. You have an IT person on your team no matter what.
Absolutely.
They were open. Get so much
I had
done.
some HR people, they were great. Great, you're welcome.
All right, let's roll on over to strategic anchors, and we'll have Adam Cripps and Kelly Floyd come on.
All right, as they're setting up, I'll introduce myself. I'm Adam Cripps. This is year 28 in Sumner County School. I started at Ellis Middle School, so my principal role there was Opal Poe. And if you know Opal Poe, that was a great place to start. And she's been a mentor of mine for most of my career. I transitioned to Station Camp High School when it first opened, and then after about a year and a half, moved to Watt Hardison Elementary School in Portland as assistant principal. And then after about 3.5 years there, I went to George Whitney Elementary, previously Wessington Place Elementary. And after Mr. Whitney had passed away, the school was renamed for Mr. Whitney. I was in on that process. I was there for 6 years. And then Dr. Phillips showed up one July and pulled me from the George Whitney and moved me to Station Camp Elementary. Luckily, that was in the year that we closed schools for a couple of weeks to do some budget work. And that gave me 2 weeks to learn everybody's name and the school that I was out in. I was there for 4 years and then had the opportunity to transition to Ellis Middle School, where I began. Mr. Frank was transitioning to Maryland High. So I made the transition to Ellis Middle School, was there 8 years, and now have the pleasure of serving all middle schools as the middle school supervisor of instruction. So I travel all around weekly, just do the best I can to plug in and build capacity where it's needed.
Hi, I'm Kelly Flood, and I'm the communications coordinator. I work with the one and only Jeremy Johnson. I'm the unicorn in the room because I do not have an education background. I work for the National Predators. A couple people raised their hands.
Lots of unicorns.
More than one. Can't take that funny. I work for the National Predators as a broadcast manager, and then before that I was actually a television reporter. And so this is my 8th year. 8 years in Sumner County Schools. My mom is a retired teacher. I have 2 aunts that were teachers, and then I married a teacher. So
were really fortunate to get these strategic anchors category. We get to show how we succeed. And so a lot of the things that you've been involved with as board members, that you've experienced in your communities, these are the things that bring people joy, that show impact. So strategic anchors, that is our team. Our team members, Kelly and I, as the next level leaders. We've had great cabinet members of Kate Brown, Tracy Richardson, and Andy Brown. And then our great team members, Melanie Webster from attendance. We had Julie Silver, one of our social workers. Kara Lewis, exceptional ed. We had Phyllis Nash in transportation. Mary Beth Allen here at CTE. And then also Rhonda Jernigan in finance. So great, just a broad, diverse group. Great opportunities to come together. Luckily, I had a chance throughout my career to work with many of these individuals, so it was like just coming together for a different purpose, but a very worthy purpose. Our purpose was to define, measure, and celebrate these strategic anchors, those anchors being the anchor of the community, innovate for opportunity, and then also invest in development. Our timeline, similar to Eric and Jerica, we started kind of about a week or two after them. I did visit Jerica one day and asked her, hey, talk to me a little bit about how y'all got started. So that alignment was already going on before we jumped in. But Kelly and I jumped in with our team. We started out in December with introductions to one another, but then also brainstorming what does it mean to anchor the community, to innovate for opportunity, and to invest in development. So we started out with that process to create those definitions and those descriptors. In October, we had a draft product development teams. So what we did is we divided the two into two teams, really into three teams. And in those three teams, we were working together to define and to identify examples of all three of these anchors. By November, we presented a draft presentation, the one that you're looking at, to the cabinet. And then by December, we did an updated presentation and started to talk about where this goes next, which is a media guide that will go to schools, and Kelly will talk more about that at the end of the presentation, but a media guide that will help schools identify what they're doing very well, where maybe some gaps exist, but then also how do we showcase what we're doing and make sure that our communities see the great work that's happening and how we succeed. So, Kelly?
All right, let's begin with Anchor the Community. And the way that we defined Anchor the Community, Sumner County Schools serves as a steady, reliable center for students, families, and communities to learn, connect, and grow. In Sumner County, we are united by a shared purpose. We strive to be the place where everyone belongs and succeeds. We create connections by uniting families, staff, and the community through shared experiences. And that one just really hits home for me because, you know, when we first moved to Sumner County, I owned a home in Sumner County, but I didn't live in Sumner County. What I mean by that is I worked downtown on 501 Broadway. That's where I shopped. That's where I ate. That's where I did everything until my daughter, who's my oldest, started kindergarten at Madison Creek. And then I started connecting with families in Sumner County, and I truly call Sumner County home. I'm not from Sumner County. I'm not from the state of Tennessee, and so until she started school, I was not connected at all here. We also foster identity and pride. We encourage our people to see themselves as valued, respected teammates. And I feel like we could do 30 slides on opportunities that we have. I'm just going to read you a few. Sumner Gives Back, Family Resource Center, which provides our financially challenged families with food and clothes and volunteer opportunities for our CDC classes and Tennessee Promise students. We have tons of family engagement events, of course, back to school block parties, lunches, games, free haircuts. The Gallatin community does a great job with their community events that they do every year. Community Wellness, a new wellness clinic opening up in Portland that got canceled due to the ice storm. Our big announcement, a new date will be coming soon. We have summer scholars. We are building a teaching community by connecting students with local companies to learn about careers, engaging parents in the process, and ensuring clear, cascading communication across the community. We're building a network to support students' well-being, including coordinated crisis management, Safer Sumner, and enhance communication and partnerships with community organizations to address academic, social, and emotional needs. And then, of course, safety protocols, which are so important. We have a terrific partnership with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Friday has been so wonderful to work with his team and our nationally ranked SRO unit.
Thank you, Kelly. As Kelly shared, these examples could go on and on and on. What we tried to do from that brainstorming from the full team is pull a wide range of different types of examples from different parts of our district, different programs, and kind of put those together as a representation. But you can really imagine from your own experience the things that you have been a part of. So now we're going to talk about innovating for opportunity. And so as we define that as a team and then also connected with the cabinet, Sumner County Schools fosters collaboration, creativity, and forward thinking to develop innovative opportunities for community and student success. How does that happen? It happens through developing opportunities for collaboration between schools, communities, local partners to create pathways of success and fulfillment. We look at both success, the things that we achieve, but also fulfillment, the things that we feel that we've had an impact on others. We embrace new and creative ideas to connect people with opportunities for leadership and career exploration. And that's from top to bottom, and it's everybody. So examples, at the elementary school level, the development of school clubs, so allowing students to experience things beyond the classroom. STEAM partnerships, so integrating science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics into projects, bringing families into that experience. School carnival involving community partners, BizTown to give that real world experience for our students to manage a city and budgets and those types of things. Invention Convention, Sumner Gives Back partnerships. For middle school, expanding middle school career exploration. So sixth graders beginning to narrow down and really see what those possible interests are. Seventh graders taking that career inventory assessment with U-Science and beginning to identify things that they connect most with. And then eighth graders being involved in the career fair at Volunteer State Community College. We look at also piloting a new schedule at Ellis Middle School. But the big thing, and you heard about this at the last board meeting, was that flex time at the end, where students go through a rigorous day of instruction, through class after class after class. But then, at the end of the day, they get that opportunity to select. What experience do I want to have at the end of this day? Is it one where I need to maybe catch up on homework? Or do I have the opportunity to go to a bluegrass class where I'm hearing the banjo and other people sing? So those different experiences through that pilot program, we're studying the results of that, and then over time, we will begin to talk to other principals about that opportunity. Also, Course Mojo. You've probably heard about Course Mojo quite a bit at the middle school level. Again, an AI-crafted software program, again, designed by educators as a text companion, giving real-time feedback to students at their level. And here's the cool thing, Course Mojo, they are very responsive in providing updates. The most current update is going to be a new writing piece that is grounded in the Tennessee rubric. And so now the AI program will be able to get direct feedback based off of the Tennessee writing rubric. So that's actually being released over the next 2 weeks. We've got some vetting teams working through that, both through Course Mojo, through instruction partners, and then also through our team with Penny Steele, Dr. Shea. High school, we've got, again, where we are now, the Innovation Center providing innovative opportunities for first and future careers, AP and dual enrollment opportunities, community involvement, so opportunities for high school students to serve their community in new and innovative ways. School safety, empowering students with voice through Safer Sumner, developing leadership opportunities inside and outside of the school environment, and then cluster partnerships for student support. Again, looking at how middle school is supporting elementary and high school is supporting middle school. Now, investing in development, that last anchor. So we define that as Sumner County Schools invest in the ongoing development of people, facilities, ideas, and culture through shared resources, technology, and and diverse learning opportunities. How does that take place? We strive to provide our communities with a safe, secure, and connected learning environment. I know we talk a lot about safe and secure, but that connected piece is so important. For every student to see that they can belong and they have hope to succeed. So that connected piece is the key word there. We foster a growth mindset and committed vision by investing in our students, our teachers, and our leaders. You've heard through Principal World Clarity, through our core values team, how that investment ripples across every stakeholder. We build diverse partnerships for sustained investments in our communities for the development of better people for a better world. Examples: investing in people, Teach Summer, investing in people looking for that career switch, but also supporting the human capital needs of our district. The attendance department, investing in the well-being of students and families to maximize resources and to celebrate when schools improve their attendance numbers. Investing in facilities, the Liberty Creek Cluster Campus serves as a new model for new school construction and resource development. Beach High School Stadium renovation represents a new approach in facility investments for comprehensive, long-term development of extracurriculars to align with the community anchors and innovation goals. Again, facility investments, looking at an older school, Hawkins Middle School, first 8th grade class in the old Hawkins, the new Hawkins Middle School. I was the last 7th grade class in the old Hawkins that's no longer there. But again, investing in library renovations as an ongoing investment to current facilities, and the annual security assessment serving as a collaborative opportunity between school leaders, district coordinators, and emergency services to identify campus needs and coordinate awareness of facility resources. Culture, Summer Gives Back, something you're very aware of. And then also something that we talked a little bit about, where high school students connecting with elementary and middle school to support the ongoing events in that cluster, so that cluster collaboration. Ideas, again, the Innovation Center, students learning new opportunities for future or their first careers. And then Liberty Creek Culinary Program, exposing our 8th graders during the career fair. So that was a great opportunity for our students to learn something that they hadn't been exposed to before at other schools.
So anchoring the community sounds powerful, but if you want it to be more than just a phrase, you need evidence that it's happening. The district should establish ways to track how both individual schools and the district office are actively implementing and embodying the anchors. And so what I gave you is one way that I track myself. And so this is our TV viewership. So from the start of school, this was presented at the November meeting that we had here internally. And so this was through Halloween, and so you can see that we had a little over 3 million people tune in nationally, a little over 14 million for local viewership. We had 181 distinct families, and then that tells you what that would equal into advertising dollars. And so then it also gives me clips of what actually aired, and you can go in and click on the video and see the story that aired. And so that is just one way that I monitor what I'm doing in TV. I get about an average of 2 million views a month on the Sumner County Schools Facebook page. You can see that half are from followers and about 44% are from non-followers. So that interests me that people are maybe not following the page, but are coming back to the page to view certain things. And so I can track what our top posts are. And so like our top post for the summer was the school supply list, which obviously every parent wanted to see that, followed by our military seniors, which I love to promote and honor all of our students that are enlisted into the military, followed by principal announcements. So it's interesting to see what our parents are wanting to tune in and see and what they are really reading. And so I track all of that information. So if you ever have any questions about any of that, I can tell you who's following us and where they're following us, how many followers we have, what age they are they female, are they male? Hendersonville is our top viewed city in Sumner County, followed by Gallatin, Portland, White House, Westmoreland. student attendance that they have at different games or events or concerts or music programs that they are hosting, volunteer participation, discipline and attendance data, the community impact, which is the number of meals, clothing, food packs, volunteer opportunities, partnership count, the number of ongoing partnerships that they have with local businesses, churches, civics groups, or nonprofits, resource sharing, how often the school is used as a hub. I know my kids are heavily involved in Hendersonville Parks and Rec. I don't know how they would survive without our schools with basketball season, track mentions in the local media, social media engagement, our community awards, and then best interest determination meetings with our McKinney-Vento families and foster care students to set goals, establish resources, and look at progress toward family goals, and then of course measuring academic growth.
Kelly, I have a question, because
Yes.
it's like another language to me.
Yes.
What's the importance of the local ad value? Are those actually dollars and actual ad?
Those are dollars, so
And how does that tie to the viewer? I may be getting way off track. This is just,
every time that TV runs the story or whatever, they can generate how much money they're making off of it. And so that shows you the number of ad value.
and that would entice them to do more of our stories. If we're, it comes down to money.
So
Always does.
on the flip side of that, since you have those stats, how about bringing in potential partners during the time? I mean, to me, if I'm a business, I want publication. I mean, this is stats that you can utilize to showcase, like, hey, I can get your. You have to be careful about co-branding and all these other things going on, especially with the neighbor schools and kids. But at the same time, I mean, that should be pretty lucrative to some outside groups to look and see. If you're able to provide this type of data, we're talking about a lot of money, revenue, ad shares.
They're obviously going to get a return on their investment, right?
Yeah.
That's what this
So with the
works.
lens and saying like these big companies, though, are we having this type of conversations?
I mean, some of that would require, some of what you're mentioning would require us to look at board policy and think about some of that. I think an immediate thing that we can see is that, we talk about summer gives back, connecting with the community and anchoring the community, but there's also real value back and forth, like our kids get wonderful experiences, they get to give back, but then our partners also get a huge benefit, like intrinsic value, but then also just being known in the community as well. Yeah, I think that's absolutely something.
And then obviously we want to celebrate the great work that are going on around the county. Media, print, TV, social media, website, recognition assemblies, these happen all the time. I love the one that Hendersonville High School does where they honor their AP scholars. I think that's amazing. The kids get so excited. It's really fun to be there on those days. They can do something like Anchor Awards, like where they do a monthly or quarterly student awards tied directly to Anchor, Innovate, and Invest. Spotlight stories on the school website or social media featuring student achievements, public shout outs during faculty meetings, newsletters, or district communications for teachers who lead innovative or community-centered projects. Of course, we do the teacher staff admin of the year events, board meeting recognition, and community partnership awards and recognition. So next steps, what are we working on now? So we are working to create a media guide that will clearly define each strategic anchor and provide practical examples. As far as professional learning goes, we're going to equip district and school leaders with clear, actionable steps to identify gaps, highlight strengths, and implement effective strategies. And then hopefully we will increase partnerships, strengthen our relationships with community, organizational partners to support shared goals and amplify our impact.
And this is just a sample. It's not a graphic that represents our work right now, but just a sample for you to kind of look at. But it's a product, and our ultimate goal is for our leaders to be able to take that, apply it to their communities, again, identify their strengths, recognize possible gaps, but then also identify, hey, these are things that we're doing that nobody knows about. So how can we make sure that not only our community, but the broader community as a whole, and that ripples across one summer completely. Questions?
I've got a question, just going back to, I guess, your slides where you were talking about, middle school, kind of going to high school, career opportunities. And I think that's such an important thing, just kind of thinking back just to personal stories, like when I was when I was in middle school, we took our test to figure out were you going to be, standard, honors, or AP track. And then when we got to high school, we had, our 6 blocks or 6 classes a year, and then you throw in, a related art. We had gym at some point, but it was either music or choir or band or theater or something like that, sports. I think about my daughter who, has graduated and moved to Houston. She got a Spanish degree. She loves Spanish, so she actually took the class. My oldest son, Brady, is an auto mechanic. Drives a tow truck, and that's kind of his passion. He went through the auto mechanics track to get out to high school. And, I talked to him when he was in high school, and I think he really enjoyed engineering. I just don't want to sit in front of a computer. He didn't realize that, that engineering degree, like those are the people that design cars and the lighting for cars and all these other things. And when we're trying to help our kids figure out what their track is, and there's so many more opportunities now, and there's so many different things that they can do, it's almost too overwhelming. If I'm a student looking and trying to put my schedule together, I know Ripley's an 8th grader, so he's got to start thinking about what track, what career path am I going to go to when I get to high school, and what are the options, and they're trying to start making these choices even though they can adjust when we get there. How are we helping them make that decision? And yes, they can change if they get into something and try as a freshman and realize it's not them, but how are we helping to guide them through what path might be the best? Is there some type of assessment we're doing outside of their career fairs to say, hey, based on your assessment, are you a driver, are you a thinker, are you more creative versus, are you more visual versus hands-on?
Let me hold that for the Innovation Center later, because I think I can get that there. Because I know he could answer that.
Well, I'll come back.
Go ahead.
I'll share with you, it's happening in a staggered way. So early on in middle school, the most important piece is helping them, first of all, own their performance, but then exposing them just to so many different things to pique their interest. What's out there, what exists, and then also through different opportunities to leadership. I'll give you another example that Ellis and Liberty Creek and some schools are doing with the Amazing Shake. The other activities where they're actually meeting people, shaking hands, having conversations. But the middle school level, it's exposure, it's building that capacity, it's building that ownership, that they're owning their outcome. And then as those opportunities expand, as 8th graders are into high school, now they have a better mindset around, well, what category of things should I begin to experience? Because by that time, the hope is that you're beginning to kind of know more about yourself. Now, I think the message always goes out, it's never too late to change your life. But making sure that they're gaining that experience, owning the outcome, being exposed to so many opportunities. And the hope is that by the time they get to that point where they're making very meaningful decisions, that they have a more clear understanding of those options.
Are we doing things in each of those schools, in the middle schools, as they go in? And again, like I go back to Wrigley's about to go into building his schedule for high school. And I know we've got the career fair, but within each school, are there, and I know some have career days up, more than others. Are we trying to, try to standardize what we're doing in these schools while still giving them flexibility and give the opportunity to say, hey, as you're going through here are different tracks you can think about, and here are ways they can go
I think that what we have is we have a whole lot of the individual pieces in place. Like we have view science that gives you aptitude as well as interest. But creating a system where that connects to what happens with the 8th grade career fair, which then leads to conversations with the career coach and choice in high school. But then reflection, what we don't want to do is get so rigid that once you make that big in 8th grade, then that's what you're locked into. So how do we have room for exploration in high school and middle school with actual experience? But then also the flip side, we have a lot of kids, for instance, we have about 2,000 kids in econ that are in health science. but they jump into it because their mom or dad's a nurse or a doctor, and they get in and they find out, like, I think it was Amanda that said she discovered that she didn't want sick people, which meant that was not going to be a career path for her, but you didn't have to eliminate, you know, entrepreneurship, supply chain, hospital administration. There's so many. So how do we give kids those many different avenues and ways to explore? And so I think that's where, like, if we could, I'd like to hold on to the rest of that because not for the innovation center. But yeah, I think that's part of is connecting that. But I do think the work of anchoring the community is really gives us the opportunity to connect through those relationships to provide many more opportunities for our students. And I think that's really beginning to blossom. On the positive, the state just relaxed some of the rules on work-based learning, which is going to allow us to take advantage of even more of those opportunities to give credit to kids for work-based learning. Any other questions?
Did your mom teach at Hillsdale High School?
That was one thing I left out in my I can't.
She was one of my favorite teachers in office education.
Well, thank you, I'll share that.
So Kelly can tell you that we've heard this about back and forth from Frankie about being a runway model. But she's going to demonstrate now.
I don't walk as smooth as I used to. Age has
athletic injuries. Kelly, what's the greatest prank you played with everybody?
I put Dr. Lakeford's badge in the machine.
You did what?
I have a picture.
I had to buy snacks to get my ID back. That's pretty good. She's got a lot of other great pranks. No, but I want to just highlight the work that they've done. What I appreciate about the way they went around the work is we're not talking about layering. You know, when we talk about principal role clarity, it's how do we reduce the workload on principals to clarity. But then what they've done is name so many things that we're already doing. And I'll give you an example. I watched their presentation in November, December. One, I just come from White Partisans trunk or treat. They had like 400 families come through their trunk or treat with the student population of around 415, 420. And they had everybody log in because they were giving away books and they were giving away materials. It was a great night. You know, but if they had this support, this media guide to know how to take that and really share out with the broader community in Portland how great this was with pictures and everything like that, they do a really good job. But it's like we're already doing these things because one of the big myths that you hear is that title school parents don't care about their kids' education. And nothing could be farther from the truth. It lets us dispel myths and really build on the great work that's taking place in our schools. I think they've done a tremendous job. And you know, I think one of the things, you know, just to jump a little bit ahead of the Innovation Center, we've got content creation starting in the fall, and I'm really excited to have Kelly and her team to work with them on the media guide because I can see like one of the most immediate content creation things will be students being able to tell the story through podcasting, through TikTok videos, through 1,000 other ways, the great things that are going in place in their school and celebrate, you know, yes, sports, but fine arts, academics, everything across the board, and creating niche channels. I think is one of the things kids do exceptionally well now, is tell the stories of all the different great things that are going on. And to have that kind of guidance and support is really fun.
Can I just a quick question? For the media guide, that goes out, that's gonna go out to the schools, correct? Who's responsible in the schools? It could differ, I'm sure, across schools. But who, I guess the 80%, who's doing that work? I always wonder that.
It's different school by school. It's usually a volunteer. And that's why there's such a disparity in what happens. But I think that one of the cool things is, in addition to Media Guide, is providing professional learning that's consistent for the people that are doing it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank y'all so much. All right, we got one more and then we're going to do dinner. But I'm really excited. Really excited as they come up. This is one, you'll see a different range of where we are in terms of being able to turn around and finish. Like the one that Ann and Chris are going to share with you in just a minute will take longer because healthy and high performing teams will take a significant amount of time. to really get everything across the board. They've got a great first swing at it. I don't want to step on their presentation, so I'm going to turn it over to Ann and Chris.
You'll definitely want to hear about meetings. Our presentation is roughly 60 minutes, so we'll try to Chris is going to start us off, and then the materials that we just handed out are really more for reference for you guys, those of you who are early adopters and really curious. This is going to be some good stuff that you can dig into, but we were just hoping that it might give you some frame of reference of some of the things we talk about after we go through our presentation.
I'm sure most of y'all have heard me and Ann both talk at board meetings, but I'm Chris Erickson, purchasing supervisor. I'm a longtime Sumner County resident from Westmoreland, sixth generation there, and I've worked with the school system for 18 years. In June, it will be 18 years. So, you can introduce yourself.
And Miller, I'm also a longtime resident of Sumner County, graduated from Beach High School. My dad taught and coached football at Hendersonville High School in the 80s. I was pretty much raised in their locker room, field house, football field area. Went to Beach High School. I've been started teaching at White House High School when I graduated as a special education teacher, and then became an assistant principal at White House High School, and this is my first year as this new role as director of instruction with this wonderful team in the district. This is my 20th year. Lord willing, the creek doesn't rise and I'll live till May. It'll be the end of my 20th year, but I'm just a great community. I'll stay as long as they'll keep me, so really blessed to be a part of this work at this family.
So we're going to talk about helping high-performing teams. So we've got a list here of the people involved in this project. It is a very good cross-section of the district. You're a little heavy in more what we consider operational side versus instruction, but it is a good cross-section of people. We had a lot of varying opinions. This group, and Dr. Miller and I talked about it this morning, we meshed together quickly and started really embodying what we were trying to develop, which is a high-performing, healthy team. We became that very quickly. And I'll go through some of the reasons later in some of the other slides. So 3 words come up more than once: clarity, common language, and alignment. And so in our discussions when we were meeting, so we met weekly up through December. And one of the things that we started identifying within our groups was, okay, so we all are in individual departments. Even within the departments, this doesn't always exist like you would think it should exist. I mean, I'm in the finance department. Does everybody in the finance department understand everything? Are they clear on what they're supposed to do? Are we speaking the same language? Are we all aligned? And different departments didn't always have those embodiments in them. So that is what we determined is the best outcome, is to develop that, not only within our individual departments, but as a district coming together. So, why is it going to be important? Our first goal: develop better people to make a better world. I don't care what department that I'm in finance, we was in instruction, we had IT, we had different groups there. At the end of the day, that is our goal. How do we all come together to do that? Common language, creating clarity. Common practices, supporting alignment. We need to know that when I go into a meeting, I'm different with a lot of the people that work here. I work in purchasing, so I work with the entire district. I get emails and phone calls from librarians. So I don't discriminate in who I'm working with. But when we go into meetings and we're together, we need to all have some commonality in how we operate. I don't speak IT, I don't speak instruction. But I still have some common things that when we're together that we need to be aligned with. And that's going to produce the goal that we're ultimately all employed to do. So what's a team going to look like? These are different aspects that we as a community came together. But 2 of them I want to emphasize is, and it's been brought out, ability to navigate healthy conflict. How many of y'all have worked on an idea? You've done your research, you put the time, and here you are presenting it. The next thing that happens is somebody starts shredding it apart. I mean, I've done that. I've worked on things, and then you didn't see all the holes that someone else can see because you were looking at it with only your lens. The ability to have someone take your idea, and it's not always being shredded apart, but to pick it apart, to find the flaws maybe that you couldn't see, because guess what? I don't know the other side of how that's going to affect the other person. So having that ability to have someone push back on you and say this idea is not the best, that's what a healthy team will do. It's not to tear down your idea, it's to maybe find a way to improve it. So we've got to be able to do that as a team. And commit to the shared action steps. How many times do you walk out of a meeting and a decision got made, but you've got 2 or 3 over here who are not committed to it? All right, you've got a team of 5 to 10 people, and we all come to this conclusion that this is the way we need to go, but you still got some people that are not committed to that. If you want to have a good team, in that moment you need to commit as a team to what you've decided to do. Whether you fully agree to it or not, it's what the team has decided. And to be a good, healthy team, all have to be committed to the same goal. So there's others, trust, honesty, the personal connection. When you work with people every day, they become family. They just do, or they should. There's some people are a little more reserved, and maybe they don't want to share those personal connections, but you still learn about them on a personal level, and that's very, very important for a team. So, what we decided as a committee, how are we going to get there? How are we going to get this alignment, clarity, and common language? And we identified needs, and I was going to go into it further, but different types of meetings that we'll have, an effective agenda, and how to follow the agenda and keep time efficiency. There's 5 here, but those top 3 are the ones that we're going to initially focus on. How many of y'all have been in unproductive meetings? We all have. You come out of the meeting and you don't know any more than when you came into the meeting. And that's not how a healthy team's going to run. Sometimes the agendas are set too big. Sometimes there's not enough information or planning ahead of time. One of the things that we've learned, even in the finance department, is we have our agenda posted. We all can see it, so we can all go ahead and be prepared for our discussion. Rather than getting to the meeting, you have this agenda and you're not prepared to be there, to do the work that meeting is set out to do. So that is where we identified that you're going to create better clarity in a department if you run effective meetings. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Miller. She's going to explain it first.
So there's a lot of back work that went into this, all based in Lencioni's work. If you know anything about him, he talks about the 5 dysfunctions of a team, and we can all ultimately in this room say trust is your biggest factor. If you trust your people, good work is probably going to come. But we knew that was a hard thing to get your hands around. It was a hard thing to measure. So that's kind of how we ended up being meetings. Because the one thing that I think that we overlook a lot of times is this. Like, you hired me to produce results. That's why we talk about test scores and all the things. Those things are great, but what our team really walked away with is that if we do the good things and put in the good work to build trusting, healthy teams, the score will take care of itself. So I know that Dr. Langford showed at the very beginning scoreboard. We all want the scoreboard to look phenomenal. We want to be the best in the state, the nation, the world. But what we realized is that it takes so many people to pour into that work to get those results that we had to find a tangible way to build trust and produce outcomes. That's really the thing that we can't forget. We are hired to produce outcomes. So again, the work of building trust is huge. I'll show you this graphic. You've already seen it. I love Lencioni's work. If you're not a fan, I feel like you should be. Both of the things that you have in your packet are a lot of information for you to read later. The Working Genius has driven a lot of our work. I know that when you saw Adam's slide, he had 2 letters by each of his team members' names. That is their Working Genius. You have 2 competencies, or 2 geniuses, 2 competencies, 2 frustrations. That actually plays into all of this, because if I know that Chris is high in wonder and he will never carry an idea down to the ground, it helps me to understand why he stays in the clouds. It's not like, God, Chris never gets anything done. It's like I understand that and I know where his genius will shine. With this particular project, we are in ideation, and we're probably going to loop back and forth for a while, because it's going to take a while. You never really master this. You never really master meetings, because if you think you mastered them, you probably are terrible and need to go to a class on them. So we're really going to loop back through ideation, activation, implementation, then back around. But we're going to stay here for a little while because it's a complex machine. Sort of the same vein as Eric's team kind of talked about. We want to start at the district level to make sure we're modeling this, that we're holding good meetings, and that we're doing the things that we're trying to teach, because you can't really teach or implement something in someone else that you don't understand and fully comprehend. So we're starting at the district level, and we're in very beginning stages, but it's good work already, I can tell you. So in this, the kind of first stage, Chris showed you the long-term view. We're going to focus just on 2 different types of meetings. And again, you've got the layout from Lencioni's work of the 4 types of meetings. We're going to focus on a weekly tactical and a one-to-one. I'm not going to train you on what those are, but I am going to go briefly over what we've decided that should produce. So with one-to-ones, the purpose, I think that's very important. Sabrina, every group that's gone has talked about the one. The purpose of one-to-ones is to build relationships. And in that, it's got to be different, because what Eric needs is not the same thing as Anna, it's not the same thing as Chris, so it's providing training, resources, or support of any type. That's what a one-to-one is about. It's about getting to know that person, why they decided to go into their job. I've learned so much about this team and produced so many relationships, and we can joke and cut up, and it's just such a different feel when you go to work and you know the people in your organization, on your team, really care about you. How's your dad? How's your kid? Oh, me and Chris were just talking to you, showing me my kid was 4th place in 4-H. Like, that's so awesome. That's great. What school did they go to? What was their speech on? That's where trust is built. So yes, we're talking about meetings, but ultimately it's about people. That's what we're about. We've got some tight and loose things. That's some language that we're kind of playing around with on, like, okay, we've got to have some non-negotiables, some things that absolutely have to happen, or some things that absolutely don't need to happen. And then some loose things where your team has autonomy, because what my team looks like is very different from what Katie's team looks like, or what Amanda's team would need. So thinking about that district level, when we start trying to push this down to the schools, that's going to be even more. But we need to have some tight guardrails on what we will do, because again, we've got to get results. We've got to do the things to get results. So those are just some things that we've talked about as we went through the process and talked to the cabinet and got feedback that we'll continue to do. And we're all about process. If it's not working, we're going to collect the data, we're going to talk about what's working, we're going to talk about what's not, and then we're going to shift. So it takes some time. It's definitely not going to be perfect. The big question that we had was, how will the leader know if it's beneficial? CEO disorder is real, and normally you have one-to-ones with people who you're supervising, and so we've kind of determined if everyone's telling you they're wonderful, they're probably not. You need to build trust so that they're telling you actual tangible things that we can get better at, but that's something that will continue to grow in. Weekly tacticals is probably the bigger starting spot for our district team, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see this build out into school buildings. The purpose of this is really clear: improve communication. A weekly tactical is to improve communication, because work can't get done if you're not communicating. And that's if you're on the same team, if you're across teams, if Frankie gives me information that I've got to disseminate to my team, I've got to do that effectively or something gets lost, right? We all know that communication is important, so that's the key. Updates, resolving current issues or problems. Chris has talked about conflict management. I think Jordan's team talked about conflict management. I feel like conflict is really healthy when it's named, because I don't think your idea is the best, the idea is the best, and that usually comes when there's more than one person in a room. And what I love again about this team is that Chris brings a very different perspective than what I do. So when we start talking about things, I can't tell you how many times in our meetings we're like, God, I never thought about it like that. Thanks for bringing that up. That would have been really bad. So just having that dialogue and welcoming, telling somebody, hey, Chris, tear this idea up. This is an infant idea, tear it up. That's been really interesting. And then alignment. That's huge. We have got to be all on the same page. We have a limited number of time and resources and money and focus and brain power. So we've got to make sure that what we do is moving the needle for kids. Tight and loose, same language. We talk about time limits, you know, agendas, those things are really, really important. Everyone holds tacticals, even if they're not great, you can always get better. So we realize everybody's in a different spot. And one of the questions we thought about is, how will you know if your tacticals are beneficial? We are still grappling with that. Are we visiting each other's tacticals? If Chris comes to my team meeting, would he recognize the structures? Would he be able to be an active participant? And then again, the biggest thing is, are we producing work? Are we fruitful? Are our schools and people seeing the fruits of our labor? Our one-year goal, and this mimics sort of, our goal is for every team to look like the slide that Chris presented in the very beginning. But these are very tangible. We feel really good about 1 through 5, and 6 probably being a struggle because of the time limit. But we feel pretty good. The ad hoc and strategic topics are something that we're going to kind of push forward with our teams that are a little bit further along. But these are things we feel really good about. I think that, and they are in rank order. You got to have a purpose. It's got to be stated. Got to have an agenda. All the things. So they are in rank order, and this is going to be, because it's kind of a qualitative thing. It's hard to say, like, did we achieve it? Check yes or no. So the reason why we decided to write these down is because they become real, and people around us can say, you're not doing that very well. Okay, well, you said number 1 was your priority, but why are we talking about ad hoc? So that's why we decided to rank them in number order and put them in writing so they become real for accountability. Qualitative is always a little bit harder. It's not a clear number. And then our next steps, 1 and 2 are bold because we've already done those things. We've gotten feedback from our cabinet leadership team. This is, I think, our 3rd time presenting this. Our entire team has worked tirelessly, and it's just been awesome to work with. And then begin collaborating between district teams. So that's kind of our next steps. We're going to have each of our 12 departments assign who they want their meeting facilitator to be. We're going to start some training and try to see what that looks like. Again, SLC, or Summer Leadership Conference, is kind of our big training. So we're all trying to get this ready so we can roll it out to our principals. And then Drive is our big training for teachers that starts in July. So we're trying to really create continuity so that it doesn't feel like, oh, we're doing this really cool thing. Come and see it. It's really grounded in moving the needle, and it's going to be slow work. Usually slow work is rooted in something good. So this is, you know, where we are right now. We're going to create and implement a district level training plan, focus on a connection to SLC, and then start training our building level leaders to hopefully do this work well alongside of us. And then the loop will go right back to aviation. What are schools doing better than we are? What do we need to shift? And hopefully we'll just continue to grow and get better. Questions?
I'll just make a comment. I think I work for a big corporation, and a lot of the stuff that y'all are doing is what we do, and they produce really good results with, you know, everything from running meetings correctly and branding and recognizing, and everybody's on the same page with priorities and things like that. And really, you know, I've heard it from, you know, just kind of reflecting on my work career. What our company does is, you know, it is about, I think, if you ask me what's the most important thing, I would probably say like communication, because we did this thing, it's called Dimensions of Difference, and it's, you know, you're in a meeting and some people sit there and they don't talk. Some people overtalk everybody, and you go through this, it's an exercise you do, and, you know, like the teams I've been on, one person grew up in a military family, so they don't talk unless they're called on. The other one worked on a dairy farm, and, you know, they're just hard workers, head down, and, you know, once you kind of understand why people are the way they are, it's like they don't hate me because they're not talking to me. They're just, that's the way they are. And so I'm interested to see the evolution of all these things, because we've seen really good results with stuff that we've done in our company.
I think it goes back to presuming positive intent. You have to, you know, when you sign up to work, when I sign up to work for Sumner County Schools, I have to presume that Dr. Langford and everybody around me has positive intent. They're doing the best with what they have. And I think that's really cool to see, is to be curious about, why does he never talk to me? Or why does she always talk to meetings instead of being like her? I think that's a really cool thing that can hopefully continue to grow as we get better at this.
Yeah, and I think naming, what you're saying, naming that it's a skill set to be learned. Because like I think, for instance, most of us came up because like we did this all the time. The first run, Frankie, you probably speak to this, the first run of instructional coaches that we hired, We hired them because they were exceptional teachers, and we found out sometimes an exceptional classroom teacher was not the best at working with adults. It was a kind of different way to nuance our skill set and provide training, and you can run that across the central office. Like, for instance, the hardest thing for me was I had to hand over control of my tactical meeting weekly to Jeremy. Because like my conceptual leadership initially was that's something I should do. But it didn't give me the opportunity. One, once I talked a lot of times, it's kind of like what the decisions were made. But then two, like, or it seemed like I was arguing even if I had to make a decision because I'm presenting. But then two, it also prevented me from being able to watch and see people's faces and try to draw them into the conversation. The other thing I think is that, sometimes it seems like it's one of those things that's so simple that it's easy to miss, but one of our table group presenter this summer said that most organizations, when they have a meeting, they use the same brain power to decide what birthday cake they're going to get next Thursday as a major multi-million-dollar decision that impacts thousands of people's lives to do in the same meeting. And so being able to hit tactical things that are right here versus setting up a strategic meeting that's focused on where you can do pre-work and you can just kind of like a retreat versus, just a regular monthly meeting. Any other questions? What I think is really cool is we've gone from like 30,000 feet, really high organizational goals and dreams, all the way down to we want to achieve these 30,000 foot goals without the work that's taking place at the ground. And being able, I think I really like the work genius part that I hadn't grasped initially was the stages of work and identifying where those are and realizing that some, like this, we're going to circle back through based on feedback and growth. And I just, I hope, there were over 60 leaders from the central office that were involved in the work that you've seen so far, across every department. And, what I think is amazing is you don't notice any drop off in the quality of the presenters, the quality of the work, and it really speaks volumes to, the people that are here tonight, but then the ones that are also on the team. And what I have loved is, I had 2 years ago, right after I first became the superintendent, I had somebody give me some really honest feedback that said, we just don't know each other across departments. We're still working on that, but I can tell you, I see so many more conversations in the hallway. It's taking place because of this work and some of the work that we've done at SLC and different things. It's really exciting. And Anne's point about presuming positive intent, so much easier to presume positive intent when you serve on a team and work together and you kind of know where everybody is. I am now the only thing standing between us and dinner. So my suggestion is we take, without any objection, we'll take 15, 20 minutes, go to the bathroom, get food, take a little break, and then come back in and bring your food back in here and we'll get started. Let's let the board go, get their food first, we'll go to the bathroom, and then we've got plenty of food for everybody to eat. Y'all keep eating. We'll just go ahead and get started. Really thankful as we make the transition. We try to connect everything. I think one of the big connections that I see, one, it's just the great people that we have working with us and seeing them work together is just exceptional. We're going to continue that. The next part now, I know we talked in the fall about metrics and accountability and things like that. I think one of the things with a school system is, it's hard to tell the story. I'm sure you felt this when you came on the board. The complexity of the work that we do is pretty overwhelming at times, or at least impressive when you think about what happens every day. 9 round trips, so 4.5 round trips to Disney before school starts. Feeding 22,000 students a day. Getting medicine, everything like that goes on just for a routine school day. So I think part of what we've talked about doing is obviously we always want to be as transparent and accountable as possible. Jeremy's going to share a little bit. There's some updates to board docs we're really excited about that will help there. And then what we want to do is we'll have a brief presentation from academics. Ms. Anna Connor shared with principals about, she does a tremendous job. Anna does as good a job as anyone I've ever seen at taking the complexities of academic data and making it accessible. So really excited. She did a great job presenting the principal. We wanted her to share that presentation with you. And then Lisa is going to share, so academics, then Lisa's going to share from student health. So student support about what her team does, and then Amanda's going to share a little bit about not just the finance department, but all the different things under her umbrella, so you get some operations. And so I think part of thinking through, one of the things that I would like to change as we make this transition on the agenda with the new board values is, we've toyed with this a little bit, but my report actually being more informative to give you information. Because there are obviously, like, there are metrics, a lot of metrics involved in each of our departments. What I need to know is like what you want to know, like what you would like. Some of that would make sense monthly, some of it would make sense quarterly. I'd like to do a little bit more of a formal director's report that comes out with the agenda, so you can just look at it, you'll have some consistent things. We thought about like kind of a by the numbers, where I would feature a different department and just share a little bit deeper snapshot. And then if you had questions, instead of us doing like, my first year, we would do these long presentations of every department, and it was sort of like a trip to the museum, like more detailed stuff. But then you can highlight things. Hey, I'd like to hear more about this. Can you have them there to talk about this, things like that. Wide open. And I think accountability is essential for an organization to be healthy and run well. I love the work that our team shared earlier, because I think it moves us a long way towards not just having metrics in each individual department, but thinking about how do we because I think they would all tell you that the challenge at first, even for a group of people that overwhelmingly like each other and enjoy working together, is making that transition from I'm on this team to this is our one team. Like, we got to think about, because our one team ultimately are the students of Sumner County Schools, and how do we ensure that they're successful? How do we prepare them for their first and future career? And also, what I think is really cool about it for me is to see, for instance, payroll is one of the most important functions in the school system. It's also one of the most thankless jobs. It's also one that's really hard to get them to see the direct impact they have on students' lives. So beginning to try to find ways to tell stories for everybody in each of our departments to see the value and worth in the work that they do, and it pays off in what happens for our students. So I'll be back in a little bit, but I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy to let him walk you through some of the new features coming with board docs and our agenda. Really excited about it.
So this is still something that we're building out. Like, you'll notice that not all the meetings are in yet. We're still working on getting the policies over. So you're seeing it as a work in progress, but this felt like the best time to kind of explain to everybody, hey, board docs is going to look different really, really soon. We're hoping to have this done by the February meeting. It may wind up in March. You'll know because you'll get an email that says, hey, you got to reset your Diligent password, and that will mean the transition is complete. So, but one of the things that we like about this is, it's a little bit cleaner. It looks more like our current website. It makes things easier accessible for people from the public who want to see it. You've got a list of all your board meetings. You've got different things. So this is a subscription thing. If somebody wanted to subscribe and get the agenda notices like you guys do, you can hit right there. It'll come through. That's set up to where quick link to email the board. Policies are still moving over, so I'm not going to click that because it's going to show you the old site. And you're going to go say, hey, that's the old site. So the most important thing I wanted to go through is what the new agenda is going to look like. I'm going to have to look at my screen instead of there. So what your view is going to look like is going to be easier to navigate, but it's also going to look a whole lot plainer when you get in there. And it's just going to show, when you click the link, it takes you in there. But there's a couple cool things that are different on the new update. Like, one, you want to print the whole agenda package right there. Pulls it up, we can print it all out, and we go through it that way. But in meeting navigation, it lets you do this, split screen. You can stay on your agenda and actually look. Another change we're going to do, we've been talking with Chairman Daniels about this. We're going to streamline the way we do our consent agenda. For some strange reason, the reason we still do it this way is the way we did it when we started. We listed by department head. You got bids under Amanda Brown. It doesn't necessarily make sense because they're not always for Amanda Brown's department. So we thought that we would change the title so we make it clear to the public and you guys what you're voting on. We're also going to move budget amendments up into the consent agenda because every month we get, especially getting a long meeting, we got to get through budget amendments, usually group and vertical. Like anything with the consent agenda, you always have the ability to pull it down into the regular agenda and vote on it individually if you so choose. But that's something we're going to do to try to streamline. And then just the way the agenda looks just makes it easier to understand when you do it that way. So, for convenience and purpose, there's there's the bids and purchases. I didn't have any budget amendments that I could find that I wanted to put up here, so I put bids and purchases. But yeah, that's basically all we wanted to kind of show while we had everybody here to kind of explain why it looks differently and see some of the features. Chris and I are still in the training phases. We actually have training set up next week to kind of learn how to do some other stuff in here. But that's basically, I think when everything gets up, one of the other things they give us is there's a link to stream it right there for people to find. Really find out. And, I think when we once everything gets up and running, it'll make everything accessible and easier, and you guys will find it a whole lot easier to me. So that's really all I had. That's really all I wanted to kind of give you guys a understanding of why it looks differently, and that's it. Anybody got any questions for me?
What is the mobile view like?
The mobile view we have played with, the mobile view looks exactly like this. It scales a whole lot better than, like, if you click on it, it's like everybody that's tried to look at board docs on the mobile has tried to move it, and it goes 3 4 days, and it's very annoying. But this actually works like it's supposed to. So it's made where it scales, it'll move around and do all the things. And, that I think is the thing everybody will be the most excited about. You'll get that link on your email on your phone, and you click it, you'll actually be able to see it. But what we played at the mobile works really well.
Is the streaming link still in the meeting?
Yeah, so we'll have the streaming link. So the streaming link's here at the top of the agenda. And then we'll move it in a couple other places too. Like we're still building out some of the things. We'll probably put the streaming link down around the community engagement as well. Because, you want to try to get it in as many places as you can so people can find it. One of the things it does, it also puts it in, and they haven't built it out this way yet. When you look at this calendar up here, it also puts the streaming link in the calendar. They just haven't built it out yet.
What about your old meetings? How they go?
They're transferring everything over. So what they'll do is there'll be a read-only site. So they're going to keep a read-only sites standalone of the old meetings. They're also transferring them over into the system now. So say like these are the old meetings. They have the attachments and stuff though. But that's a previous meeting. So once everything's transitioned, it should look like the old board docs always lived in the new board docs, but we also will have an archive side of the old board docs just to double them.
Jerry, did y'all pull this from, did you guys build this?
We did not. So the company that runs board docs called us and said, would you like to upgrade? And this felt like a good time because we just upgraded our website, and then they showed us the product and they said it's mobile scalable. And we were like, oh my God, it's mobile scalable, we gotta get it. So that's really kind of how we got here.
And you can customize some of it for us, or you just pretty much follow what this
We're
is?
customized.
Well, we have to sign in on our passwords.
So
that pop up
signing
all the
in on
time now.
passwords really only matters if you want to see early drafts, because it's really only, under law, everything in every document you have is public record. The only thing that's not public record is the student names and early graduations. So there's really not a need, like, you sign in, but there's really not anything that's going to be behind password protection thing anyway, other than those early drafts. Because everything else, unless we do, the only other thing we would do where we want password protected would be a public safety document. But I don't know, we haven't really, how we've done on public safety meetings have been in the meeting where we talk about it. We haven't really done a lot of documents associated with that. But that's the only other thing under the law that is considered privileged that we would publish in this agenda. So, you'll get a link. The other, one of the things that the new version does, that the old version doesn't, is when you forget your password, it'll give you a reset password option. And so you can reset your password, you don't have to call me and set it up and all that. So, I think once we get it up and running, it'll be a lot more functional. Everybody's really happy with the product. Or just like I said, we're still kind of moving into the new house, so I don't have all the features set up. Because one of the things that they'll let us do, back to her question about streaming, is as we build these meeting agendas in, if you click it on the calendar, you'll have a link to stream it and to the agenda in that part of the calendar as well as down here. So, so it will hopefully help make it easier for the public to access things on our screens on the board agenda and understand it.
Is there going to be
the library tab, like we currently
Yes.
have?
Yeah, there'll be a library tab, we'll move their, like I said, the library's not built out, they'll move the library and the policies. But since we were all here together, we wanted to go ahead and show y'all, because we had the agendas, like you said.
I'm excited about so many fewer clicks. It's easier to navigate, and I like the split screen a lot. And I appreciate Jeremy working on the agenda. I like the idea of the consent agenda not being listed by department heads, but just having the actual items. It makes it a lot easier to, you know, I mean, I've always had field trips under mine, and why would they do this? I'm not sure anybody ever looks at the field trips list, but if they did, I don't know that they'd make that a record.
Anybody got any more questions for me? All right.
All right, so, and just as Anna is coming to get set up, I'll highlight just as a minute, like part of the reason for these three presentations, not just to share information to start, it's also to talk about the conversation about what are the things that are important to you, and that'll help us as we're building this out for the future.
Because we clap for everybody else. Jeremy, great job. I didn't interfere. Bless them.
Jeremy does a billion things.
He does do a million things.
So I will say, one of the things to think about as you listen to these presentations too is we had a lot of discussion, I think over the last 6 months or so about metrics and director evaluation. So be thinking about as you're looking at these metrics, what are the pieces that we want to plug in based on what's most important to you? So be thinking about that as we're going through this
Yes, it will take whatever I sit down, I appreciate it. Following some classroom procedures here. You'll take a paper and pencil. And then you have a freshly sharpened pencil, what's better than that? We're going to do a little bit of math in the next 15 minutes.
It's not my first test.
This is not as hard as it was the other night. I'm Anna Connor. I met you all a couple weeks ago, or a couple months ago, now, I guess, in November. I work with data and accountability and testing, and data comes in and data goes out. I taught 8th grade math for a really long time at GW Middle School. I loved every minute of it. I was a chemistry major in college, but decided I just really wanted to do math every day. And so I taught on an alternative life science out of West Tennessee for a couple of years, and then moved back to Sumner County, where I graduated from Hendersonville High School back in the day. So I moved back here, and I've been here ever since. So going on 20-something years at this point. Okay, so we're going to have a few accountability updates to share. You'll remember back in November, these lovely pie charts. I'm sure you've been daydreaming about them ever since. Maybe they've showed up in your nightmares a couple of times. But these lovely pie charts represent our 2 different accountability groups. We have federal accountability and we also have state accountability. This is ringing a bell. Okay, so federal accountability and state accountability have different metrics, different pieces. For the first time ever, the state has released the accountability protocols for the current school year in the current school year. We typically get the protocols in August for the previous school year. So we don't really even know how we were supposed to be measured until after the fact, so it's weird. They're changing the timeline and bumping all of that up, and hopefully we will have next year's protocol, which will be amazing. But we have now this current school year's protocol. So there are a few updates that we just want to make you aware of. We shared this with the principals and thought you all might want to be aware of it as well. So there's 2 big updates. One of them is that ReadyGrad is now going to be college and career readiness. This is pending the U.S. Department of Education approval. They think it's going to go through. They don't think it's going to be a problem. But that's the first big update. And then the second one is that TVOS is has some pretty significant changes with state and federal accountability. There are 2 other pieces that are continuing despite changes. So that's the way I can label it. Last year was the first year that they changed our EL test to the ELVA 21 test. It used to be called EL. We thought we were gonna be able to get a waiver for a year and not have that count against us, in a sense. The U.S. Department of Education said, no, we have to. And so now they're converting our ELPA scores into WEDA scores so that we can see the growth. All to say, they're gonna continue with that for the next couple of years until the data stabilizes. So that conversion's gonna happen. Kind of a small thing, but that's something. The other piece that I think is helpful for you all to know is that the state's going to continue to administer the science portion of the ACT. You may have heard that that was going away from national testing. The state's going to continue to administer the science portion of the ACT and going to continue to require it in accountability measures, at least through the 25-26 school year. They feel really strongly that that students shouldn't be limited by not having that score. And we just don't know what that's going to look like in colleges yet. We don't know what that impact's going to be, and so they want to make sure kids still have all of the doors open that they could possibly want. So they're going to continue to administer that. So you hear that out there. The science portion is still part of our testing group with the ACT. So again, you'll remember all of these different metrics that we talked about just a couple of months ago. And the two big hitters are at the top there, achievement and growth. But I want to skip down to the ones on the bottom where we're talking about college and career readiness changing to ReadyGrad. So college and career readiness is typically the metric that we use for state accountability. They're now going to replace ReadyGrad with that metric. Basically, these are the two breakdowns. ReadyGrad over here on the left, CCR on the right. Very similar. We're still looking for kids to get a 21 on the ACT. We're still looking for kids to get some EPSOs. We're still looking for kids to take the ASVAB if they want to and see how they do on that. So there's some very similar metrics, but then there's a few that are different. Like on ReadyGrad, they had to earn 4 EPSOs, early post-secondary opportunities, in order to be considered a ReadyGrad. That's one of the options. Notice on CCR, down here at the bottom, earns 1 or more. So they've changed it almost to make it easier there. But then there's other pieces of that that are a little bit more challenging. Like, this is a screenshot from the protocol around advanced placement. If you look at that second line there. Under ReadyGrad, it was just course completion and attempting the exam. And we could get an EPSO. Now under college and career readiness, they actually have to earn a 3, 4, or 5 in order for us to get that EPSO. So we talked to principals kind of about where can we get better numbers? Where can we improve these scores? Where can we get all of these students to have better outcomes for post-secondary opportunities? I mean, what's better than that, right? So good things, and then also some tougher metrics on it. So they're working with that. We still have to maintain 95% ACT participation. The biggest changes about this will be that our current year graduation rate will count in the current year cycle. It's usually delayed years. So current year graduation rate will count in the current cycle. And because they're going to do it that way, our timeline for our heat maps and designations are all going to be delayed. We have to go through a whole appeals process. Whereas we found out about reward schools and those types of things in early November this year, that's going to be December next year. So that's going to be delayed. So kind of, that is what it is.
But then moving forward, it's not going to be delayed. After this initial time, it will be delayed to shift.
It should be always around December that we will get these reports.
Making that time of funding?
No, the reason being is that for graduation, the reason that it lagged a year is you have until August for kids to technically be counted as a graduate of that year. That's why they lagged it for a year to get all those in so they can go ahead and release all that stuff. But by putting it in the current year, which, I mean, in a lot of ways makes sense because it's never made sense to have a graduation rate from 2 years ago as your measure. But the trade-off is because they're giving that time through August to get graduated in the previous, in that cohort, it jams this part.
But this is first.
But this affects all districts.
Yes, this is across the state. So, I mean,
They're
this
all
is-
gonna be putting in a waiver.
Because when they
Or
already,
you're gonna submit a
everybody's
waiver
got
for-
slow
No, they're called,
process.
yeah, they're called appeals, and so we look through and make sure that every student was accounted for that should be. Every kid's on the list that should be on our list, we don't want to miss anybody. And so there's a whole process that we have to go through. We are also slightly delayed because it's current year data, we have to wait for College Board to release their information. We have to wait for ACT to release all of their information, so we're kind of at the mercy of some of these bigger companies too, for them to get us all the information, so then we can wait for the state to give it to us, and then we can take it and look at it, make sure it's all right, say everything's good to go. So there's a whole process which kind of holds it up, for lack of a better way to say. So the other two big metrics, achievement and growth. Growth is the one that has the big change. That's the second piece, the TBOS part. So just to refresh your memory on last time, okay, growth, remember we're talking about how students are progressing compared to peers and past performance. So this was our racetrack analogy. Not all kids start at the same starting line, right? Some start above, some start below, they start kind of all over the place. With growth, we're trying to measure, are they staying with their pack? Are they staying with the group that they are typically with into the next school year? So are they running that race where they were and where they're predicted to be? So the metric that we use for that is TVAS. You may have heard that term before. It stands for Tennessee Value-Added Assessment System. Fun fact, Tennessee was the first state to implement the value-added system back in the early 90s. We are the first state to do that, and now other states have picked it up. And there's a big company around that. You can get on the TVOS, there's public access on there, and you can poke around and see what you want to see. If you're ever, bored one day, or you're looking at a snow day, you might be able to, take a break and look at TVOS and see all the data you could possibly want to see. So, the value-added system was really to show what kind of value schools were adding to students. That was the whole premise behind it. There are some adjustments going into this next school year. It's been around since the early 90s. They've made adjustments all along the way to try to clean it up and make it more precise. So this is a chance for them to make it more precise. This is going to apply to district growth and school growth in both federal and state accountability, but this is not applying to teacher evaluation. Teacher evaluation is very heavily legislated, and they're not touching it. So teacher evaluation will remain as it's always been around TVOS. This is not impacting teacher evaluation. It's not changing. I don't want anybody to panic about it. It's not changing that, just school and district. Okay, so there's two big changes. The first is there's going to be a weighted multi-year average, and the second is there's effect size that's incorporated into that one. Okay. The multi-year weighted average is really a tale of the wheelhouse in 3 years. Several years ago, we were working on a 3-year average. I mean, I'm talking 15, 20 years ago, we're working on a 3-year average. Well, as you can imagine, if you have 3 years worth of data, you're like, we worked really, really, really hard this year, but what's still lingering? 2 other years of data, right? Maybe lower data, even though you worked really hard. So, as old Papa Bear can only say, this was too stable, right? 3-year average is too stable. So the state said, let's change this. So, and now let's do it on a single year cycle. So every single year, we're going to see what your TLOS is. Every single year. And so we will see, like a school will be at a level 1 year, and the next year they'll be at a level 5. And the next year they might be at a level 3, and then they'll be back at a level 5. We see some of this yo-yoing, in particular in our smaller schools, where the population's not quite as big in the numbers. And so we see a lot of that yo-yoing. And so Mama Bear is too reactive. So we have too much stability, and then we have too many dynamics there, right? And so Baby Bear is hopefully just right. We're going to do 67% current year data, so 2/3 current year data, and 1/3 prior year data, to hopefully stabilize that back and forth, that yo-yoing, and to hopefully prevent too much stability. Now, the state's worked with the numbers. They've run the numbers over the last several years to try to see what that's going to look like. They think it's going to fix the situation. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out for us. The second adjustment then is around effect size. And this is where you need your pencil. On the side that's got all the colors, I printed some stuff around there that has just some pieces of the protocol that may be helpful for your life reading. We're going to look at this side that's got the colors and this one. So the effect size is a metric that specifically quantifies the amount of growth that's been observed in groups. Currently, we've been working on the growth index. And that's what we talked about in our last video, was that growth index piece. The state says that in rare situations, there were schools that actually had more growth and would come out as a level 4 than a school that was a level 5. And there were these schools that were kind of sitting on the borderline, and they would fall like to the 4 rather than to the 5 in some rare situations. So we're going to try to, again, fix that by doing and looking at the effect size. Right now, we're seeing this big W distribution across the state, where we have a whole lot of level 1s, a whole lot of level 3s, and a whole lot of level 5s. Their goal is to more evenly distribute that, to get about the same number of 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s, and avoid this W distribution. So to balance the 1s and the 2s and the 4s and the 5s is kind of the goal here. They say this should strengthen our ability to really understand what a 4 is, a 5 is, and a 1 is, and a 2 is. If you think about it as one is fuller than the other one, it's hard to understand, like, what is a 1 and what is a 2? There's so many more 1s than there are 2s. But if they're all equal, we can decide what that is in our minds. So, you'll remember this maybe from the last meeting. We talked about level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. That 0 mark is where we want to be. That's 1 year's growth. That's that solid level 3. That's the student's made expectation. So this is their current way of doing it. They figure out the growth index. If you fall between the -1 and a 1, it's a level 3. If your school falls there, it's a level 3. If you fall between a 1 and a 2, level 4. Okay. Now with the effect size, it's going to change things up a little bit. So, once they add in the effect size, if the effect size is less than -0.12, then it will for sure be a level 1. So if your growth index is less than -2 and your effect size falls in that area, it's going to be a level 1. On the other side, if your effect size is greater than 0.12 and your growth index is greater than 2, then you're a level 5. So you're probably thinking, well, what happens if your growth index is greater than 2, but your effect size is less than 0.12? Now look at level 4. So they're going to try to even that out by using the effect size. And the same thing is true on the other side. So if you're less than -2, but your effect size is greater than -0.12, then it will fall over on the 2 side. Now, notice here, 3 is not changing. If you're between that -1 and 1, it's a 3, and it's done, and it's over. Okay? So let's look at some examples. Grab your pencil. Here we go. At the bottom of your sheet. Number 1. I believe these were, I should have written down the subject. I think this might have been the inlet from last year. Grade 4, level 4. Notice the growth index, 1.85. Effect size, 0.04. Okay, let's go to the chart. If the growth index is between a 1 and a 2, it's a level 4. No, this is still a level 4. Okay, look at the next one, level 3. Next year, what's this going to be? Still a 3. A 3 is not changing. So there's the first 2 examples, and this new change hasn't been this, right? So here's another example. Take a look at these 2. I think these are social studies, 6th and 7th grade social studies. Okay, look at the first one. Greater than 2 here, so our growth index is at 3.88, and the effect size has to be greater than 0.12. Is our effect size greater than 0.12? So what will this be next year? 5. Look at you, good students. Okay, we'll do the next one. And it's late. The next 2.54. Okay, that's level 5. And the effect size greater than 0.12 is not. So next year, what will this one be? So those that aren't so far, you can see the difference there. Okay, take a look at some biology and English 1 from last year. So this is high school, so we're looking at the 0.1 now. High school is 0.1. Okay, so growth index negative 3.66. That puts it over here on the one side, right? And less than negative 0.1. Okay, you have to remember you're a little less than and equal to. So if you look at the chart, okay, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to should be level 2. That one would actually be a level 2. And then if you look at that last one, negative 2.15, level 1, is your effect size less than, be careful where I'm negative, is it less than negative 0.1? No. So this one would actually be a level 2. So you can see a couple of situations where it will work in our favor, a couple where it's not going to change it at all. So you can see there's going to be a minor impact here. That's a good question. Let me go back. Yeah, no, that's good. It's a great question. And it's a statistical metric, really, that quantifies the amount of growth that's going to occur in groups. It's really measuring the magnitude of growth. So again,
Is that where they run the schools against schools?
Yes.
Doing the calculation of like your growth relative to all the other schools in Tennessee, or your growth relative to all the students in Tennessee, or your growth relative to all the teachers in Tennessee.
Right. All both effect size and growth index are statistical metrics. Effect size and growth index both use a difference, like you would think with growth, right? They both use a difference. Effect size takes into account the standard deviation. Growth index takes into account the standard error. So they have a slightly different calculation.
So is it just the way the state's basically leveling it out?
That's exactly what it's doing. It's trying to go from this to level it out.
Is there a way you can quantify the effect size, like, from, will you understand what the effect size is? Like, how do you come up with it? Like, is it basically they're gonna have a chart say, well, hey, you are a point,
Yeah.
2.6, and everybody else has theirs listed in whatever that makes them.
They will. This will be on, this is a screenshot from the TWAS website. So this will be on TWAS, and we'll be able to see what our effect size is. They are always going to use these numbers. Negative 1.2 for elementary, negative 0.1 for middle school, and then our district will be 0.46. So they're always going to stick with that line, that cuts forward, which will be helpful for us to know, and then we can start to see trends. And what that
I guess if you look at like last year to see what this does to us.
Yeah. It is a very small impact. It really impacted 2 schools in 1 subject. It did, it actually was in their favor, that they went from 1 to 2.
Anna, originally, what brought the attention on this? Because there was such a discrepancy, and what they're wanting to do is to make this more,
Yeah.
are you playing with numbers to get the outcome you
A
want?
little bit of that, for sure.
So does the
I can't
student
deny
just get into
that.
this, and are we really reading what the students?
So this is school-wide data, right?
Because the numbers is not mine, I'm a literature
Sure.
grammar girl, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to just.
So this is school-wide data that we're looking at. The wonderful thing about the TBOS website is you can look at individual students. And you can see individual students and how they grew from 1 year to the next. There's a little chart that we can see each kid one on. And we talk to schools about how each kid really impacts that overall growth. So we could say that there's these changes, but the good news is our goals are still our goals. We still want kids to move. We still want them to grow. So we could say we're going to change this or whatever. But we still want to see them stay with their cohort of kids. We still want to see them grow along.
And just because a student performs at a level 2, let's say, that doesn't mean they're a non-reader.
No.
It means they didn't comprehend something, like there's something on the test that didn't resonate. That doesn't actually interpret to I can't read, just whatever. Without even like.
But it's where they come in and
So it's about growth.
we're measuring growth.
There, right? So you could have been like a grade level ahead and then be on grade level the next year and be in the lower part, but you're still on grade level.
Correct. Very, very true. And growth shows us that. Growth shows us that you may have been with a pack, and then you've kind of fallen behind that little group that you were in just a little bit. Does that mean you didn't grow that year? No, every single kid grows every single year. They learn a whole lot of material, but they just didn't stay with their group.
Are they just, I mean, it seems to me that the change doesn't really mean anything to us. We should be focused more on how the students are doing, like compares with the numbers. Are our students growing? Are they growing at the rate we expected them to? Whether this changed from a 1 to a 2 doesn't change what the students did.
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right. I think we as schools and as a district are still going to be viewing TBOS as level 1 is what we know about the growth index. We're going to see how the things change from one year to the next. It's all about the individual students. And if we could see that collectively individual students are showing a level 2 or a level 3 or a level 4 or hopefully a level 5 growth, then we know that collectively that school has made a large, they've added that. To that
Would you
school.
compare the school system versus other school systems, like one level up? Like you're saying school versus school, what about our school district versus another school district?
Yes.
Same against those scores as well?
We'll see district compared to district.
And I think that that's when you get away from the student, to the school, to the district, I think what this affects us, what it gives you, and correct me if I'm wrong, what it gives you is a comparative way to look across, because it's smoothing out all the different, the noise and the data, so it's giving you, and not just in that point, year over year, that part will be consistent.
Right.
Now, it's also not going to, back to the Papa Bear analogy, it's going to be fairly consistent.
Yes, the whole goal is to make it more consistent year after year, for us to even all of that.
Yeah, would you say post-COVID, because, you had some schools that did the desk and they weren't in person, so they blew artificially low one. You think about the growth numbers where you're comparing students to students. So you had these really low ones because kids had been in school so much for 12 or 18 months. And then when they came back, they blew these inflated 5s because they just hadn't been in school.
Right, that's right. And so hopefully this will start to stabilize. But again, we know that our goals are still our goals. Those things that Dr. Bowman and Mr. Fritz and Dr. Kennedy talked to you about that last meeting, our goals are still our goals. We still want to improve third grade literacy. Our achievement still matters. Growth matters. Both of those matter. And we know that if we can improve achievement, we're going to be able to improve growth. So we're still going to continue to focus. So, just like you all said, it's important to know. It's good to know what principals know. But at the end of the day, our goals are still.
I think what she hit well too is like, there's been this kind of false dichotomy between achievement and like, if you're a lower achieving school, you'll say, well, we focus on growth, which we should, that's important. But you can do achievement and growth, and that's what we should, that's what we want to look at. It's not an either or. I think Dr. Miller said, we set a minimum goal that everybody should hit 45%. We had some that said, well, it's not where we are. It's a right, but you don't go in, I think your exact analogy was, you don't go into the sports season going, God, I hope we're video rich. We want to be 500. We want to aim high. Sure. Knowing that they think it's a couple years to get there, but that's where we want to. That's where we want to aim. I just again,
Great job, Alan.
yeah. That is not easy stuff to comprehend. And I think the beauty of it is if you take some of that stuff with you, is you will get parents that will ask you about some of this stuff, and it's a great resource if you need help to try to explain some of that complicated stuff. Next up, we have Ms. Herron that's going to share a little bit about metrics and reporting and things like that they use in student health. I think could be blown away at the magnitude of what they do and the metrics that they use to make sure our students are healthy and well.
Scott had asked, Dr. Langford asked us to provide some metrics and data, and I know it's late, and that's not super exciting, but I'm going to try to give you some data, but also some stories, because each one of these numbers represents one of your students. I mean, each one of these numbers represents your niece, your nephew, your neighbor's kid, you know, somebody that you know, possibly your child. So I want you to keep that in mind. One of the metrics that I wanted to mention, just for the health services umbrella in general, and I think it's probably mirrored by several, probably the majority of our departments, is we have a 95% staff retention rate. Actually, this past year was, I think, 96.4. So we roughly stay 95 and above in staff retention for health services, the entire umbrella. And I know everyone thinks I'm just nursing, but there's more than nursing. But nursing is actually the bulk of my staff. And the reason I point that out in particular is nurses can work a lot of places. Educators work in an educational environment generally. Nurses can work a lot of places. They can go across the street sometimes and potentially make more money. It's hard for us to compete with a lot of the hospital corporations. So I think what that number represents for all of us is the fact that our staff really do want to be here, and this is a really good place to work because they could work in and potentially make more money, you know, just being real. And so I think that's really important. So under my umbrella is Health Services Education Supervisor, and she handles kind of AEDs, all the trainings, our school emergency trainings, our CPR trainings. She also has coordinated school health under her. And then Section 504, big department, a few people that do a lot of incredible work. Homebound Services, which is also a small department, but they do some really important things. And then nursing, of course, which that's the bulk of my staff, but everybody works really hard and does some amazing stuff. So health education data, this is just going to be a screenshot of kind of what we did this first semester. We can give you data from the day, the week, the year, the month, but we decided to just do a snapshot to let you guys know what we did the first semester. So we managed 220 different AED units, and that's more than just check we've got an AED there. There's a lot of state requirements that have to happen every single month. We also have to just do maintenance constantly on those. So it's a number that doesn't represent the work. We replaced, you guys held 45 AED units that were reaching into service. We had more like 60 something, but we've already done 45. Then we waited on the other 22 till we got the recent firehouse subs grant, which we were very lucky to get. So we're in the process of replacing the additional 22 that are reaching their end of service. So that all happened this first semester. We're also in the process, and I've almost completed, doing 10 temperature controlled AED boxes because we have found that extreme temperatures, like this past week, have caused our AED units to beep. Now they still are functional according to the company, but that doesn't leave us feeling good. So we've had to put some wired units that can offer some climate control. So we're in the process of fixing that. We completed 53 AED drills in the schools, and what that is they go in just like a fire drill, but it is so in depth, and they time how long it takes you to get the AED, and we work with Vanderbilt on that. They come and they tour with us on all of these drills. It is a really in-depth thing, and principals, some of them love it, some of them don't love it, but they all are good sports about it because we're disrupting your day, but it has to be done. The kids, we involve our students. If our students know CPR, we involve them with the mannequin and let them participate in the drill as well. So it's a pretty in-depth drill. It's not as quick as just flipping a button and everybody, responding accordingly. It kind of takes quite a bit of time. So we've completed all 53 of those and received all of our Heart Safe School designations for the year, which is something that we do every year. And it's a designation, we are one of the first districts in the state to do that. So it's something that we're really proud of. I mean, the ones outside, I don't think we're gonna have as good a life cycle if we don't need to climate control, but generally about 10 years. So we replaced a bunch when I first got here, so they all, over the last several years, have started reaching kind of their end of service. We manage 27 district instructors, so those are CPR instructors. Those are everybody from HOSA teachers to nurses. We've got coaches that are CPR instructors. So we manage all of that. We've recently moved our site to a partnership with High Point Health, which has been a great partnership for us. We trained 400 4th and 5th grade students predominantly on hands-on CPR this first semester. That is something that has taken off like crazy. We had a few principals who expressed some interest. We hooked them up with Kayla, they kind of got a plan, and now all of the principals are wanting to do it, which is great. And we're happy, to accommodate. 685 students and staff this first semester were certified in CPR. Another 290 of our staff were CPR trained, and that's bus drivers, Unity teachers, nutrition managers, and a lot of that is a requirement by the state, and we also are happy to do that for our staff. 110 new school emergency team members are trained. Do you guys know that there's a set team in every building? Do you all know what that is? So the school emergency team, they're generally lay people that are trained to support the nurse in the school in case of an emergency. So if a student, say, falls and breaks a bone and needs assistance on the playground, they'll call for the SET team. The nurse will obviously respond, but so do SET members. Because if it's a true emergency, you've got to have people reporting what's happening, people calling for an ambulance, people performing rescue measures if that's needed. So you have to have a whole team of people. Every one of your school buildings has a team of people that are trained for that. And they retrain every year. They train multiple times throughout the year, and then they're certified every 2 years.
And how many serve on that? Ideally.
We have thousands.
But each school, like.
But each school, there's, and depending on the school size. Smaller schools.
A high school would have
10 members. A big high school may have 20.
Yeah.
But we have way more that are certified in CPR that can come assist if needed. School emergency team are kind of our school level first responders. Coordinated school health, which also falls under Kayla, and under me as well. They have screened, and this is vision and hearing screenings, they've screened almost 5,000 students so far this year. We do this every year. We screen all year. We focus predominantly on 2 elementary grades every year, and we do high school wellness. But all throughout the year, there's a Google Doc that all the schools have, counselors, administrators, and you can, if you aren't at the school that's getting screened that year, or if you just have a student you're worried about, you enter it in there, and we go screen them. So we do a ton of screenings throughout the year. We screen in bulk about 3 different groups every year. So out of the screenings we've done just first semester, 727 vision referrals were completed, and what that means is they failed their vision screen. We usually recheck them again. If they fail again, then we send a referral. We contact the families by several different means, because sometimes we're not sure that the letters actually make it home in their folder, so we call them. So then we do a kind of close the loop follow-up that the actual school nurse does. She gets the names of her failures, she calls the family, and this 75 plus will grow. Those are the students so far that have gotten corrective lenses that needed them, that have gotten assistance that needed them. That number will grow because it takes parents a while to get an appointment. We keep in contact with them to try to close that loop and make sure, hey, why haven't you taken them to get further evaluation? Is it a financial barrier? Then we assist with the financial needs. Because that is what we found years ago before we put this in place. We found the same kids on this list. And I'm like, wait, these kids were on the list the previous year, and they just never got corrective lenses. So they're sitting in someone's classroom, struggling to see, and it wasn't being addressed. So we've put together some good things that close the loop. So this 75 will grow. Sometimes it's because they didn't have their contacts in or left their glasses. on all those students we screened. 39 have been verified that needed further intervention and are receiving further intervention. That number as well will grow as the school year progresses. We've collaborated with 526 community members at various events. Coordinated School Health does a ton of events. They go and have booths, they do outreach, they do all kinds of stuff. These are just a few. They work really closely with HOSA, they help host a HOSA day. They get all of my nursing staff to come work the HOSA day, to work with all the HOSA students. Title I nights, they do we did an employee wellness thing with safety recently. That was a huge success. So all of those total about 426 touch points with people in our community this first semester.
Can I ask a question real quick about
Sure.
the vision area? Then you talked a little bit about this when you presented months ago. Can you talk about using some of the students that are in our health science classes to help with that? Obviously, when you're doing the initial screening, that's something that they can do. When you go into actual, whether they need some type of hearing device, or they need glasses or contacts or something like that, do we ever, or have we looked at bringing in licensed doctors to actually, prescribe the building? I know we talked about Portland adding a clinic.
And it just gets really complicated.
Yeah.
So one of their new projects for this semester they're starting is trying to do an outreach because we had a group that provided us all of that and they stopped. I think we used them too much and they gave vouchers, but I'm not sure they want everybody to really use all the vouchers. We used them. So that gave them a free exam and a free pair of glasses. So now we're having to pivot and kind of make our own community group. So we're reaching out to all of our doctors around here, and we've even talked to some people at Northfield because they have done a lot of community outreach days. It's just really hard to make it like one day. We need a network of people that we can call on at all times of the year. And so that's what we're trying to work on, and that's our project that Coordinated School Health is actually focused on for this semester, is getting together our network. Because we've had doctors say, I'll do 2 a month, or I'll give you 3 a semester. And so we're trying to get them like solidified that that's what they'll do, and that way we have a resource network that we can just refer to.
Well, I just think sometimes it's hard because some of these students, probably the ones that you see on the list again and again, is an issue with parents getting to appointments. A lot of these eye doctors and ear doctors close at 5, and parents work, trying to coordinate that. And like with Portland, if you can do more in the school, to get them fitted, diagnosed, devices delivered, would make it easier. I know you also have to make sure you have parent permission for all of that, which is another, you kind of have to come through as well. But whether it's doctors that come in twice a month or once a month in these schools to at least get them.
Well, and I think I'll have some more information probably by fall or maybe this time next year about what that can look like. That's just one of those things we're really having to build that from the ground up. Just we a little bit had the rug pulled out from under us by our other partner, but I understand we were using them quite a bit.
Are there any universities that we can partner with if we come in with their?
They're going to look at that. I don't know. There's some places that have that opportunity, but I'm not sure who around us does. I'm sure Vanderbilt has a full optometry. But that's something that I think I'll take all of those suggestions back. I'm hoping I have more of a plan because we're just having to focus on building on that now. But luckily, we've had incredible community support. And when we get the one-offs, we call and somebody's like, send them over. But it's a lot of work to do that. We need something that's kind of put in place. So that's what we're doing. I want to give y'all an update on the activity bus. I know some of y'all got to tour that and may remember the activity bus. It has been a huge success. I wish we had 4 more of them. But I'm not sure Ms. Brown is going to give me the funds to fill 4 more of them. Just for this first semester, the activity bus was in 12 different schools and events. So mostly 8 schools, and I think they did 4 community events. So like a back to school bash, a Title I night, that kind of thing. So that has been a huge success. It's booked for the entire year. We survey everybody for everything we do. And 100% of our faculty and our teachers have said that their students have learned a new skill. They've gotten to play with equipment they did not have access to before, just because of the contents of the bus. So that's been a big success, and we're really proud of that, and we'll continue to go. Another project, because coordinated school health focuses on projects, that's just the way they're set up with the state. So their next project we're really excited about. I hope to tell y'all more about it next year, but it's called Learn to Bike, and it's about bike safety, and it's for preschool and kindergarten, the littles, and it's about bike safety and about how kids don't know how to ride bikes anymore, and they don't know how to ride them safely. So we are focusing a little bit on that for one of our new upcoming projects, and I think that's going to be really cool. But I don't want to say too much about it yet.
How are y'all recruiting equipment for the bus? The reason why I say that is like Spike Ball is a great example. When I first met them,
We use them a lot.
But when I first met them, I worked at camp. They gave me and another guy 10 sets and said, just go play with the kids all summer and get us feedback. What I hope is there's all these expos where there's new games being created. We have anybody doing those to try to get. It's really, those companies are looking for people just to play and use their stuff.
Right.
So,
You're on it.
Yeah.
You take care of that.
I'll take it. I'll take it
volunteer.
per diem. I'll go. But no, there's just
I'll come.
every time I go to the beach, I feel like I see too many games.
Yeah, we do have conferences we go to, and a lot of those folks are set up there. So we do find a lot of new equipment that way. Now, nobody so far is wanting to just give it to us, but I would be willing to take it if they would. Actually, that's not true, because we just got a knockout bid from a company that wanted to just gift us one, and we looked at our wish list. We have a PE equipment wish list, and John Mann over at Witten said he wanted one, so he's getting a new one right now, as we speak.
Lisa, if you get a wish list of things,
We have one.
we're connected. Would you
Yeah,
share it?
I sure will.
At any time we're in a space that we know, hey, we could
Yeah,
use
each PE teacher gives us a wish list, and we just chip away at it, as much as we can.
All those
Share that.
companies don't want to give away money. They're more than willing to give away product.
Yeah.
They know that your product.
know what you go buy.
They already pay if they give that data.
Well, like Nine Square has been a huge hit, and, they gave us a big discount, and so we bought several, and then all the schools wanted them. So we got to purchase more, with our funds that we had left, and we bought a whole bunch of them for every school we wanted them. Because it was on all their wish lists.
And there's a lot of nonprofits, groups out there that, if they know what's on that wish list and their education oriented.
Yeah. Well, I'll get you the list. I'll be glad to. So section 504, this Brandy Ubehar is over section 504, and she's over homebound services. She's wonderful. She has really she's done the work, and it really shows. So this is just, our snapshot of this year. 67 school level 504 designees have been trained this year. 62 LEAs or administrators have been trained. She breaks it down to how many minutes that they spend in the buildings and who they spend it with, which has been such great data for us to know. We want to make sure that the staff we're hiring is actually going to help who we hired them to help. So 119 hours of coaching support, 127 hours of direct support to principals, which that means so much to me because that represents a principal not having to potentially be in a meeting or handle a situation that should go in and handle for them. Obviously, principals want to be everywhere. They can't always be everywhere. If they don't have an AP, it's really important that we have some support there.
Just like jump in, Charles, I think this goes to something you mentioned earlier, personal role clarity. I would say when I was a principal, it's even more so now, these meetings were getting to where it was really hard to do all of them, or to do them well. And I think one of the things, especially with 504s, is we were constantly flipping 504 designee at the school. We were putting people that there were school people without a medical background in any capacity got to make decisions when you have a note from a doctor that says you should do this. And I think one of the things, like we've seen far less turnover and so much more support, that it's made our whole, take that off the table, the end result has been a direct result for better care for our kids and better connection with their parents and the school, because we're able to
I
provide
think
training.
last year we only turned over like a couple, maybe 3 504 designees. That has never happened. But they're getting better training, they're getting support, and they're getting coaching, and they're also getting a stipend, and it's small, but it matters because we're asking them to do a lot of things outside of work. Early morning meetings with families and that sort of thing. So we're trying to take care of our staff so they can have some continuity in taking care of our kids. So that 127 hours means a lot to me because that is direct principal support. 67 hours on process and procedure support, 21 hours just in additional meetings. This is just coming for extra support on those really tricky meetings where you really need reinforcement to answer difficult questions. 95% of the 504 plans are compliant. T-Impulse is where those are entered. That's it kind of monitors whether we are keeping up how we should or not. This doesn't represent, this is not saying your plans are being followed at 95% or greater. I hope they are, and if they're not, there's support to fix that. But this is that 95% of our plans are current and up to date. It would be 100, but there's 5% that we can't control. Whether the parent shows up to a meeting, or whether they have to reschedule, or whether a parent like me didn't sign their kid's 504 return and they should have. That kind of is the 5%. So they're doing a fantastic job. Homebound services data, this is kind of a little niche that everybody forgets about that is so incredibly important. And if you have a student who has to have a surgery or something, you realize quickly how imperative this service is. We served first semester 52 students that were from 24 different schools for various reasons. Serious injury, cancer treatments, you name it, surgeries, and some serious mental health conditions, where students were inpatient, hospitalized. So those students have to have services too. 24 were exceptional ed students, 28 were general ed. But that is some really unsung heroes that go into these homes and work with these families and these students at their kitchen tables. So, I don't think they get enough credit, but they do amazing work. Nursing data, the smallest number I'm going to talk about is really the most important number to me. But we do 700 daily procedures this first semester. And those can be anything that you can think of. But a lot of them tube feedings, catheterizations, things that no one has any trach care, things that no one has any idea really that happen every day in every one of these schools. We have 97 EMS calls the first semester.
We had students that you had.
All over the place, all day, every day.
And they're in classes every school day.
Yeah, so we average about an emergency call, an EMS call a day. And these are actual emergencies that require a higher level of care. So 97 the first semester, I'm sure we'll do similar the second semester. That's pretty stable number. We had 125,385 total clinic visits for the first semester. I would challenge you to put any doctor's office up to our numbers. There's not a chance that average doctor sees about 15 patients a day. And our average school sees 40, 50, some of them 100 a day. The smallest number, the 75, is the most important number to me, and I want to explain to you guys why. That is 75 new chronic diagnoses that we made during the first semester. And what that means is there was a student walking around with a serious issue, medical issue, whether there have been seizure disorders, we've caught serious cardiac anomalies, diabetes that was undiagnosed, type 1 diabetes that was undiagnosed, the student likely is just developing it, or nurses caught it. They reach out to the pediatrician, to the family, and get them evaluated, and they come back with an actual diagnosis that can be treated which means the student can pay attention because their blood sugar isn't 500, or they're not having absent seizures that everyone just thought that they weren't, they were just difficult students or not paying attention or didn't listen to directions. These kids were actually having seizures, someone picked up on it. The nurse made the right referrals and they came back with a diagnosis that's treatable. Or at least we know and we can educate the staff about it. So, I mean, that is the number that means the most to me, even out of these big numbers. And the 94.7% return to class rate, that is instructional minutes. That represents instructional minutes. We don't return them to class if they need to go home. We have no problem sending a student home. But a lot of them don't need to go home. They need a glass of water, they need their temperature checked, they need a rest minute. Hey, they need some, they need to realize math happens every day. They can't get in the clinic at math time. I mean, a lot of times they need reassurance, they need medication, we can give them, they need whatever, and they need to go back to class. And sometimes it doesn't work, and hey, sometimes we call it wrong, and sometimes things don't go well when they go back to class, and we're calling for a cleanup on 909, like it happens. But generally, they get to stay and finish the day, and they don't miss those instructional minutes.
Ms. Romani, do you text, do you communicate with the parent, with the child? I know I've been on the waiting end when mom and dad are working. I might need to go get Mason because he's at the...
Right.
And sometimes he doesn't, I don't have to go. He gets the, that boy, you're gonna make it.
Yeah. But yeah, we communicate with the family.
That's what I thought.
And if there's, it's nursing judgment. Sometimes, hey, they just need to come in there and tell you they had a bad dream last night, and sometimes it's nothing that the parent even needs to worry about.
Sure.
Sometimes we want the parents' thought,
Sure.
hey, they're a thought partner. Do you feel comfortable with them staying? No fever, no this, no that, they look good, their ears look great. We check them out, we talk to the parent, and we send them back to class if everybody's in agreement. So, it's when they're not well that it's up to us.
Yes.
We got 103 fever, it's time to go home. But that number is also very important just because those represent instructional minutes. These kids didn't miss that day.
When you multiply that times the 125,000 minutes,
Mhm.
imagine the amount of learning time that that makes.
And we've done that before, we've done that before for parents, just so they have an idea. And we'll tell them if a kid comes to the clinic, how many instructional minutes they miss for that.
How much do you think extending recess in elementary schools increased our clinic visits?
Well, I think it's increased our injury visits for sure. Definitely. Listen, and I'll let you on a secret. Nurses don't really love all the fun stuff, because it's like, hey, dodgeball, recess, oh my gosh. Field trips, people get hurt, anything where people get hurt, the nurses are like.
So your takeaway is nurses hate fun?
Yeah, nurses hate fun sometimes. That is true. Last slide, thank y'all for hanging in there with me. Last slide is 1,226 cross-collaborative meetings that your nurses attended this year. Those are just the first semester. IEP meetings 504, SART, which are attendance meetings, behavior meetings, manifestation determination meetings for 504 and IEPs, IHPs, which are health plans, homebound meetings, safety plan meetings, transition back to school meetings when students have been inpatient or have been in placement somewhere else. We do a transition meeting for them back to school. Nurses are involved in all of these while they're also running a clinic and seeing 50, 60 kids in a day. So that's a lot. And somehow a lot of the elementary ones still manage to teach hygiene classes and hands-only CPR and hand washing and the little germ, we have a little germ fun little class they'll teach. So they taught 2,873 students and 112 classes taught this first semester. So any questions?
So is the new board the fall against you? Is it open yet?
No, we just had to postpone because of the weather, the ribbon cutting.
It was supposed
walk through the building and like look at
It's
some of
already
that.
running.
The good news is by the time we actually get to do the ribbon cutting, a lot of the build out will be completed.
Okay.
Because we're estimating that'll be completed around spring break. And so then it'll just be process and procedure things.
Yeah, and there's a lot of back-end work to do on that, because this is something that I don't think really has been done
Not in the
often.
way we're doing.
And not in the way that we're doing it. I really think this is going to be, if you talk about innovative anchoring from earlier, this is going to be something, when you think about how many rural hospitals across the state closed, this is going to be a model that can kind of scale out to other communities somewhere
And we're
in our
hoping
county.
other counties even will, we can get this model right. And I can tell you, the CPO at Sumner is very dedicated to getting this right and working out the little problems that we're gonna encounter, because we know there's gonna be some, so we can do it well and make it look okay.
And there's so many things to brag about. I would say though, having such a strong health presence in 504 meetings, in these other meetings, it helps because we're just ensuring our kids are receiving the best care. And we're also able to provide education to parents, to teachers, to principals. And then I think, if you were to jump back, looking at what's CPR and AEDs, we already have 2 instances just this fall where our students have delivered CPR to save a parent based on what they learned in class.
And hey, they took it from one of the instructors that we have. That's where they got their CPR training. So that's really the whole idea. That's what we're here for. We talk about anchoring the community.
Mark, it's from Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, so academics, student support, and now we're going to have operations. Ms. Brown's going to come and share. Just to reflect, I'd like for us to think about, I think probably the best way is to give y'all some time, if you see things you would like for us to report, metrics, things like that. But also, we'll probably send a follow-up form, because I know, we go back to the Working Genius stuff, there's people like me that are vendors, give me a whiteboard and a marker, I'm ready to roll. I'll start thinking immediately. They won't all be good ideas, but there'll be a bunch of ideas. But then we have discerners too that like to look at it and really think through. So we want to hit both of those geniuses, and so we'll provide some opportunities. This obviously is not something we're going to all get down tonight, but I think it's a really healthy, because I also like to try to connect it in. I would like to see it connected overall to developing better people for a better world, preparing students for first and future career, and then seeing like the core values, the different work we talked about tonight, tying together into those metrics. So I do think they all move together, and you were doing a presentation about clarity and alignment, and that was huge. Y'all know Amanda, you've heard her present a number of times before. What I'm excited about tonight is you're going to see a little bit more about everything that's under her purview and leadership, not just the budget, not just the money, all the different things. So, and not even everything, because we've got to teach some of it, but not tonight.
So, like Scott said, so I'm finance, but we really deal with so much operational stuff on a day-to-day basis. And I am also not just finance anymore. I've taken on a lot of different roles here. And so this is an umbrella, right? So this is a finance umbrella. Trevor, I love her. I think you guys know Trevor, but he is a crucial part of that team. Came on in the last several years. He is an amazing asset to our department. Really helps me be able to get into some of more of the strategic stuff and more operational stuff. So just going to kind of go through the first several different areas that fall under the umbrella that we've been talking about. We've got payroll, that's an department we have, accounts payable, purchasing, and capital. So these are all very distinctive functions within our district and do different things. Different people do them. Chris Harrison does a little bit of both, purchasing and capital for me, but just because of his strengths. But so very different processes in that and there. We also have financial accounting and reporting. We have grants, budgeting, internal audit department, benefits, retirement, Teach Sumner, and print shop. And I will tell you, I'm really terrified that I forgot somebody. And so they probably will tell me tomorrow if I did, but I'm really racking my brain. I think I've got everybody. So I just want to go through a couple of, just metrics for you guys to kind of see the volume of work that comes through our district. It's kind of hard to comprehend
And I will be honest with you, Chris Harrison, he was putting some of his metrics together. You know, I reached out to all my teams because these are all teams of people that work and do amazing work for me. I'm not doing all these things. I have great people who are doing that. So as I started putting all these metrics together, I was like, man, we do a lot of really cool things. So I just want to kind of point that out. So payroll, this year, W-2s, we issued 6,225 of them. Each month, we pay over 5,200 employees a month. In addition to just the paycheck, we do all their leave use and accruals. That is still a manual process right now. We are working on their leave use. We're working on time and attendance implementation also, which will streamline a lot of those processes. And we also do supplements. And I'll apologize, I don't have the numbers on those because we were out for snow, right? But the amount of supplements and leave sheets, stacks that we had to do every month, it's phenomenal, the work that team does. So very proud of them.
Remind me, how many are on your payroll?
So I have 5 on my payroll team. I have 2 supervisors, one over classified, one over certified.
And they just manually do what, the leave use?
So we literally get leave sheets. This, yeah.
5 people?
Yeah. And their process to, the accuracy that they actually process our payroll is unbelievable, and how meticulous they are. They are phenomenal. They've been, my 2 supervisors have been in the district, and a lot of actually my team has been in the district for a while now. They're amazing. Terry and Tabitha, so. But who would be without, right? So we all love Terry and Tabitha. They're amazing. Accounts payable. This year we issued 341 1099s. We also issued the 1099s for our individual schools too. So we take all of their information, combine it with theirs, do a lot of analysis to issue those 1099s. We issue over 500 plus checks per month. Most of those are manual checks, but we do now have employee expense reimbursement as direct deposit now to our employees. So that's cut down on some of the manual checks and also a lot better for our employees and for the district. We have over 1,000 P-card transactions that my team reviews every month. So just because you're swiping a credit card doesn't mean you're not going to have questions and have to do all your documentation. So you're required to have everything that you would for a check with your P-card transactions. Purchasing. So our purchase orders, this is, you can just kind of see those numbers. Our purchase orders have greatly decreased this year. We made a couple of strategic changes in not requiring purchase orders for some P-card transactions, because there is a moment in time until you liquidate that PO that the money looks double counted because it's encumbered and the transaction comes in. So you have to make sure you're liquidating that PO at real time. So this has a bookkeeper's work. Everybody across the district was the biggest fan of this because it saved them a lot of work because those transactions are posting so quickly in real time. So we didn't need that encumbrance and that transaction. So, because we import our transactions weekly on those. So that's decreased, and I think we're just trying to be really good stewards of our money. So sealed bids, we're at 15 this year. You can kind of see, and those really just depend on what kind of projects we're working on during that school year. So capital, these are just a list of all the different, by year, the amount of capital projects that we're managing at any given point in time. So these will be a little bit larger capital projects. So financial and accounting and reporting. So we have over 8,629. Currently, we might have added one today, active general ledger accounts with balances. So this is this many accounts in our ledger right now that has a balance in it. So it's an active use account. It's not just active, it is actively used. We have over 19,000 active general ledger accounts. We have 20 separate fund, sub-fund combinations. And I'll show you a picture for a second so you understand what I say, fund, sub-fund. So this is your fund, 142 is federal, your 141, like 141.40, that's your general purpose. So these are fund, sub-fund combinations. So we have 20 fund, sub-fund combinations, and every one of those has a separate balance sheet, year-to-date budget reports, and separate financials. In addition to that, all of those also have to be reported separately to the state and federal agencies, depending on what it is. So a lot of year-end reporting, a lot of reporting goes into all of that, the transactional data. We have 147 balance sheet accounts, so we're reconciling these monthly and quarterly, depending on what it is. Some of them are not, transactions are not as frequent, but we have to have those reconciled annually to close our books. So when we're trying to close our books and we're talking about trying to get our books closed, and we have that deadline, it's because we are actively finalizing everything and actually reconciling all of our accounts too. So once again, these are listed all of our fund, sub-fund combinations. Just wanted to show you some of the grants that we discussed. So these are for this year. We call this consolidated federal. So a couple years back, Frankie could probably explain this a little bit better, but the state took part of our grants and they call it a consolidated federal budget. So all of these are remitted together. They all have a separate application, but they all have to go together to be approved. And so this is what we call our consolidated budget. But all of these individually are reported, different rules, different amounts, obviously different amounts. So this is what we call our consolidated budget.
That's like Title I.
Yeah, Title I, Title II. Eric Bowman manages all of our consolidated federal budgets. And then other federal grants that we have that are consolidated. Chase Moore, CTE, Katie Brown, some of our 21st century instruction with some of the different HQMs, and these change for you. If we get an opportunity to get some money for our students, we get it, right? And so these, you will see every year these change. These are pretty consistent, not, the amounts might change because the federal government may change the amount, but these are consistent grants that we typically have as part of that consolidated. But this Stronger Connection grant, that's going to go away, I believe, next year. But if there's another grant that we're going to apply for, we're going to apply for it. And every one of these has different rules and different someone who's managing those. So if we help report and get all of that, make sure all the accounting's correct, and get all the funding, draw those funds. But there's somebody in our district that manages, like, hey, somebody decided how to spend this money. It was Katie Brown. Amanda didn't decide how to spend that money, but we're making sure it's accounted for accurately and reported accurately. So here's some state grants. ISM, same thing. These, some of these change every year. Some of them are a little more consistent. It kind of depends. But in total, we have $29 million worth of grants. A total of 21 grants right now that we're actively managing. Once again, that changes for when we had Esther. We had a lot more money and more grants. So this number is, it might change tomorrow if we get another grant that we're huge. Budgeting. So, you guys are familiar with the budget, right? Just looking at some big numbers up there, we have a $454 million combined original budget. That doesn't include additional funds and additional grants that we get throughout the year. That's what the original budget that I submitted to you. I just added all those up. That's what that number is. We last year did over 200 plus budget amendments. Most of those amendments, a lot of that is new grants that we're getting. Maybe we have something in supplies and materials when we need it in contracted services, moving those and ensure that where we need to spend the money is where we're accounting for. Just in the budget alone, when we are putting together our GP budget, there is over 1,400 lines of individual data that's going into the details behind that, and then behind that, there's even more. There are so many I didn't have time. I couldn't go through all 15 separate departments with 80 separate files and look at every line, but there's a lot. And so those collapse into the 1,400 lines that then you see in the budget there. So that's just general purpose alone. That's not that one. And so you count up the actual number of budgeted GL accounts, individual lines that you'll see a budget in your original budget was 1,559. But yeah, so 15 separate this year department meetings that we're having. And within those, Katie has a department meeting, but she has multiple things under her department. Frankie too, we're having instruction, but she has multiple accounts and multiple major categories under her. So when the department meeting is not showing, like, that's a whole lot more goes into that than just a meeting about one department. Does that make sense? So that's where you're getting those 80 different departmental files. Also, internal audit, reports up through finance, myself and Trevor. So I asked them to pull some information together. They average around 50 per year audit or reviews for our school funds. These are just the cash balances that for last year for the ISF needs internal school funds. So that's separate money than the money you see in the budgets that you all approve. This is money that sits at Gallatin High School and Liberty Creek and Beach and Indian Lake. So those are the money, if you take all of our 50-something schools that are together, that's the balances that, the revenue they've taken in, the expense, and their cash balance. And we have our external auditor that comes to report to you guys and shows you that report, that's that information. They also do an amazing job. We have been contacted by counties, multiple counties asking about our internal audit department. They do a phenomenal job and we really support our bookkeepers. We don't want them out in the schools wondering what to do. They need to know, we want them to call us, right? So it has helped our bookkeeping retention year over year, the support that these ladies give them, and that they're not afraid to call. They call, they ask, they do the things. But there are, I don't ever walk down their hall where they're not on the phone with the bookkeeper talking to them. They also cover leave, so if a bookkeeper goes out to school, they need somebody to come in that knows how to do bookkeeping. We can't just call someone and say, hey, can you come and take care of the millions of dollars that we just talked about, right? So our internal audit department goes out and will fill in at those schools when someone's on a leave. That could be 2 days, it could be 8 weeks. So they covered that from last year. Also, they do the RT Fisher bookkeeping. RT Fisher is so tight that it really doesn't need a full-time bookkeeper. So we kind of played with that and had one that didn't. So right now, my team handles their bookkeeping. They do 75 plus SSO, that's school support organizations, reviewed and supported. And they have, they review 2,000, number of fundraiser requests. So they review every fundraiser request that comes to their district to make sure it complies with the laws and the rules that are required for fundraisers. They reviewed over 450 supplements. So that is a school, PTO wants to pay someone a supplement for whatever it is, a booster club does. So they review those supplements to make sure that they're trying to comply with what we have said is allowable. And they also do a big annual training and support for our bookkeepers. So benefits at a glance. So these are just numbers of our participants in our different programs that we have. So we have active means active employees, right? So we have 3,222 at this moment in time. It changed the next day when we hired somebody, right? Active employees on our benefits, 5,000 dependents. We have 174 retirees, and of those retirees, 140 dependents. So that just gives you the scope of the amount of humans that our benefits covers. So it's pretty impressive, right? Dental, same thing, same numbers you're looking at, it's same information. So our benefits package is really, it is bar none, right? I mean, it's the Cadillac package, and we have so many people that are impacted by how good our benefits are. And we get a lot of employees because of how good our benefits are. A lot of people that work for us, especially our classified staff, our office staff are working because they love what they do, but their benefits, you cannot beat.
Let me add too, with the work that's been done to keep the cost down, us being able the last 2 years to do the 2-month holiday, I can't tell you the number of emails that we get where it's employees that have no idea what this means to my family to catch this break right now. And that's the effect of, I can tell you I was on the state insurance board, health insurance board for a while. We've been self-funded since I think 2011 or 2012. 2013. But I can tell you that the time that I was in the state health insurance board, the cost usually went up 7 or 8%. And ours is doing a tremendous job. And that filters back in lower per diem increases, and then also the ability to get back.
Just ballpark figure, what kind of number would you put on our benefit package?
Like the value? For full family coverage, about $25,000. That is the word.
Wow.
So, but yeah, our benefits I'm super proud of this. This is amazing. And we continue to try to, as we see, if we're making smart investments here, making smart adjustments here, we're saving money and we're trying to reinvest that back into our staff. And you'll see that. Let me go to this one. As we talk, we just implemented something new called Carrot. This was menopause support, but it's also hormones for men. Men have hormones too, I guess. And so this started. I guess I don't know, Lisa. You can you let me know. But so Carrot is the company, and then we just started this in January, and we already have 47 employees that have engaged with them. And so we're super excited about those. You can just see some of those statistics. And I think this will just grow. I mean, this has been, we've offered this for less than a month, or I guess a month and a couple days.
And that's something that is not existing out there. When you look, especially for menopausal supporters, they really work hard to find support.
Yeah, and this also covers adoption support, don't forget. And it also covers IVF. And so that is a benefit that if your family struggles with that, it is so pricey. So this is a great benefit for our employees. Aware Health is our physical therapy. We added that. I think this is starting our second year. Maybe is that third year, second year? Sorry, time flies when you're having fun. We have had, it looks like low engagement, but we have had it's not though. We have had such positive feedback for everyone that has attended. We offer some on-site, but we also offer virtual. I was really skeptical of virtual, so I tried it, and it really is effective. I think it's effective.
I did too.
Yeah, and so this has been very, very impactful. We're still getting the word out on this, but the people that have used it, I personally use it. I know several that have. I know Katie Brown's used it. Sorry, HIPAA violation right there. Frankie's used it. Who's used it? So has been very, very positive. And also, I have a couple more metrics on this that I got a little bit late in the game, so I didn't include them. But one of the reasons that we do this, it is about their employees, right? Of course. It is also hard to get into physical therapy. I don't know if you've ever tried it, but it's very hard to get into. So we don't want our employees struggling, not being able to get to it. So this House gives them the option. But also, there's all of the studies that show if you can do certain things, you can avoid surgeries, which are so costly and also harmful for a person if they don't need the surgery. So we have some other metrics that we can provide if you want about some of the benefits of Aware Health is seeing with surgery avoidance and some other things. So pretty cool. I'll go back to this one. One we've had them for a while. They are amazing. So we have great engagement with our clinics. We also have text care, which I, as a mom, was in Mississippi State. My son has some crazy rash on his head, sorry Maddox, and I'm texting with text care while I'm sitting in Mississippi, getting him an antibiotic, called her to Mississippi State. It is phenomenal. Also on the snow day, my daughter has some crazy thing going on with her finger. Everything's closed. I'm texting text care and getting an antibiotic for my daughter real time. Text care is amazing if you haven't used it. We have great clinic utilization and amazing patient satisfaction. Behavioral health, that is our therapy that we offer our employees. And so we really try to watch this to make sure that first off, it's hard to find people. It's hard to hire for this.
There were only 11 counselors in Southern Canada that were taking the admissions last year.
And so we had a hard time filling this. We've tried part-time, we've tried flexible, all the things. And so, but we really try to watch this to make sure that if you need services, you're going to have to wait 6 weeks. So I actually had a meeting over snow break Snowmageddon that I didn't get to have talking about this. So we're all actively always managing that to make sure we have enough service hours for our employees.
So, and before you jump on, I want to point out to you that I think with one of the other benefits of us self-insuring, previously classified employees were with the county, and certified plant employees were on the state plan. By coming together, it's let us provide this care for all of our employees. And a side benefit of the compensation work that we've done has made our insurance a whole lot more accessible for our employees. But the one-to-one clinics, like, I mean, I realized that I just put down as my primary care physician, the person that my mom saw. And I realized lately I put him down again and somebody said he retired like 7 years ago. Because I just go to one-to-one. And so many of our employees that weren't getting any preventative health care are now going quite frequently. And just for long-term diabetes care, long-term chronic stuff, mental health, physical therapy, all those things. You know,
they're actively engaged in real time. We're looking at data and analyzing that data. And we use several services to look at that so that we can identify employees and try to reach out to them and engage with them when we see they have a chronic condition or things like that. And so there's a lot of analysis that's going on behind the scenes so we can engage with those employees. And one-to-one is an amazing partner.
in our fraud prevention group, Cap Call, we had some
GLP-1.
fraudulent GLP-1 clinics in the county. Two that we called, but they gigged us for about $600,000 or $700,000, and they said it would have taken Blue Cross Blue Shield years to catch it. We called them in like 6 months.
So, hey, all for GLP-1s, but only certain GLP-1s are covered under our insurance, right? And so, but let me say this, one-to-one, we have, because of the need that we hear from our employees, we actually have where you can do a weight loss program through there, and you follow, it's, very prescriptive, but you also can do GLP-1s through one-to-one. So if that is something you need, you do that through one-to-one. That's something we implemented about a year and a half ago. And we look at those metrics too. We've adjusted and we've had really good success with our employees that engage with that. Recently, we've asked there's some discussion, do we want to extend that to spouses? Because right now it's only offered to employees because it was kind of let's see how this goes, and something we're looking into. So
only for active employees.
active that
Retirees.
take our insurance. Anyone on our insurance can go to one-to-one. So retirees can also. Yeah. So use one-to-one clinics, so you do have to use be on our insurance.
Quality of care on one-to-one is really outstanding.
It really is. So we already talked about this. I'm going to go on. So also one of the departments is our retirement. Here's just kind of some numbers for y'all to see. Retirement by year, 138. You can kind of see these two numbers. What this means is we've had 30 retire so far this year. We've had 28 that have actively looks like they're really probably going to retire, requesting paperwork. That number will increase. This right now, February, we had a retirement fair that got snowed out. And so over February, that's really into February, 1st of March, that's really when people start putting their paperwork. So this number will probably go up. We have a total of 55 hospital employees, 47 of those teachers, 8 of those are bus drivers, and 174 current. That number, once again, by month will change, but or as somebody retires. Retirees on our medical, dental, and vision. So my retirement team also manages the retirement benefits. So we also have supplemental retirement, separate apart from TCRS, right? So we have TCRS. That is a plan through the state, one of the most stable in the world, I believe, which is an amazing thing. But these are supplemental, so this is additional money you can put in. So we are actively going through a transition right now. We were with Corebridge, and we're changing over to Empower. So Empower was, I would call maybe a sister to TCRS. They are connected but a little different. So this is kind of consolidating under all that one roof and reducing confusion for our employees, everybody. So, and also lower fees, better customer support. So moving away from Corebridge, going completely to Empower, we're in that process now. That was effective 1/1, but we're still in the file transfer phase. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about Teach Sumner unless you ask me random questions, and I will, but because I'm going to have them present in March. Got a lot of really cool stuff going on. Got some some really good news today, actually, that some more programs were approved, so that was super exciting. But this is the total number of teachers that we have placed in the classroom since we kind of started. Of those, 193 are currently still employed, which is a 94% retention rate. And so it is important that if we're pouring all this money, all this time and investment in these employees, that we want to retain them, right? So if we're getting them in and getting them certified, we want to keep them and we want them to be good teachers. So my team, they do an amazing job, have worked really hard to give them those supports, and I think that really attributes to that retention rate, because that's a turn and burn if you don't, you think you want to be a teacher until you teach, right? And it's a hard job. And a lot of people come in thinking this sounds great, and they don't have that support. So this has been a really positive for our district.
How long has this been in place?
Justin is not here. We started that in, it's
We've had
probably 4 years now.
We've had CTE for 4 years, and then we've added each year.
Yep, and we had, before we were the certifying body, we had a program to live.
Yeah.
So, but this is a current, right now, enrollment by each of the different groups. So CTE, we know what that is, right? Heart, I call this like history, it's like the ELA sections. SMART is science and math. C is special ed. And then Thrive is K-5. So last year, we got certified in our special ed. We did not have that certification before, and we're actively pursuing certification in K-5 right now. And we hope to hear about that in the spring.
So for the 22 that are currently enrolled, what are they doing? If
They're
we're not-
doing Austin Peay.
They're Austin Peay.
But we we are not the certifying body, but we heavily support them. No offense to any of the schools that go through that program, they just are not in our district every day. And so we treat them the same. They just have a little different requirements because they are accredited through Austin Peay, but we support them very heavily.
And should we know something soon, whether we're going to
Yeah, so I asked Justin today, so I don't want to spoil his thunder, I'm wanting him to tell you guys in March, we got several new certifications, we have over 50, as of today, different certifications that we are approved to do. But, so, there's a big process, it's a very big application process, so I think we are expected to get the comments back on their first review very soon. We usually don't find out, because this is a little different than just adding an endorsement, so I think it's around 50 endorsements. So this is different than adding an endorsement, this is actually a program separate, and so we will find out probably May. So, that's very exciting. These are all the different all the different schools, that we currently have humans in that are in our Teach Summer program. So all of our schools are represented by 2. So that's pretty cool. This is just some touch points. So we invested this year in some software because we do have to prove, because we are the certifying body, we have to prove that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing, right? So we have a tracking mechanism to show the coaching sessions and the observations, because we're required to do certain observations on them, so many. And so we have a software that we track all this, and it's been super helpful. So I come behind Tammy's observed somebody, I come behind them, I see Tammy's notes, I see what's happening, I see that a teacher was just observed. We can pull real-time data on our teachers. And so we also, in conjunction with, because this is not just Teach Summer, this is a big partnership with Jeff Yawn, but we also do a lot of different PL classes and summer classes, and so here's some different PLs that they have done. These are different class sessions. And then the Praxis tutoring, we invested in a Praxis tutoring program this year. And so if someone's struggling to pass their Praxis, they can get on that. So we invested over 160 hours of just work with them on that. So,
are you accountable to the Tennessee Department of Education for this when you're keeping these numbers? Who do you send this to?
Timmy, that is, I'm gonna butcher that because it is a. That is
We're gonna answer that next month, Tim.
Yeah. There is a very specific group. and
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
stand
push
in for
group.
the state board, for the College of Education.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different than just the straight, like what we would do for teacher evaluations with the Department of Education. So this is to the group that's over accreditation.
Yes. So this is separate, this is in addition to just their normal principal evaluations. This is our program evaluations.
How many full-time employees support Teach Summit?
So we have, Justin, I believe you were asking this, Justin, Jordan, Jonathan. We have two, and Kim. I have 6 full-time and I have 2 retiree programs. So, and they are out actively coaching, teaching every day. It's been a very successful program.
And I think one of the cool things that's coming out of it is the information that we gleaned to put together for all the teachers, not just ones in Teach Sumner.
Yeah.
And the boot camp that we did, the kickoff to help everybody be successful. And then it's just another thing like the presentations at the start, where we're bringing multiple departments together. Because you want to see a happy IT team, watch their faces when they're giving new teachers a MacBook and an iPad. And Sean Lance is prancing.
So out of some of the Teach Sumner and partnership with Instruction Directly, we kind of came together and go, hey, we're seeing some really positive things by the support we're giving our Teach Sumner teachers. But we're hearing from principals, we were in the buildings, hey, can you go see this teacher? And they're like, well, that's not our Teach Sumner teacher, you know. And so we, Reggie's team, I mean, actually, everybody in our entire district had somebody at the table. Came up with a new teacher launch last year. I think we talked about it. The 3-day intensive, yes. It was super successful. It was Oprah giveaway by Chris Brown. It was a great day. So, but all of that kind of started out of this idea of like we're supporting them and we're seeing the value of that. So, yeah, no, you're good. One last slide, print shop. So I wanted to I'm not going to read every one of these numbers, but I don't know if everybody knows it, but we have a print shop in our school district. And this is just a sampling of some of the things they do. They do a lot more, but this is some of the different numbers of things that you'll see come through our print shop. They also do some real creative, some of the posters that I think is on here, they actually will help design those posters and print those for our theater students. And so there's a lot of really neat things that they do, but it also saves our schools money and also time and effort. So
One of the funniest ones, I missed that probably 5 or 6 years ago. They did the White House High School graduation program. Interestingly, royal blue and purple are really close on the color scheme. And it ran and the person that was over the print shop then was not from Sumner County. So he had no idea that one thing you can't do at a White House graduation is that purple graduation. So he didn't see the big deal. It's like, hey man, I'm sorry, but you can't run purple at a White House graduation.
well, thank you guys for listening. Is there any?
You have any questions for me?
Can we access the print shop? Can people outside the school system?
Very limitedly, because we do.
You pay for the service?
Yes, you pay for the service, yes. We don't take a lot of outside because we are so busy within internal. We do a couple of, like, we've always helped the Sumner County Museum and a couple of different, and they just pay for those services. So. And it's not just open to the public in general.
That we're doing things, would you, nonprofits that we're doing things, would you consider that?
Yeah, I think I definitely, if we had the capacity, 100%. And we're pretty reasonably priced. So if we have the capacity, we don't have a
There's
problem.
times during the year when they're like printing ACT stuff.
Oh,
right?
too much
Like,
printing, like,
all this money.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But she knows those kind of ebbs and flows. So that would be something.
Any other questions for Andy?
Great job.
All right. We're almost to break. First off, what have you learned from the past 3 presentations? Anything interesting that you didn't know before?
I didn't know we had a print shop.
I didn't either.
Steve, I didn't either until I came up here.
And you didn't know they were reported to me, did you?
Actually, I did. Art Crook told me because Art loves to get things made for his teachers. I was probably second year principal. Anybody else learn anything?
Yeah, like a lot, but I'm just learning.
A lot of information.
Yeah, and it is, and I think that's the thing, you know, I think the thing, I'm just trying to think about at the board level, start conversations in October about metrics and things like that. Like, what does it look like at the board level? Because each of our departments has a ton of internal measures and metrics and how they try to define success. It's run by the department chair. So I would almost say our task is to do a little bit like the one summer work, which is to say, what are the strategic goals that are important to y'all as a body, and then we can build out the metrics, because mostly what we'll be doing is pulling, we've got millions of them, right? Like these were carefully selected and pulled down. There's billions of others. Amanda could have given you easily another 50 or 100 page slides of metrics from the stuff that they did. But I do think it's like, it helps you see and understand the scope of the work that takes place. But I feel like probably the best thing to do would be, after these three presentations, would be to send out, I kind of like, let me get your feedback on this, I kind of like the buckets of academics. And let me rephrase, we have found ourselves getting negligent. We kind of still refer to Frankie as instruction. Frankie is academic, so she has instruction, exceptional education, classroom management, and CT STEM or innovation STEM. So it's a little bit bigger. So I think of academics, student support. So you heard from Lisa tonight, Katie's a big part of that. There's some others that contribute in there also. And then operations. So Amanda, Craig, Andy, Tracy. Sorry, that's Frank's name. But I kind of like those three buckets because that kind of catch everything. And then my thoughts are we would set some strategic goals at the board level in those different buckets.
What are the three in operations?
Academics, academic student support and operations. And Greg, I'll put this in.
Yeah.
We'll make a nice little,
A visual, so
because I know like right now it's hard to wrap your mind around the thing.
One of the things I wrote down was around T-Bus. What should we measure? So just to feel like that's the right measurement point from a board perspective. Like obviously that's a state level.
Yeah.
But there's data there that's important for organizing. So looking at some of those measures and saying that maybe isn't what the board wants to pay attention to. We want to pay attention to some subset of it.
Yeah, and I think a question would be at the board level, because I'll be honest, I think the measures are going to change rapidly. Because I think the one thing artificial intelligence is immediately good at is taking voluminous amounts of data and reducing it into ways that we can get our hands around it. I mean, if you play with Notebook LM at all, it will make phenomenal infographics just like that. So I think that's a great question. Because I think the thing is, like, we have so much accountability in the school system that's steeped in all the different things that Ms. Conner presented tonight. We're fine to include those in any kind of strategic goals. I do think, I think achievement and growth are hugely important. I think they absolutely are vital in grades 3 through 8. I would love to, we'll talk about this when we come back from break, if we'll talk about the Innovation Center next. I would love to see us be leaders, thought leaders at the state in terms of changing high school accountability, because I'm all about accountability, right? Like, you'll never hear me say that it's not important. But I don't know that 7 or 8 EOC courses should be that important in the overall measure of what a high school success is. Or carry that much weight. Yeah, so I think that there are some ways where we can be thought leaders, right, to push the conversation at the state and national level, talk about what does it look like. And we already have the good thing at the board level with strategic goals and academics, we already have all those accountability measures in place. They're not going anywhere. We're going to have state and federal accountability, we're going to have a report card, we're going to have AGSI designations, reward school designations. All that's going to be there, and that can certainly be a part of your overall strategic goals for academics, because I want to be the absolute best in everything we do. But I do think that it's time for us to kind of get a little bit ahead and say what's coming next. And I'll talk a little bit more about that after we talk about the Innovation Center, because I know we've been sitting a long time, a lot of presentations, and I want to really get into some conversational stuff about the Innovation Center. And then, we're gonna do the best we can with budget. It'll be most of the process, and just primarily when you get an update. We had the governor's state of the state last night, got some good information out of it. I'll share with you, and then we can talk a little bit about capital. I think I've kind of gleaned conversations from special ed playgrounds and some of our comments from our capital last time, and I've got just a proposal that'll take some time to put together, but I think it'll be right in the wheelhouse of what we've talked about doing anyway. I think we'll pretty much all be in agreement there, but obviously, any feedback you have from me directly. But I would love, like, let's take it's,
Sorry, I got one question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When you put those three together, would you put, like, staff support under operations? Because to me, that's the one missing of those three. You got academics, you got student support, you got operations. But like, I'd love to see us talk a little bit more about staff, some of the chart numbers that they talked about earlier. Is that team, is that operations?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, I think I would look at it two ways. Yes, I think it's absolutely an HR function, but then I also think that I don't think that HR drives like the cultural fit, and things like that. I think that came out through the first presentations. So I would say staff support is in each of those departments. And I think if you look, our churn rate is pretty low.
Right.
You know, but
If we're talking about like 3 areas where we want to have goals or metrics or reporting to me, I would say a fourth one, if we don't include it in operations, is staff.
I think staff support is great. I think absolutely look at it. Yeah. And I'm up for whatever y'all want. If you prefer it to be a fourth bucket. I mean, 3 was just all I remember 3. But,
Three is a great.
but 4, there's nothing wrong with 4 either. We can do it. All right. I'm happy to take, and we can round up them tonight, Kevin, if you have any thoughts about this, but also know a lot of time in the seat. Probably not a lot of opinions about what happens with that. And, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and talk about the Innovation Center.
Hey, there's chocolate here.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll jump in and get started. We got coffee brewing.
Thanks, Kat.
Thank you, Kat. So, you know, we took occupancy August 1st on the Innovation Center, and it's one of those things, I think, and I've asked Amanda and Frankie to jump in at any time too. It goes mind-blowingly fast and glacially slow at the same time, because our mind is blown routinely at what we have the opportunity to do here. At the same time, there's a lot of work when you're talking about trying to change the game of the way we deliver things like high school instruction. There's a lot of things to think through. You know, I think it's the great story of Chesterton's fence, or the gate, is when you walk upon a gate in a field, don't always tear it down, because sometimes it's there for a reason. Sometimes fence and gate keeps the bull off of you. So we want to move slowly but quickly at the same time. And so I want to kind of showcase where we are. Beginning, all of you are welcome to come February 11th, that's next Wednesday, from 9 to 10:30. We'll have a tour. We've got some programs that are open now that we're really excited about. If we had been in school, we were going to have some of the kids come and speak to you tonight, but with it being icy out, rainy and everything, we decided to wait. But we'll have them come to a future board meeting and share. So right now we have criminal justice, we have aviation, and we have a leadership cohort. The leadership kids are the ones that shared with y'all previously about building a website for community service hours, partnering with Hands On Nashville, United Way, some other organizations like y'all. Just the work that they've done already. We got to have about a 4 or 5 day boot camp with them, where Amanda's team, Frankie's team, Katie's team worked with them. So they did work with Genius. They have started their dual enrollment classes, one on Lean Six Sigma, one on team leadership and working together. There's a lot of work at Genius and Patrick Luciani work, much like we've been doing at central office. And, you know, they've got upcoming meetings. They've done an AI training. They've got upcoming meetings with a host of community leaders in the nonprofit field. I can tell you, my wife is a career coach, and one of the kids in the White House went back and said, I had no idea that I could make this big of an impact on my community. And she went and thanked the woman who taught the class on AI. She said, thank you so much. Like, I didn't know that I could use this to do good work. And that's some of the most positive feedback that we can receive. criminal justice, Sheriff Craddock, and our sheriff's office is going to work with them to do the Citizens Academy like we do for adults in the community. They're going to offer that to our students that are here in criminal justice. Aviation is going to have a number of field trips and things like that. What we're really excited about moving forward next year is on Fridays, we're going to bring all the kids together, and they're going to work on a group project together regardless of their program. So our goal is for the Innovation Center not to be a school, but to be a destination to give kids opportunities to think differently, to think creatively, to think with great innovation and teamwork, but then to take that back to their schools. What I'm excited about in the future for leadership is the kids that come here, ideally I'd like to see the leadership kids come here junior year, and then they go back senior year to their home school with all the leadership skills that they built here to recruit future students, to mentor future students, but then to also run a similar type project at their local school because they'll have the skills to support at the school. That's going to require a lot of build out here, but also at the school. But I think that's how we'll start to see real innovation and change take place across the system. There's so many different things that are popping up because once you start thinking innovatively, a bunch of different opportunities fall into place. We've had a number, Amanda's had some wonderful opportunities fall into place like Hands-On Nashville, Middle Tennessee United Way, a bunch of different things. Frankie and I met with New School Venture Fund, which is a major philanthropic group nationally. And we were just talking about Teach Sumner as one of the other innovative things that we did. And they started talking to us about fractional teaching, which is bringing people in that don't want to work full-time, but they have a lot of corporate or business or industry experience and they want to work part-time mentoring students. So they're interested possibly in funding that. And other groups, when they come in, like just the Teach Sumner stuff that Amanda shared earlier, they're really enthralled with how we're able to run teacher recruitment at scale. So there's a lot of, sort of like with the space program where you're trying to put a man on the moon and you get things like Velcro and tape and, wireless screwdrivers and things like that. A lot of side things come out of good innovative practices that we're excited about. But if you want to come, the students will be help guiding the tour from 9 to 10:30. We're going to have a host of people from around the state and country. We'll have a delegation, 5 of the top people from Apple that are in their K-12 space are coming to work with us. We have people from possibly Walton Family Foundation. XQ is a big curriculum planner in the space. We've got a number of other groups that are potentially going to be here. Ice Storm and winter weather and everything else that's thrown a little kink. We've got some other partnerships that are coming. I can't quite share those yet, but I want to come to fruition before I share them. But really exciting. I'll share a little bit later on some of the work that I think we're going to be able to do with Apple. So I'm going to run through this really quickly because I really want this to be a time to talk because I know we've been sitting a long time. We've done great work, and this is part of, I think, the challenge that was bringing your question before we broke, is how do we ensure that students are not only ready to be high school graduates, and Mr. Danley, this goes back to your question earlier too, how do we ensure that they're future ready? Because we're killing it in all the high school measures, right? 97.6% graduation rate, 70.8 million in scholarships. We've got more AP, we've got close to more AP scholars now than we had total kids taking AP tests 10 years ago. And as we've increased access, our pass rate has gone up dramatically. We've got the labor force, we've got a robust and growing economy. The labor force is growing. Wages are increasing in Southern County. We've got so many positives going for us. At the same time, as we want to ensure that all students are future ready, less than 30% feel that they're prepared for their next step. 70% of employers say graduates are weak in critical thinking. 81% say they lack strong communication skills. 24% of Gen Z, only 24% feels prepared for college and 29% for careers. 66% of leaders say they wouldn't hire candidates without AI competency, even for non-technical roles. 75% of companies expect to adopt AI broadly, but only 22% feel highly prepared. And 60% of workers will require upskilling or reskilling due to AI before 2027. And I think one of the most immediate things that we've got to correct is the way that we talk about AI, right? There are a lot of studies that are coming out that are saying that AI makes us dumber. AI will 110% make us dumber if we only use it to cheat. And right now in education, we're mired in only talking about it in terms of cheating and preventing it. And so what does that do for kids? It makes them immediately drawn to use it to cheat. What we're not doing is using the best features of it and naming, because I do think, like, you know, my daughter is a huge fine arts person, and she's deeply concerned about how easy it is to pirate music, to create things that are not really yours. So I think that there are very legitimate ethical and human questions for us to talk to kids about. I don't think that we're talking to them about it because we don't really know what AI is. I mean, the fact that I'm kind of halfway considered an AI expert nationally now is scary. Frankie and I did this class at Berkeley last year, and the first class was taught by this computer science professor. And the first slide that he showed gave me PTSD from calculus when I was in college. It was scary. But at the same time, there's so many positive things that we can do. And kids are going to inhabit this world, and we've got to talk to them about it. The flip side is also true. I've seen some really good use cases of AI where, like, a business professor has built out like a strategic planner to sit aside a kid as they're doing a project, and it's helping them throughout the process so that when they go to meet with the professor, they're actually talking about the content and the concepts, not like, hey, all your fonts need to be the same or all this. So it's actually digging into the work that's there. Or showing kids how to take really massive amounts of data and talk about it constructively, process it. So Amanda, Frankie, anything to add?
No, I think kids feel like that it's the cheating game. When we went to California, I think that's all they talked about was that they thought they were going to cheat with it. So we tried to turn the conversation and say, well, how do you use it for fun? Like, what do you do creatively with it? And then they were like, blah, 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 blah. They just started talking. I mean, it was like all these cool things they did outside of school.
Yeah, this one girl said that she loves tomatoes, and she got on Google, and Google said she can only grow tomatoes a certain time of year. She goes, but I live in California. We don't have the same growing season. So she got on ChatGPT, and it helped her learn how to construct her beds. And she was talking about her tomatoes coming like she was delivering a child. She was so excited about her tomatoes coming. So how do we identify, understand, like your point earlier is, how do we identify what kids are interested in and then provide the support around it? Because this is where I think the world is going to change most profoundly. So we're talking about making the transformation from graduation readiness to future readiness, looking at future ready skills, right? Some skills won't change, right? Like, what do you think the number one skill a kid needs when they enter the workforce is?
When they enter the workforce.
Or at any stage in their career, probably. Yeah, what do we mean even by just basic communication?
To be able to interact, yeah.
Can I look you in the eyes? Can I finish a sentence? Can I stay off my phone? Can I pass the drug test? Can I shake your hand?
Yeah.
I like the major check.
It really is. There's some base level professional skills. You know, I remember I coached mock trial when I was a grad student at Emory. And I told the kids before the first tournament, they asked me what to wear. And I said, wear church clothes. What I immediately found is church clothes didn't mean the same thing. Church clothes showed up in Nashville meant something very different to some of my Emory kids. I was like, I don't know where you're at church, but we ain't wearing that. I'm going to need you to go change. You know, we have to create a baseline for what those professional skills are, just teach them. I heard Joker Phillips, when he was coaching Kentucky, I was a football coach in the clinic, and he talked about how so many of their players, he never wanted them to go to a pre-draft meeting and go out to dinner with NFL owners or something and be intimidated because they didn't know which fork to use, they didn't know how to tie. So they did Friday classes to teach kids basic things. Again, very much like Amazing Shake and some of the other programs that we have across the county. So that's a baseline, but then I think also being able to identify, like, kids need to project manage, they need to manage a budget, they need to do a presentation. They need to do all kinds of different things and get feedback on it, right? I wonder, I mean, this is a study, I don't know the answer to this. What do you think the average age is before a kid actually experiences any kind of failure? How old did you were when you experienced failure for the first time?
Instead of you played sports and you competed, yeah.
5 or 6.
Yeah, I felt like my dad prepared me for the world. Failing with feedback.
Yeah.
I had 20 brothers.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad thought if you didn't have the same strength as him, that if he hollered at you, it would imbue you with more strength. Which sometimes it did. But I don't think that we've done, I think one of the reasons that our STEM schools are so popular is because they allow kids the opportunity to experiment without consequences other than feedback and getting better. And you know, and if I think about disciplines like music, right? Like how many hours do you spend playing a piece incorrectly before you learn it correctly? I'm absolutely not a musician, but it seems like that would, seems like it would take a while to master, with a lot of direct feedback and coaching. You know, and I know like, I would argue, we've never talked about this, but I think when I watch like offensive linemen be coached today, they talk a whole lot more X's and O's where we got in stances and did the sled and we did the shoots. And but we were better, they're better athletes, they're stronger and faster, but they're probably better fundamentals. But the second part is I think an area for us to really drill down on. This is where I think the credential piece. So right now we are killing this. We had over 2,100 industry credentials last year. That's everything from like a medical license to do work in nursing homes and hospitals, all the way through to like Microsoft PowerPoint or programming languages or coding. There are a whole bunch of different industry credentials. Okay. Right now we take a class, like if you think of one of your high school, 32 high school classes as a box. We take those boxes and try to put industry credentials into those and make them fit. I think the day is coming very rapidly where we can say, we're going to carve out a time for you and you can get as many industry credentials as you want and we'll convert those into credit. And what that will do is that will take us basically from the molecular to the atomic level, where right now we build pathways, right, like health science. But in health science, there's 1,000 different things. We're going to be able to start allowing kids to say, I'm interested in health science, but I'm also interested in leadership. We're going to be able to take credentials from here and credentials from here and craft solutions that meet the needs of our kids. That's one of the things that I'm really excited about. And I think that's what's going to ignite, because right now, nationally, 65% of kids are checked out of high school. They do everything we ask them. They graduate, they get scholarships, they head off to college. They don't have any idea what they want to do. Our early graduation numbers are increasing simply for the reason that kids just check out because they don't see what the point of it is. That has accelerated since COVID, right? And so the answer is not to just crank up more pressure, it's to rethink some of the ways that we approach education in the secondary world. I think you're going to see lines start to get really blurry between secondary and post-secondary, right? Because I think, one, we're going to need the employees, and two, I think we're already rolling dual enrollment. That's now expanded to TCAP programs, so we can start doing like White House High School. If you take auto right now, it's a dual enrollment class. So, you know, one of the accountability, I'm not going to put words in your mouth for an accountability measure that I think would be important for your strategic goals. Here's one I would like to start measuring. What number of our kids are taking their 5 free dual enrollment classes? You know, we should set a goal that a certain percentage of our kids are going to use all 15 hours of their post-secondary credit. Because we challenge ourselves to do it, we'll do it. And I think that's important. We're leaving money on the table for our kids. We're leaving opportunity on the table for our kids. So I think, you know, the person that's over logistics for all of Apple lives 6 months in Nashville and 6 months in China. And his son took a job at a low-level factory. And he took a low-level job at a factory, not a low-level factory. But, let me rephrase that. So he worked there for a while and he wanted to operate a tow motor. Well, his dad wrote a credential for him to operate the tow motor. Then he wrote one for forklift. Then he wrote another piece of equipment. So now his son, by looking at the job that he wanted to move up to, has crafted a skill base that makes him essential to that company. So imagine what we can do if we start to partner with our industry partners and say, what do you need? And then we build credentials around that job to get kids. So that a kid, because like, I think one of the things, I've had the privilege of serving the last couple of years on the medical sonography board in Ball State. And when we get the feedback from industry, this is what we hear from the hospitals every time. The kids are fantastic. They show up on time, they're professional, they work hard, but they don't know our system. And that's not just sonography, that's nursing, that's everything. Because for them to get their certification at the college, it has to be platform agnostic. To me, that's like saying, we're not going to teach you English until you're 10, because we want you to choose what language you want to learn. Lisa, jump in here. To me, it would be better to learn HCA and then later learn NAPOLI, or vice versa, than it would be to come in and say, I don't know. I like the idea of our kids being able to go to work in any of our hospitals when they're 16, 17 years old and start here, learn the culture, learn everything about it, and move up. And earn those opportunities like, we'll help pay for your college tuition assistance, do different things like that. I think there's so many opportunities like that that are just low-hanging fruit out there for our kids. Manny Franklin?
I've lost the word, the coaches, the counselors that help them with their schedule. So they let these students know they've got dual enrollment hours out there that are free to them. Is that how they get the information?
I think it goes back to what Daniel said earlier. If you think like when I was in high school, a long time ago, 1987, 86 is when I started, but my opportunities were pretty much limited, and I had educator parents. My opportunities were pretty much limited to what sat on that shelf outside of my counselor's office.
Yes.
The only reason that I went to West Point instead of MTSU is because I took the ASVAB data class with my girlfriend. Right? Because we took it for a half day, we got to leave. And I thought that sounded pretty cool. So I did that. I didn't realize that they were also going to give my information to every recruiter on the earth. And I'm a good test taker. I scored way higher in areas of the military that I would never have been good at, like mechanics, because the multiple choice test was pretty bad then. It's pretty easy to figure out what the right answer was. But I finally made a deal with the Army recruiter that I would come in and talk to him about West Point. He would leave me alone forever, which he agreed to, but he also lied. He didn't really keep his word on that. But anyway, like that opportunity just randomly fell into my lap. If you juxtapose that against now, where every kid has thousands of options, it's overwhelming for parents. And so even with career counselors, because I think one of the things that our career counselors and guidance counselors are learning, they also don't want to be so prescriptive that they limit a kid's opportunities.
But they are given, this is an option. It's communicating to them.
Yeah, multiple.
And they're free for you to take these classes.
So some of the things like the CTE dual enrollment classes are fairly new. We're only like in our second year of being able to offer those. But we also used to be locked in, like when you started a dual enrollment class with one school, then you were locked in for all 5 with them. Now we can mix and match.
Right.
Positives and negatives, that's a little Wild West right now. I'm a little uncomfortable about the quality of the dual enrollment classes that we're getting. We've got a potential solution for that we're working on, and that's part of the process that's taking a longer time. We can leverage our position to say, this is our expectation for the quality of the course, because we want every kid not just to have 15 post-secondary hours, we want them to be 15 meaningful post-secondary hours.
They can do more than that at a reduced rate.
Oh yeah, it's the deal of the century. You pay for more. It's like $300 or $400 for a college course.
I mean, like my daughter's a sophomore taking the dual enrollment, and I have to pay full price for it. Because she's not a junior yet, but next year all of them will be free from now on for junior and senior year.
So this is what we're building the Innovation Center around. When we talk about the Friday classes, and these are the things that we want to see embedded in everything that we do at the Innovation Center. AI foundations and literacy, right? Like, I'm not saying like, I don't believe that AI solves all the problems of the world. I do think it gives us an avenue to start to talk to kids about problem solving, critical thinking, and divergent thinking. Frankie found an article about divergent thinking that's talking about it. That's kind of a skill that we lost, which is to say, don't just take the first thing that pops into your head. It was interesting, I got to be at the Apple Austin campus, and we had their design team, and they said that the hardest thing about their creative process is that, no offense, Megan, engineers love to problem solve. They don't like to problem find. They want to jump in and start building things. And so they said for us to start to say, like, hey, let's solve the right problem. Let's make sure this is what we want to do, meet the right people. But we do need to teach kids to ask, is there an AI tool that's appropriate, or is this something where we don't need to use it? And then we set devices aside and we actually get paper and pencil out and sketch and build and do things. I think both are equally important. This isn't prefacing one over the other, but it's saying that for the future of work, our kids need to know this stuff even if they don't use it all the time. Leadership and project management. I think every kid needs to have experience leading a team. I think they need to learn the basics of project management, because I don't care what you go into, how many of you in your daily life don't end up leading a team, leading work, or working on a team to complete a project. And we almost never teach anybody how to do this. It's like when I coach football, I used to laugh because we get the parents to set up. The loud parents always sit closer to the field, and they'll yell things like, tackle! It's like, he would have tackled him if we could find it. We were playing beach one night. They had Jalen Hurd. We did not. And we had a parent that kept yelling, tackle him! I was like, we couldn't catch him. We had 35 of them. If we caught him, we couldn't bring him to the ground. You know, we expect people to know how to do things that we haven't taught them or trained them how to do. Career and professional development. We kind of already hit on this. Like, what are the baseline of career and professional skills that every student that leaves Summer County Schools needs to have? And then civic and career engagement. This is a bedrock for all of us. I'd almost like to slide it up first. We all have a responsibility to give back to our community. That may be in a multitude of ways, but we all have a responsibility to give back because a lot's been given to us. And then we're also thinking, like, how do you layer those so that at the end we're preparing future-ready students? This is a lot, and I'll be happy to talk to you more when this is fleshed out. It's probably a little bit more than we can do at 8:30, when we got a little bit of a time constraint. This is the area where I think we can really drive a lot of change in the educational market. It's good for our high school kids. What that's saying is instead of just building something around a course, we talk about a transformative learning experience. So Caduceus, like if you want to Google something, Google Tombot, T-O-M-B-O-T. Okay, Tombot is an AI robotic dog that looks just like a dog. It's for Alzheimer's and dementia patients. They wear wearable technology, the dog interacts, it tracks what escalates and de-escalates it. So it provides better care for the individual patient. It's also collecting data on all patients to see if there are trends that will make geriatric care better overall. So Caduceus is a venture capital company that is about to do a $50 or $60 million run of venture capital on healthcare products. They're actually going to use the Innovation Center for their boot camp. They do a 1-week boot camp with the people that they fund. They will fund 6 teams with different projects. Tombot was one of their first runs. Really cool. It's really pretty amazing. So what they're going to do is we're going to allow them, this is a test case to see how we can use the Innovation Center. We're going to let them use the Innovation Center to do their training with their 6 entrepreneur teams. And they're going to allow a certain number of our students to participate on those teams. So they're going to be a part of a venture capital startup. Okay, that's a transformative learning experience, right? We're going to give kids that are interested in something the opportunity to be a part of something. So ideally, we would have hundreds of those opportunities for kids so that we can run this to scale. Obviously, we got to have some programmatic stuff because you're probably talking 10, 15 kids, 6 to 15 kids or something like that. But I think it's good for kids to compete for things and they get feedback from the career coach on why some kids got it and others didn't. What were your experiences? How did you present? How did you answer the questions? Things like that. Learn and get better. We also do some broad skills. So we'll have entrepreneurship start here in the fall. We've got a curriculum. Williamson County uses it. A number of districts around the country use it. And it will allow a significantly larger group of kids to access the Innovation Center, but also begin to do projects with a little bit more support and then hopefully feed into some of those opportunities. Williamson County has developed strong partnerships with Titans, with a number of other large companies that are allowing their kids. They had a young woman that invented a product that won the national championship a couple years ago. It's a keychain where you put a strip in it, and if you're at a bar, you put a drop of your drink in it, it'll tell you if it's been drugged. Like, she's selling that all over the country. Another kid built out an IT solution for school systems, and he's been marketing and selling it to school systems around. These are high school kids in Williamson County. They had to actually work through legally, what do you do when a project that the school system has funded gets big and all of a sudden it's making money? Like, what's our cut? What's our cut, right? Because MIT has this. They have an innovation center just like what we're doing, and they get a percentage.
Yeah, they do.
If it's so, Anyway, I'm not looking for the money, but I do think it's interesting that it's doing that well so quickly. Because kids have just amazing ideas, and every one of them with one of these has more marketing resources available to them than you could have gotten from Madison Avenue a decade ago. So what we're looking at with transformative learning experiences is how do we let the community, industry, different people present a problem of practice, and we put a group of kids together and let them work on solving it with mentors and subject matter experts, right? With a budget, with a timeline, all the things that we're talking about. So this is what, like, I think this is kind of what the future of education looks like. Amanda, Frankie?
You're doing a great job.
Do you have any questions so far? So this is what we're looking at, fall of 27. We'll keep aviation, we'll keep criminal justice, we'll keep leadership. We will add entrepreneurship, and it's up there as AV. We're talking content creation. I'll tell you, like, when I was at Apple, I got to see the Vision Pro headsets, and they're pretty remarkable in terms of what they're going to do for content creation. Like, immersive video is going to be the next. You know, I mean, not to date myself, but one of the demos is walking out on stage with Metallica here at the concert. Walk right in front of it. It's pretty amazing. But we also
UNC Duke plays on Saturday. I'll be able to watch the game in my bed with the headset on, like I'm person.
So here was an interesting industry case. I was talking to Apple's person that's over manufacturing, and he said they had a major client and they 3D mapped a building that they were going to rewire, and they were able to let with Vision Pro headsets, they could practice, and it said it reduced their amount of errors to almost nothing. So some of the things we're looking at is with immersive video, Apple's really interested in trying to jumpstart the trades, because the thing we're running into, this is where there's a gap between post-secondary and secondary. If you want to do aviation mechanics, jobs that start at $45 an hour and run up to $70 or $80 an hour, it's hard to get kids interested in it, because when you take the college curriculum or the trade school curriculum for it, the first 4 classes are on OSHA standards, product manuals, safety, the most excruciatingly boring things you can imagine. It's hard to get a 16-year-old to see. But I think if you you also can't allow them to touch planes until a certain age, but if you put a headset on and you can actually work on the plane, I think it opens doors to Mr. Dan Steers to give them like some experience of what that job would look like and feel like, to see if that's something they're interested in. So again, you can see the offerings in the spring of 27. Hospitality. Smith Travel Research was the worldwide leader in hospitality research. So one of the guys that worked here for 20 plus years is going to teach the curriculum that they developed, that they taught in Switzerland and at Purdue and at UT. Right now, we got to try to figure out how to do it, because the classes that he taught were for juniors and seniors in college. And right now, we can't give, the dual enrollment grant doesn't cover junior senior classes, so we've got to figure that piece out. Can we lower it down to a lower level so we can get it, or can we get permission to expand the dual enrollment grant to 300, 400 level college courses? Randy Smith, that greatly supported us in this building, might be the best data science. Probably he created a $450 billion industry leader on hotel data. Healthcare, we have slow walked healthcare a little bit, because the thing that we want to be careful with here is that we don't step on the existing programs that we have that are really strong in our high schools. We want this to complement and supplement, not supplant. And so we're going a little slower on, because our HOSA programs are so strong in each of our schools. We don't want to step on those. So you'll probably see us start to jump into, like with conditions like entrepreneurship, administration, supply chain, some of those different areas that can run those, and some of the allied ones. And then again, leveraging industry and community. So let me tell you what here's an immediate thing, that a partnership that I think we'll be doing next year-ish. Chase isn't here, so I'm going to say next year, because it's first Chase out, so I'm counting the sequence. Apple, like we met, when I was at Apple, we met with St. Brains. That's an innovation center that's in Colorado. They've got some amazing things. They have a drone performance team in their aviation program, where the kids put those fireworks shows on, but the kids are the pilots of the drones. They identify the music, they choreograph the drones. They've done 45 shows this year around the country where they've done it, but they also use the drones. They've got a conservation program where they go out in Colorado to polluted waterways and watersheds, and they have, I can't do the right word, with fish and tadpoles. So they've grown them, and there's a better word for that. What's that? I'll think of it in an hour or two. I'll text y'all. But they Fishery, yeah, fishery, yeah. They've hatched them, and they're putting them in to reclaim the waterway. And the drone kids fly over, and they can document the data of how it's going, if they need to add more fish, more tadpoles, what. Really pretty remarkable. One of the things that I thought was really cool, we've got TAP now, teaching as a profession in each of our schools. We've got a Teach Summer program that's second to none. We have kids with iPads. We are scratching the surface on the accessibility tools that are in an iPad. So one of the things they're doing at St. Brains, I think Apple will bring to us, is getting a group of kids, training them on all the accessibility features, and then letting them go out to schools and train students and teachers on how to access those accessibility tools. Right? It's crazy what they will do in terms of making school more accessible for all students. So, and you just imagine, we have a Peer Buddy program in each school. Another one I'm really excited about, Apple has partnered with Clemson and Coastal Carolina to work with kids that have graduated from our CDC program. So once a kid turns 22, then they move on. And we have a program right now with Welch and with Lipscomb. The Lipscomb program is amazing, but you're talking about kids being in traffic for an hour and a half each day. One of the challenges that the Smith family gave us in helping us with the space was to always be cognizant and aware of supporting special education students. So how cool would it be if we created a program for high school students to support those kids that have recently graduated? Because some of the things that Apple was able to help them do is with the home screen, limit the number, like my home screen has like 9,000 things on it, but limit the number of things on there. Use reminders. Use different accessibility tools to enrich the independence of a 22 to 25-year-old's life. And then we could run it where the parents don't have to spend significant money for college tuition and things like that. So I think those are some, and just imagine, like, if you want to talk about identifying, training, and supporting future special education teachers with a hard mission for the work, that's how you do it. You light that fire when you're in 6th or 7th grade, and you provide opportunity and support all the way through. So these are some things that we're really excited about. I'll show you real quick, I don't know if you can see it, but I think the model is to have a design challenge, a student team that's supported with mentors locally, and then subject matter experts from around the country, around the region, to provide them the technical expertise to complete their project. But the project is theirs to complete or theirs to fail. And get feedback, and dust off and do it again. I think what's cool about it is with the transformative learning experience part, there's a couple areas I'm really excited about. That is, we're not limited by 9 weeks or 18 weeks or 36 weeks. We can build them out to be different links based on the opportunity. That's going to require a lot of work on our side to make that work, but I think it's the future of where we're going to go. The other part that I want to do is box that up and say, if we're going to do a dual enrollment class in Sumner County, we want these transformative learning experiences to be a part of it. We want some kind of real world connection for everything that our kids do. But there's enough competition in dual enrollment now, and colleges are about to drive off the demographic cliff. The number of students is going to drop dramatically. We've got the opportunity to really drive some stuff to change the market. I think this would be another area, if I were going to throw out strategic goals for the board, I think these are some of the things that we can really look at, because I think we can really make a huge impact next generation to prepare future ready kids. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
So, I know we got our first crop of students here, right? We started rolling this. Are we having any issues yet with Portland, Westmoreland? We got people from everywhere that are coming.
Yeah, we don't, like with leadership, with aviation, with criminal justice, and because we didn't take occupancy until August 1st, we got a late start. All the schools tried really hard to get kids booked. There were just some schools that they had limited schedules. Like, for instance, Darrell Hyde went like 65 deep trying to get kids for the leadership, and their schedule is, they're going to make changes for next year for kids to be able to do it. But
I think there's been aviation though.
okay, it is, but not much.
Yeah,
Not
correct, yeah, I think, because I was in when all the kids were talking the other day, I think we have a kid from every school. Now, not every program.
Yeah, I was thinking leadership, but yeah.
It is really, yeah.
But we've got the transportation worked out, it's working really well. So just so you know, if anybody asks, because we got 2 blocks, we take those 2 blocks and we dual enrollment. For instance, we'll take 2 dual enrollment classes and stack them. The dual enrollment is Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, 2 separate classes, so our kids don't lose a credit. Like in the fall, when we offer entrepreneurship, that will be taught by a Sumner County teacher. So what we'll do is we will put entrepreneurship, work-based learning, entrepreneurship, independent study, entrepreneurship, senior project, something like that, so that they still get that, so they don't lose a credit.
If there's a good asynchronous dual enrollment options.
Some of the innovation centers, if they're on a more traditional bell schedule of 55 to 60 minutes, it's really hard for them to get kids in because their classes are so short to accommodate for the transportation. But having that 3-hour block, eventually, you know, you're always going to find this, just like I did as principal at a traditional high school. I can only offer certain things like AP, calculus, AB. I can only offer that 1 time a day. And so sometimes kids had to make a choice. You know, like my daughter had to choose, because she did theater 2 semesters every year, she had to make some choices and give up some things. She had to decide, basically if she wanted to be valedictorian, she had to drop out of theater. And she decided that theater was more important to her than being valedictorian. And so,
The aviation students, like, where we work in, what local colleges do you go to after that?
you've got Purdue, MTSU, Embry-Riddle, or the 3 points that most kids are going to. MTSU has a really strong aviation program. And they just shifted down to like Shelbyville, Oklahoma, the Air Force Base down there, and they've got a lot of opportunities.
And from what I hear, Alan, too, these classes are like base classes for any pathway within their aviation program. So it's not just fixed wing. It's not there's a lot of different industry, like a lot of different paths within aviation, and these all.
Yeah. And so when we start to get aviation mechanics, Nashville Tech has a really strong aviation mechanics program and a partnership with the Nashville Airport. But you know, we haven't really explored the trade option. When Southwest came out and met with us, they had 2 of the guys from the union say, you know, we can get kids that they don't want to go the traditional post-secondary option. There's a way, now it's a little bit more circuitous way, right? Because Southwest doesn't hire a whole lot from outside. They have, like, if you're going to be a flight attendant, you have to be a customer service rep first. If you're going to be a mechanic, you either have to be a gate attendant, or you have to go to, like, they call it the minor leagues. They got some smaller airlines that they hire from. But, you know, the thing is, like, Southwest is more local, but Delta needs this, American needs this, they're all in the same boat.
I know they're like nationwide pilot shortage. I mean, there's just everything in aviation is.
Yeah, pilots, air traffic controller, mechanic, heavy equipment operator outside of, you know.
It definitely is I got a couple of clients that are pilots. Like, man, I made the wrong career choice.
Yeah, you're doing their taxes or seeing what
I
they're
made the
making.
wrong career choice.
Flying 8,
Yeah.
saying flying 8 days a month.
Yeah. I got a question. So, is there a morning block and an afternoon block, or is it just one block?
Right now, we wanted to work the kinks out this semester, so right now we're just running the morning with students.
Okay.
In the fall, it'll be all day.
So do the students, do they have to report to their high school, or are they, if they come here?
Your first block is here.
If they
Okay.
drive,
Right.
if they drive, they can come straight to here.
Would there be a situation where they don't report to their high school, they're just here for 2 blocks, or?
If they drive, they can do that. Like,
Yeah.
to do the buses,
Yeah.
it's usually because a lot of times if the kid's riding a bus, they're riding a bus to their school, and then they're catching the bus here.
And they track attendance here.
And I'm sorry, what?
They track attendance here as well.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. We'll track
Yes,
their
the
attendance,
kids
so-
coming here are exceptional kids, but they are still kids. They are going to try the system.
Sure they are.
Yeah, next year there'll be 3 separate groupings of students throughout the day. So they'll do it 2 blocks, 2 blocks.
And our goal is, beyond just that, is to create other ways. Like some of the ideas we talked about is like training kids in CPR. Trying to find ways to get middle school kids in here. I think we can get some amazing summer programming going with robotics competitions and engineering builds and different things like that. We've got I'm not normally the one that starts slow and scales up, but I'm
Also,
not.
just connecting our students to other kids throughout the community, like they're building networks, or will be building networks with each other, as summer county kids.
Yeah, that's been neat to see, seeing the kids all here together, especially on the Fridays when all of the classes are together. Like, there's kids from every school taking classes together. It's really neat to see. It really is, it's impactful.
We're actually building out a curriculum for 24 Fridays for next year, for them to be able to have some common experiences across all the programs. And I think what's going to be cool is, like, we've had some of the kids that have looked at some of the field trips that criminal justice is doing that are in like aviation or leadership. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like to do that. So I think to your point, like, why not explore, right? I guarantee that criminal justice law enforcement uses drones. And helicopters and planes and everything else, and vice versa.
Do you have, I'm sure, administrators here, who have staff sitting here?
So we moved Chase Moore's team here this year.
Okay.
We're on
That's right.
skeleton staff now. As we scale the numbers up, we'll have to go further staff. This is one of the things that we're trying to do. We're putting together a preliminary budget. And then part of what we're going to do this spring is go out and try to generate funding. I'd like to be this is close to revenue neutral in a couple of years. I really think we've got the opportunity to generate substantial outside investment here. Because I would like for this to, so some of the things that I would like to do, if you ask me what's like a 5-year thing, hopefully like a 2 or 3 year thing, I would love that opportunity to bring faculty here for a semester, not to teach, but to jump in and mentor kids and learn the problem solving method, with the agreement that when they go back to their home school, they would take that and integrate it into their class, so the transformative learning experience. And I think that's how, it's hard to drive significant innovative change in an existing organization, because you've got to teach your standards, you've got to get the test, you've got to get the EOC, you got to get, so giving them the time to come out of that for a little bit and just experience it. I think it'll be really enriching, Freddie, to your point about staff support. I think that kind of approach will just breathe life into a teacher. But we want to be, we want to start with the teachers that, set fires in kids' souls to get them connected in the future careers. We have a ton of those in each school. If you grab 10 kids at any high school, they can name the staff people there that, that breathe life into their soul. Any other questions? All right, we really should end there because there's nothing more exciting than talking about budget. All right, so this is the exact slide I showed the principals. In the past, we've tried to really name our main initiatives like compensation, capital projects, summer maintenance, things like that, well in advance of the budget. This year's going to be tight, right? It's going to be tight on the county side. It's going to be tight on our side. So some of these decisions are going to come later. Obviously, we just lost a week and a half with our team. So we had, we completed principal budget meetings in the fall. We were going to have all the departmental meetings finished this week. Now we're off because we missed a lot of time last week. The governor's state of the state was last night. I'll share a few things from that in a second. I would like to, on March 3rd, give you TISA and county revenue updates. I've had a few preliminary conversations with Mr. Shove. I'm also on the Financial Management Committee. And one of the things that I think we're really struggling with is finding a new county finance director. Mr. Lawling had done it for a long time. I don't know how many years he'd done it, but a long time. He had a tremendous amount of expertise on running the county budget. That's it's smaller than our budget, but it has some moving parts because you've got constitutionally elected officers and you've got all kinds of different stuff in the way that those departments are run, or those offices are run. And so Beth is doing an outstanding job, but she's doing her job and Mr. Lawling's job at the same time. Now, Godspeed to Mr. Long. He deserved to be able to retire, and we wish him the absolute best. But it's going to be different this year. Like, one of the other things is our revenue has shifted a lot towards sales tax. So we will get, December was an important month for us. So That lags about 2 months, so in the next 2 weeks, we should get those revenue numbers. That'll help us kind of put our pieces together for what we can look at and do, how big our pie is going to be. Now, some positives. Well, this is a number, anybody know what 87.8 is?
Are we referring to money, numbers, budget?
It's everybody's brain on the budget tonight. It's the percentage of our budget that goes towards employees and staff.
About the people, about
Because if you think about our industry, right, we're staffed to put a teacher in front of kids that we deliver a service. So we're heavy, and our budget is heavy on labor costs. And I'm excited. Like, we've made huge strides in what we've done. I think that's one of the things that this board can really take significant pride in, is the work that we've done on compensation. This is actually made on Notebook LM, one of the coolest AI tools if you haven't played with it yet. This is a little bit of a breakdown of where our money comes from. Over 59% comes from TISA, right? Second, 40%, about 40% comes from the county. And you can see the breakdown of property tax to local option sales tax. I can send y'all this.
yes, thanks.
And then we have some others. So like these numbers, like if you just pull the budget book out, it won't look exactly like this, because like with TISA, there's some other grants and stuff. When you look at state line, that's just the TISA money. And so you can see where we were in 25-26. Okay, this comes from the governor's presentation last night. This is good news. A $2.3 billion increase from 2019 to 2027. And of course, you can see this is the year when we switched from BEP to TISA. We got a huge initial jump. And this is what they shared for next year's investment, a $250 million increase in TISA. That's $80 million in base funding. Okay, I don't need you to interpret this for me later. And Trevor, $80 million in base funding from FY26 plus $170 million in new funding for fiscal year 2027. That's actually higher than I thought it might be, because the economy had slowed in West Tennessee and East Tennessee. And Tennessee's revenue comes primarily from, almost exclusively from sales tax. So I was a little concerned that we might get a little bit of a dip in state revenue, but Middle Tennessee pulled through evidently. And you can see some of the other funds in there. I don't know any of the details yet on the 26 and 27 school construction grants. They did tell me that there is some money for infrastructure.
Is that the money from
The sports betting?
From what? I'm sorry, from what?
Sports betting.
So when they did the voucher program, part of the voucher program was they're going to allocate money from sports betting specifically for construction.
So, been a lot of sports gambling this year.
Yeah,
Contributed a little
that
bit to
could
that.
be a behavioral health issue going on.
It's like Tribeca was anti-lottery until it passed, and then Tennessee promised money.
Yeah.
All right, so this is how much our state funding has increased from 2011 to 2026. That does not include, we'll have to see what that money earlier, the 250 million additional in TISA. There are a whole lot of different calculations that go into that. So that's
100 million, basically.
yeah, right at 100 million. And I thought it'd be fair, because I've shown this number before. We'll go over 100 million this year. This is the county's increased funding from 2011 to 2026. So we are very blessed in what the county and state have done for us. They've made significant investments in the school system. All right, our word for the year is patience. We should cue up little Guns N' Roses here. But, you know, as I mentioned, our county finance director retired this fall. We're going to do everything we can to support Beth on the county side because she needs it. We're waiting on that December sales tax and then some of the revenue forecasting. Mr. Chauvin and I'll get together in the next few weeks, and hopefully when we come back in March, give you a little bit of an update on the revenue that we think we'll see from the county.
Is this patience and waiting on the numbers to come in, or just patience on some of the things that we have in the pipeline?
Yes.
All of that, all of that.
Yes.
Gotcha.
It's just gonna come later than what we're historically used to, because there's just a lot of moving parts. You know, some of the things even, we don't get the local contribution adjustment until around April 25th to 28th. Each of the last years, it's hit us for over $1 million, as high as 1.3, 1.4 million. So that's a big hit on a budget after you pretty much prepared everything. Any questions on budget?
I've just got one.
Yeah.
The TISA question about teacher pay from 47 to 50, which is about 3,000 per teacher. Is that the anticipation that TISA will fund an additional 3,000 per qualified teacher in the funding this next year?
Yeah, TISA didn't fund all of the 3,000. It funded part of it. We jumped ahead.
Yeah.
So, because this is the year that we have to go over 50,000, so we've got a year ahead.
We're already there.
And I would love to tell you where I think we can come in on teacher compensation and classified compensation.
That was my next question.
Right, because we got to do it more than once, we got to do it each year. And we got to be fiscally responsible, so. You know.
So in counties that were not up to the 50 or above, like we were trying to stay ahead of it, did the TISA funding formula take care of a difference? If a county was $1,000, $2,000 from getting there?
Yes, so there will be some counties that are they're looking at a tax increase. Because TISA front-loaded a whole lot of this money. If you remember, we made a big jump because we called that like $29 million in additional TISA funding.
Yeah.
We went ahead and got there. Some districts didn't. And they're gonna hurt this year. Right, because I think every commission and school board's in kind of the same place we are, because we're also kind of hesitant because the economy is slowing some, and we got a needle in the thread. At the same time, inflationary pressures are still there.
Sure.
And so there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of sleepless nights for Ms. Brown to try to figure out Trevor too. Not. Okay, let me just jump in because I shared this. I had a great meeting. We had a great meeting with Mr. Hyde, Mr. Frank over at Merrill Hyde, and had some great ideas for future work there. I think every one of these projects is valid. My recommendation for the board, and I'll start if y'all are okay with this. I know this isn't a voting session, but just by kind of assent, I'll start working on this. I think it would be helpful for us to consider an RFQ for an architect company to come in and help us work to develop an overarching kind of 5 or 10 year plan to address these capital needs, plus any others that they might see that we have to do. Very much like what we did with the playground, just a little bit bigger scale. And I think then, it's just good planning. Helps us know. Happy for any feedback in about 40 seconds. Or after.
Will this be something we would consider voting on in the next meeting or maybe in March?
Probably March, because we'll have to, we have to give enough time to run the RFP, to run the process.
If we get an architect, would they do design and planning and estimate for all that all at once, or were we getting?
They would
be
do
like maybe one or two schools to consider for next year, and then another couple of projects for the following year, and kind of, you know what I'm saying? Instead of all at once.
My recommendation would be is let's let them look at everything, not build out detailed plans, but say there are architecture companies that will come in and do kind of a strategic analysis and help you develop. They would probably come meet with us, in a study session or something, get our feedback and goals, and kind of come out. So it could be a couple of those. It could be, for me personally, I kind of like to know everything, and then we can start piecing together where we can.
Yeah. So one other question I have is, why would we I'm just curious?
Yeah.
we've been using Cass Binkley. And, you know, their point person was Mr. Cromer. Why would we need an RFQ if we still use them? I mean, I'm sure he's got a team, and if he's retiring, isn't there someone there that could just pick it up where he left off? Do we still need to get an RFQ for that? Or?
We wouldn't if we used Cass Binkley personally,
Okay.
so it may just come down to new director changing time. I think a lot of new school board members. I think it would be responsible for the district for us to throw out an RFQ, because we can always stay with Cass Binkley. But I think, to me, it would be fiscally responsible to just see what's out there and see, you know, because we don't know, you know, I had a Cass Binkley architect before Mr. Cromer at White House, and it was not the same experience. So, you know, I mean, it's a great, I don't mean this, Cass Binkley's been great to Sumner County Schools, but just like any other firm, you know, it is what it is, and I think
So,
it's.
because he's retiring, he's probably not going to be around to see some of these projects to completion, so so we're going to.
I mean, I would have probably pitched this 2 years ago, what I would call Delman speed in athletic facilities. I just think it's good every couple of years to look around and see what the market is. That'd just be my personal, it's not, there's no science to that, it'd just be my recommendation.
So, by law, we have to put this out anyway? Does the state require a project?
Architects fall in a very odd, like, little window, and you don't have to technically bid them, but it is prudent to do a request for proposal, which is what we're doing. It's not required,
Okay.
because they're like this little potato class accounting firms are also got like CPAs. But we still do that just because we want to make sure we're getting, you know, seeing their qualifications, getting the information we want, and getting nice advice. It's just not required, but it's advisable.
Very professional way to do it, just.
Professional services.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I just think it's good. I mean, I can tell you enough have reached out to want to talk to us,
I bet.
that there's a market for our business.
I bet.
So.
It gives us the ability to shop and
It's great to
Well,
shop.
and I think we saw that, like relatively speaking, the special ed playground was a very small job. And 5 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten a whole lot of bids because they only wanted really big jobs. But I think you're seeing now, like for a job the size to be, I mean, especially for schools that had a 20-plus year relationship with Cass Binkley. And I would love for Cass Binkley to bid. I think Cass Binkley's done great work for us. But I think we owe it to look around also.
And for all those projects, with one, like let's just say it is Cass Binkley, that we decide to go with them. Would they do all those?
It'd be up to the board.
You know, we could have bid out, or open it up to other.
What I'm talking about is a plan.
Is that overall?
Not a school design.
The overall plan.
I would like.
Year.
I would like to know, because like for instance, if we throw it out there and say, what schools need a new roof, you're gonna get it.
Oh, yeah, well, we all.
Yeah. And some do, but they would help us kind of prioritize need.
Is there a reason
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is there a reason we could not approve moving forward on putting an RFQ together at the next meeting? What do we need between now and the next meeting?
That was gonna be my question.
To approve that?
You could, you don't have to approve us doing an RFQ, I just want to give you some feedback on it. It'll be faster if we just go ahead, we can go ahead and start the process and then bring it back.
So
I just
you're
think
saying-
you want a certain number of weeks for it to be out there for them to get their bid.
You're saying to have it back in March is not that we would start the RFQ, it's that you'll put it out before and you'll have it back by March.
Hopefully,
It might be time. We'll have,
March, April, I'll just have to talk to Mr. Harrison. I mean, not put words in Mr. Harrison's mouth, just,
we'll have to write it a certain way.
there's voluminous law on this, so. Let me
We
get
wanna
that.
make sure it's out.
I can update you at the meeting, at the next meeting.
And you always want to give the vendor time to actually submit, to put together the proposal, and that takes time too.
Well, and if we keep going with the same Pat Binkley every single time, then you're gonna see probably other people not reaching out to bid because they're gonna say, it doesn't matter, they're gonna go with it anyway, so.
Yeah, so Cass Binkley's been wonderful,
Well, I agree.
but I think it's also good to.
Spread the
see what's
wealth.
out there.
And I think it's good for us to be having a 5-year plan.
Yes.
Most-
Or better.
Well, some of that's just difference in direction. Dell was Delphos was phenomenal. It's not necessarily not. I like it, but it's not. I don't want to say yes that we have.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see if there's any chance of at least getting, like, for example, Merrill Hyde, get that rolling for the next budget cycle. If there's a possibility
You
of
can't prioritize
doing
that,
that.
you can't say that's the whole, yeah, obviously that's your priority. We need everything else to talk about all that. We know you're passionate about that, that's great. We all agree that that needs to be done, but
I think
it's not realistic if that happens.
I think the bigger thing is just from a funding standpoint, is what's the cost of Merrill Hyde if we're doing everything? Is that something that can be funded? Do we need to put out, do we need a bond request? If we're gonna do a bond request, does it make sense to roll, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 projects, doing 5-year plans? So I think some of that will come from the RFQ to say, hey, here's kind of what we think, here's kind of our estimated costs, and then it allows us to kind of pick and choose and say.
And I think we can say what would be the most immediate.
I think we all agree that Merrill Hyde's one of the more immediate needs, but from a bid standpoint, if we say Gallatin High School, maybe we don't need a bond right now, because we're that 7, 8, 9 years, we've got an idea. Maybe we need to buy land if you should start thinking about land. I just don't think we've got the money laying around right now to be able to go out and complete the whole project or multiple projects. And I think that's why doing the RFQ and getting the dollars back is
And I think doing a study, look at the scale of the Merrill Hyde project. Are we talking about replacing the HVAC, or are we talking about HVAC plus updating and upgrading the building? So I think that would be my recommendation.
And I would expect that with that list of buildings that you've already identified, that we would have conversation through the RFQ process that says, these are the ones we want you to go to this detail on, and then these are the ones that we expect to later in the process and have a lighter detail. Because you're not going to have the same level of detail on each of those, but the Merrill Hyde project needs a pretty detailed architect review before his decision does need to be made faster with the way the situation is there. So we need more information on that than we need some of the ones that are 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Yeah, I just think we're at a place where it helps us bring some expertise beyond what we have. Just feel we're a little bit over now. Adjourned. I'm happy to keep going.
Officially adjourned.